Hello and welcome. My name is Bright, and I'm super excited to have you in this course, the complete Next.js guide. Throughout this course, you're going to acquire the skills and knowledge needed to become a proficient Next.js developer. You're going to be utilizing the power of Redux Toolkit, Typescript, Sanity.io, and Stripe to build dynamic and secure web applications. My goal in this course is to empower you with the latest tools and techniques to take your web development skills to a new level. So, whether you're a beginner or an already experienced developer, this course offers something for everyone. Throughout this course, we're going to guide you through a real-world project and hands-on exercises that is going to go on and reinforce your understanding of Next.js, Redux Toolkit, Typescript, Sanity.io, and Stripe. You're obviously going to master Next.js. So we're going to discover the latest advancements of Next.js, which includes server-side rendering, dynamic routing, data fetching. So with a hands-on project and real-world examples, you would have all the skills you need to become a Next.js expert. We're going to be using Redux Toolkit. With Redux Toolkit, we're going to see how to seamlessly handle global state management. We're going to see how to implement Redux principles, set up a store, and efficiently manage an application state. We also use Sanity.io in this course. So throughout this course, we're going to integrate Sanity.io, which is a powerful headless CMS. And with Sanity.io, we're going to see how to effortlessly manage and update your website's content. We're going to create custom data models, configure schemas, which empowers content creators to keep your site fresh and engaging. We're going to be using TypeScript. So TypeScript is a superset of JavaScript. And with TypeScript, you would see how to write code that is going to keep your application error-free. Then we have payment with Stripe. We're going to see how to explore the seamless integration of Stripe, and Stripe is a leading payment gateway into your application. We're going to implement secure payment processing, handle transactions, and provide a smooth and reliable checkout experience for customers. And that's not all, because throughout this course, we are going to embark on an exciting real-world project together. We are going to be building a full-stack game selling website. And with this, you're going to witness firsthand how to use Next.js, Redux Toolkit, Sanity.io, and Stripe. And also, that's not all. We have authentication with Auth.js and storing user data in MongoDB database. So without wasting any more time, are you ready to take your web development skills to a new level? Join us to become a Next.js powerhouse. So this is the homepage of our application. We have our hero section. We have a trending section where we display our trending games. We have a featured game. So this is our featured game. We obviously have categories. And in these categories, let's say we click on adventure, we are directed to the categories adventure page. And here we list all the games that belongs to this category. So where we have adventure. And if we come back here and let's say we click on sports, you see that we go on and list all the sport games that we have in our Sanity Studio CMS. And let's come further down. You see over here we have our recent games section. And once we click on this see all button, we are redirected to our games page. And lastly, if we come further down, we have this newsletter section and we have our footer. So let's say we want to go on and shop for a game. We have to authenticate ourselves. So I'm just going to click on this sign in link that we have over here. And now Auth.js is the authentication library that we are going to be using in this project. I'm going to provide my name, my email, so I'm going to go with test@test.com, and I'll provide a password because I have already authenticated myself. I already created this user. And now we are authenticated. You see over here that we can go on and click on others or log out. So let's click on others, and you see here that we fetch the others that belongs to this particular user. So let's create an order from scratch. Over here, I'm going to click on a game. So let's say I click on this featured game. We are redirected to the product details page. And we have this carousel slider because in Sanity Studio, we support multiple images upload. And this carousel slider, we created this from scratch, no third-party library. So we have the game name, we have the price, and over here we have the description. So let's say I want to add this game to cart, and we have 6 of these. You see now our button is disabled. And over here, you see that our cart is currently 0. We don't have any item in our cart. But once I click on this, you see that our cart updates. So now we have updated our cart. We can click here and you see that we see this game name, we see the price, and we see the quantity that we chose in our cart. And now this is the total price based on this quantity. So now we have this in our cart, we can go on and shop. Okay, so let's go on and shop this game. So I'm going to click here. We have our shopping cart. We see the game name with the price, description. And once we click on checkout, we are going to be redirected to the Stripe API payment gateway, which is going to help us to process this payment. And it's important to know that this price over here, this price, we are not going to be taking it from the cart because we actually save this in local storage. So we are going to calculate our own price on the server side, and we are also going to check for quantity update on the server side. And once a user goes on to purchase this item, we are going to update the quantity of this item in our Sanity Studio. So let's test this out. You can see over here that we have chosen 6 of these items, and we can't choose more because this is limited to 6, which is the maximum quantity that this item has. Okay, so now let's shop this. I'm going to go on and quickly fill out these details. Once we filled up the details, we can go on and click on pay. And now Stripe is going to process this payment, and once payment is successful, we are going to be redirected back to our home page. Now you see that our cart is cleared, and let's visit that game again. So if we come over to the game and we click on it, we see that now we have 0 and we can no longer increase the quantity because we have shopped the maximum quantity that we had for this item. And if we come over to the orders page, you see over here, I'm just going to reload this because this is going to be coming from our Sanity Studio. And once I reload this, you see the game that we just ordered, and the quantity we ordered was 6. We see the unit price, and we see the order status is pending. And now we see the total price. And one beautiful thing, let's also come over to our Sanity Studio. Now in our Sanity Studio, I'm just going to reload this. And once we reload this, let's come over to game. So here we have game. And if we search for the game, so this was the game we shopped. Let's check the quantity. And you see here that the quantity is 0 because we shopped all of these items. And let's say we go on and okay, maybe we had 2 more of this item and we publish this. If we come back to the website and we go back to that game, so this featured game over here, you see now that we can add this item to cart because we added 2 of this item in our Sanity Studio. So we have this real-time sync with our Sanity Studio and with our Next.js application. But let's go back to Sanity Studio. And over here in Sanity Studio, if we come over to orders and we click on this test@test.com, which is the user email, we click on this add missing keys, we see that the order status was pending. But let's click here and click on inspect. You see, if we click on raw JSON, this is the item that was ordered, and you know this with the quantity because we chose a quantity of 6. This is the user email, and this is the order status showing pending. So if we come back here and we say, okay, we are processing your payments now, we click on publish, and the user comes back to the website and goes over to the orders page. And what happens now if the user goes on to reload the page? And once the user reloads the page, you see over here that the order status has been changed from pending to processing. So this is the real-time sync that we have from our studio and also our project. Now let's also visit Stripe because this is not all. So if we come over to our Stripe dashboard and here we click on payments, we have an overview and we click on this item over here because this is the item that we last shopped. We click on this item, you see the time we shopped this item, the customer that bought this item, the payment method, and we get more details about this item. So we get the username, the address, the city, and even the country. You see the quantity was 6, the unit price, and the amount. So this is the application we are going to be building throughout this course. Obviously, we are going to be using Typescript and we are going to be using Redux. And of course, this application is responsive. So this is the responsive application. If we come back to our home page, you see that every aspect of this application is responsive. If we go over to the categories, we see our categories page. If we go over to a game details page, you see over here that it is also responsive. And here we have the game name, the price, the description about the game. And every aspect of this game is responsive, and we achieve this using Tailwind CSS. So this is the application that we are going to be building. So without wasting any more time, let's get started with this project. Before we get started with our course project, it is important that we understand what Next.js is all about. And for that, I am in the official documentation of Next.js, so nextjs.org. And here is written boldly that Next.js is the React framework for the web. Now, this alone might not tell us much, but Next.js is an open source framework that is built on top of React. So it is built on top of React. It can be a little bit confusing because React itself is a library. Now, Next.js offers a comprehensive set of features that goes on to enhance the development of modern web application. Now, how does it do this? It combines the power of React with server-side rendering, static site generation, and offers other optimizations that goes on to result in an exceptional developer experience and also improved performance. Now, one of the standard features of Next.js is server-side rendering, in short SSR, and Next.js renders your React components on the server and it sends a fully rendered HTML to the client. Now, this approach improves the initial page load times and also improves SEO, which goes on to provide, better support for web crawlers. And server-side rendering also allows you to fetch your data on the server that makes sure that your users always receive a fully populated page without any need for additional API calls. Server-side rendering is one of the features of Next.js, and Next.js also supports static site generation, in short SSG. So it enables you to pre-render your entire application at build time. Now, what this means is that instead of rendering pages on every request, Next.js generates a static HTML file in advance, or your HTML files in advance, which can be cached and saved to the client instantly. And this approach of static site generation is perfect for content-driven websites, blogs, and landing pages, and providing fast page loads and also goes on to reduce the load on your server. So we've seen server-side rendering and static site generation, but Next.js also offers a hybrid approach known as incremental static regeneration, in short ISR, and where you can combine server-side rendering together with static site generation. And with incremental static regeneration, you can pre-render static parts of your application while other dynamic parts are re-rendered on demand. Okay, and this goes on to strike that balance between performance and dynamic content. So if you scroll further in the landing page, you will see other features that Next.js provides. You can see built-in optimization for images, fonts, and also scripts, dynamic HTML streaming, React server components, data fetching, and lots more. So how do we get started with Next.js? So if you come over to the Get Started guide and you see over here, they explain what Next.js is, the main features of Next.js. We are going to see all of these features in action as we build out our course project. But if you scroll further, you can see installation. And in installation, you'll see what you require to be able to run Next.js. So one of the requirements is Node.js 16.8 or later. So you can come over to nodejs.org and you can install either the long-term support at the time of recording 18.16.0 or the current with the latest features. So go on and install. Is usually a straightforward installation and automatically it's going to pick out your operating system. And then you need obviously a machine. So be it Mac OS, Windows or Linux are all supported. So once you have Node.js installed, you should be able to run this command, npx create next app at latest. And this is going to provide us with all these prompts that we see. So I am going to copy this and come over to my terminal. And here in my terminal, I have to navigate to a folder, a directory where I would like to create this project. And in my case, it's going to be my desktop. So I'm going to cd, which stands for change directory to my desktop. And I'm going to paste the command. So npx create next app at latest, and go on to execute this command. And we are going to be asked a couple of questions. First, we are asked the name of our project. I'm going to call this Next.js e-commerce, and enter. Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. Are you going to use ESLint? I would say yes. Yes, so that we can go on to use Tailwind CSS in our project. And yes, I would also like to use the source directory and also the app router. And do you want to customize the default import alias? I would say no, so that we can have an easier way of importing our components. You're going to see this in action, just using the @ in front of the import statement. And now we are going to go on and install the dependencies. So as you can see over here, it installs the dependencies that we are going to be working with: React, React DOM, Next, TypeScript, and all of that. So this is going to take a while. I'll be back once it's done. So we have our application built. I am going to cd into the created application, which we called Next.js e-commerce. So now I am inside the created application. I'm going to open it up with Visual Studio Code using the code.command. So this is it. This is the created application. These are the files and folders that comes when you create a new Next.js application. So let me walk us through the different files we have here and their uses. Going through the different files and folders that we get by default, we see the usual suspects. So we see the node modules, the package log.json, the package.json, and readme, which hopefully is familiar with us. Then we see the tsconfig.json, and this is a file where we configure TypeScript in our application. This is a configuration file for TypeScript. We have Tailwind config.js, and this also is configuration for Tailwind CSS. And you see here that the Tailwind CSS has automatically generated some linear gradients, which I guess is used somewhere in the application. And we have readme, which is used for documentation purposes. We have postcss.config, and the postcss.config file is where we configure postcss, and postcss is just a versatile tool that we use for transforming CSS using JavaScript plugins. We have package.json, and here we have some scripts, and what this means is maybe we can run some commands and it's gonna have effect on our application. We have some dev command. We are going to be running this obviously. We have the build command, and we have the start command and also lint command. So the lint is for ESLinting. The dev command is to give us a local server where we can watch our files for changes. The build server is the running next build, which gives us a production preview of our application. And the next start is going to start the build. And also we have the dependencies over here. And we have package log.json, which goes on to log the different versions of the packages or the dependencies that we have installed in our project. So in case we share our project, we are also going to install the exact same version. And we have the next config, which is some configurations for Next.js. We have the next env.d.ts, which is a declaration file. So it makes sure that the Next.js types are being picked up by the TypeScript compiler, and you see here that this file should not be edited. So coming to gitignore is just for version control. We have .eslint rc.json, which is a configuration for eslinting. We have the public folder, and this is where we save static assets, and the node modules, this is where the dependencies and also the dependencies of the dependencies that we have installed in our project, they all live in the node modules. So as you can see, I skipped the source folder, which is where most of our work, or about 90 to 99% of our work would be done inside this source folder. And here you can come to the page.tsx, which has the content of our landing page. We can open up the terminal, and in the terminal you can go on to run the command npm run dev. So this is going to start a local server that is already navigated in this project that we have over here. So this is our current working directory, and you can see it provides us a local preview on localhost 3000. And if we visit localhost 3000, we are going to see the contents that we have in our source app and page.tsx file. So these contents over here, and we have our layouts. I would explain all of these in detail, but for now we are going to be doing most of our work in the source folder, and we are going to learn it as we build out our course project. Let's go on and optimize the different fonts that we'll be using in our application. And here come over to the layout.tsx, because the layout.tsx file acts as a wrapper for our pages. So if we come to the layout and inside the body tag, I'm just going to cut this, and let's have a header tag here that says header, and after which we have the children, which is going to be our page content, and next followed we have our footer, so here we call footer. If we go on to save this, but we make a little adjustment in our page, so that I'm just going to remove everything we have here, and in here I'm just going to have main. So coming to the layout, we have our header, we have children, which is going to be our page content, and here we have footer. And these children, for now we have one page, we just show main. So let's come back to the browser, and in the browser we see the header, we see main, and here we see footer. So the layout component automatically serves as a wrapper around our different pages. You can also go on to have nested layout. So it has to be layout.tsx like this. So this is a special file, okay? And in order for us to load our fonts, I'm just going to be using the Next Font Google. So why Next Font? So Next Font will automatically optimize our fonts, and it's gonna remove any external network requests. So this is good for speed. And for that, I am just going to remove this inter font. We are not going to be using inter, and so that we can see how we can customize our own font. So I'm also going to remove this over here. So let's go on and import Montserrat, which is our font of choice, and we can also go on to load Poppins. So now we've imported these two fonts from Next Font Google. We can come here, and so here before this meta description, we are going to have a look at this, and we have const Poppins. Please, this should be a P with a smaller case, because this is already uppercase. So Poppins is going to be the Poppins font we just installed, we just imported, which is more like a method. We can call it and pass some configurations, and we can pass subset. So subset is going to be a single value where we can pass either Latin, or it can take in an array of string, and here inside here we pass Latin. And next we can also pass the font weight, and the font weight can just be a string or also an array of strings. So here we pass 400, 500, and 700. So these are the different font weights that we'll be using in our project. We can also pass the font style, and for this we can go with italic or italic and also normal. And we can also give this a variable. Because we are using Tailwind CSS, we are going to be referencing this variable in our Tailwind config. So we are going to give it a variable, and we are going to go with font poppins. Okay, so these are the configurations that we can pass to this poppins method. So I'm just going to duplicate this so that we use for Montserrat over here. So Montserrat is going to be equal to the Montserrat method, and these are the different configurations only for the variable, where we go with font Montserrat. So this is it, and now we have these two variables. We need to inject it in application, and I'm going to inject it in the header. So I'm going to give this header a class name, and the class name is going to be dynamic. So I'm going to be using this curly brackets and using backtick so that I can use the $sign here. And the class name is going to be poppins.variable. And here we can also go for Montserrat, which is going to be Montserrat.variable. Okay, so this is it. This is we importing the next font. This is us configuring it and injecting it in application in HTML. So this is the first thing to do, and the next we are going to do is come over to our global.css. Okay, and here we have some pre-configured styling. I'm just going to get rid of all except this, because this is actually needed by Tailwind CSS to load the base class names, components, and utility classes. But here in our HTML, I'm going to go with the font family configuration and go with var and give it the variable name. So here we called it font poppins and font Montserrat. So I'm just going to load Montserrat over here and take this off. And then you can specify a fallback. I'm also going to use font poppins as our fallback, and if the poppins font cannot load for some reason, then I'm going to go on to load sans serif. So when we load the application, automatically Montserrat is going to be the font of choice. Now we might need to specify different fonts in different places of our application, and now we need to give the different fonts a name. For that, I'm coming back to the Tailwind config, and inside the Tailwind config we are going to be extending not background image, at least not now. We are going to be extending the font family, and to extend the font family we are going to go with one poppins. So we can use names like font poppins in our application, and this is going to be an array. And for this we need to import the font family coming from Tailwind CSS default theme. So we are going to say const font family is going to be equal to require, which is just a way of importing. So we are going to require the Tailwind CSS, and we need to load the default theme. So here we are going to, in this array, we are going to first give it a name. So this is going to also reference the name that we defined in our layout.tsx. So here we called font poppins, and here we called it font Montserrat. So here we are going to load font poppins, and we need to spread out the font family like this. So this is one, and next I'm going to have a comma so that we load Montserrat like this. And for Montserrat is the same thing. Actually, I'm just going to duplicate this so that here we can name this Montserrat, and here we are going to name this font Montserrat, also spreading the font family. So we can come anywhere in our application and give it a class name of font Poppins or font Montserrat. Okay, so if you want to get auto completion when using Tailwind CSS, you can come over to the extensions tab and here search for Tailwind CSS. So go on and install, and this is going to give you some highlights and also some highlighting. So coming back to our application, since we are already loading Montserrat by default, I'm just going to come to our home page and have nothing over here, and also remove the import that we have from our next image. So let's come back to our browser, and in our browser we get this error that font family is not iterable, and that is because over here in our Tailwind config we need to access the sans property from the font family. So here sans. Okay, so if we save and we go back to the browser and we just reload, we see our loaded fonts. So if we go on to inspect these, we see that it uses Montserrat, okay, and for our entire application. And if we just click on one, you see that over here in the HTML, it has the class name that we specified. Back to the layout.tsx, Next.js also offers a metadata API. So over here we have this object which is being exported from the layout, and this is how we configure metadata about our application, which is good for SEO purposes. So in this case you can define the title and description. We can go on to give this metadata a type. So this is, it can be of type metadata, and metadata, go on and import it from Next. So here we give it a title, and the title I'm going to give it is Next.js e-commerce, and give it a description. So this is a shop where we sell online games. So I'm going to save this, and this goes on to save metadata description for our entire application. We're going to see how we can save for dynamic pages. So if we visit our browser, so if we come over to the browser, we see here the title of our website has been updated to Next.js e-commerce. And if we collapse this head tag over here, we can see that here we have the name, meta description, and we have the content. So this is a shop where we sell online games. So we can go on to add other SEO related configuration in this layout that we have over here. So here you can see other configurations. If you hold Control and you click here or Command, you see that it can take other options like the metadata base, the description, which we used over here. You see application name, authors, generator, keywords, referral, and what you would normally set for your SEO. So these are the options that you have using the metadata API from Next.js. Let's configure the color that we are going to be using in our application. So we are going to be doing this inside of our Tailwind config. And this time we are going to be extending the background image. So here we are going to be extending background image. And we are going to give us a name of primary gradient. And the value of this is going to be this linear gradient. So we are just defining our own linear gradient over here. And this is for linear gradient. Let's go on and also configure colors. And for colors, we can have our primary color. And our primary color, we can go on and just define a value, or we can also pass an object and say for our primary color. So if we say primary light, we are going to be using FCC 182 as the value, so the hex code. And we can also provide a default. So once we just use color primary, and in this case we are going to be using FA9021, and then we can also specify a dark color, and this dark color is going to be AF5B04. So this is it for our Tailwind config for the colors that we are going to be using in our application. So in your case, if you have a secondary color, you can just come here and define the secondary color and define the value over here. Or if you have different variants of the secondary color, you can just do as we did for the primary. So this is it for configuring colors in our application. Let's go on and define our routes. So how does routing work in Next.js? So Next.js uses a file-based routing approach. So that means, as we have seen, inside our app directory, we have a page.tsx. We don't need any external library in order for us to handle routing in our Next.js application. Now, this page.tsx has to be named page, and any request coming to your domain / your index page, so it's going to be loading this page.tsx. And by default, all pages in Next.js is of type a next page. So we can come here and let's say we want to have a route that is going to go to our domain /games. So in here, we are going to create a games folder. And in the games folder, we are going to have a page.tsx. And here, I'm just going to quickly lay out this page. But rather than call it page, I am going to call it games like this. Okay, so localhost 3000 /games is going to be loading what we have in our page.tsx, and here we can come over and say this page, this games page is of type a next page. So go on and import next page from next, and we are going to be receiving some props over here. So let's see what information that we have inside this prop. So I'm going to console.log the props over here. So if we save this, one thing you should have in mind now is that all components in Next.js by default are server components. That means anything that we do here happens on the server. So we are not going to be handling any click events, at least on the server, because there are no clicking on the server. If we want to render the page on the client, we have to by default tell Next.js using the use client directive. So more on that later. So this console.log should appear here and not on the browser. So let's come back to the browser. All right, so over in the browser, let's visit localhost 3000 /games. And this is going to load the games page. As you can see here, we have our header, we have our footer, and we have games. So we see the layout actually wrapping our entire page, okay? But you see the content changes. If we go to localhost 3000, we see main over here, but localhost 3000 /games loads the games page. And we don't see our console printed on the terminal because of the reasons I explained, that every component in Next.js is a server component. But if we come back to our application, we see that these games received an object as props, which is params and also search params. Now, this is going to be very much useful when we go on to load dynamic pages. So that brings us to the topic, how do we load dynamic pages in Next.js? So here in our games folder, let's say we want to be able to load /games and let's say a game with a particular slug. And here we are going to have another folder, so inside games, and this folder is going to be named in a unique way using square brackets. And here we can either write ID. If we use ID, this ID is going to be available inside these params as objects. I think I lost it over here, but I'm going to use slug so that it is readable for search engines. So we're going to use slug. And inside this slug, we can go on to create a page.tsx. Now I'm just going to lay out the JSX and I'm going to call this game item. So localhost 3000/games/ and then any unique slug is going to load this game item page over here. And let's also go on to receive the props, and inside here we have an error, but we can mark this as a next page and the error is gone. So here we can come and console.log the props, and let's see what props that we have inside the game item page. So over to the browser and let's go to localhost 3000/games and any unique slug. So if we try to load /games and then let's say Assassin's Creed, we see here that we load the game item page, and over here we see the params is now populated with this slug. And for search params, so search params just means this question mark here, and here we can say maybe name is equal to test, something like this. And if we go on to load this and come back to our application, you see that the search params here is also populated with the search param, which is good when you want to go on and query for a particular page. So I'm going to get rid of what we have over here, and what you see is that we always have our entire application that is being wrapped inside this our layout. So you can go on to have nested layouts within your application. All you have to do, as we have these games folder over here, you can go on to create a new file which is layout.tsx. Now this is, as we said, a special file name, and anything that we use here is going to be wrapped around now only within the context of this games directory and not affecting our entire website. So in this layout, we can go on to have this, and we can name it game layout like this. And inside here, we are going to be destructuring children. Okay. We have an error because we have not defined the type. So we can say this is going to be of type an object, where we are going to receive children, and children is going to be of type React node like this. Okay, so this is it, and here we can go on to return, rather than return a div, we can go on to, with this game layout text, we can have, let's say, our children here, and anything we wrap inside here, let's say a heading with a h1, and then we say game heading, is going to be wrapped around or used as our new layout. So let's come back to the browser, and inside here you see we have our header, we have our footer, but automatically we also have our game heading over here. So you see that you can go on to have nested layouts within your application. So this is it. We are not going to be having or making use of any layout. So I'm just going to get rid of this. I just wanted to use it to explain nested layouts in within our Next.js application. Okay, let's go on and create our header component. But before we do, I would like to come to the Tailwind config and fix this typo that we have over here. So it should be background image. And also I would like to predefine a layout style. So here where we have children, I'm just going to cut this and wrap this inside a main tag and return children. So inside this main tag, I'm going to specify some class names as bg primary gradient like this. So this primary gradient we have defined already, and I'm going to give it a mean height of screen. So this bg primary gradient has this linear gradient that we specified inside of our Tailwind config. So how do we go on and define components? Nothing has changed in that regard. You should always, as I said, have in mind that our pages, our components are rendered on the server first. So in our source folder, I'm going to create a components folder here, which is outside our app, because our app mainly is for routing and defining layouts. You also have your global CSS over here, which I think is okay. But to avoid making this app congested and for us to mistakenly have our components serve as routing, as you can see, if we have these components inside of this app over here and we mistakenly go on to have a page.tsx, you see over here that request coming to /components is going to load this page over here. So let me quickly demo it, and if we come over here, we see our styling already takes place. But over here, if we target /components, we see that we go on to load the components page. You can see it over here, components. So to avoid having that mix up, I'm going to define our components inside of their own, outside of the app directory over here. So here we have our components, and inside the components we are going to have our header. So I'm going to create a folder for our header, and inside our header we are going to have our header.tsx file, and we are also going to have some class names. So I'm going to create a file for header class names.ts. So inside of our header class names, we are just going to, I'm going to provide us with these styles. So these are Tailwind class names that are used in an object, and inside this object we are going to be referencing them in our application. So if you wonder about these class names, they are going to be made available so that you are going to have access to it. So you can check the GitHub repo and you're going to see these header class names over there. So coming back to our header.tsx, our header, we can go on to lay out the JSX for our header component. So I'm just going to lay out this JSX and remove the import from React. We don't need it here. And next I'm going to import the different class names that we just defined over here. So our header class names, we are exporting it down here. So I'm going to go on and import the header class names and also the structure, the different class names that we have over here. So for our header, our container, and also for our logo container. So next thing we are going to have a header tag rather than return this div. So here we can have a header tag which has the class name of header, and after which we are going to have a div which also has the class name of container. We are going to see how linking works within Next.js, but for now we can go on to wrap inside this container a link which has a href of slash, and this link should go on and import it from Next.js next/link. So go on and import link, which is a component from next-link. But for a brief introduction, this link component is going to be rendered as an anchor element, so as an A tag. You don't need to specially go on and have inside this link an A element where you just go on to define some text. So this is no longer needed. It was needed in previous version of Next.js, but now you just have a link and automatically is going to be rendered as an A tag. And if we visit this link component by holding Command or Control and clicking on it, you can see the props that this link component takes. So it's going to be of type internal link props. You can also hold Control and click on this, and this is more like a documentation inside of Visual Studio Code. So you have href, and this href is the path or URL that we want to navigate to. You can also be an object, so you can also have an object over here, but this href normally is going to be used as a path or URL. So it has this as, which is optional, and you see that is an optional decorator that's for the path that will be shown in the URL browser. You can also have replace, scroll, pass href, and here you see the description of what each of these props they do. You have on mouse enter, on touch start, and also on click. So all these are optional, but over here we have href, which is not optional. Okay, and here we are using the href and going to just slash. So inside this link we are going to have a h1 with a class name of logo, and inside there we are just going to have the text of logo. So this over here wrapped inside this container is going to serve as our logo. So you can go on and have an image. I'm going to show us how to load static image in Next.js. So next we are going to have our nav. So go on and have a nav over here, and this nav is going to have the class name of nav, and inside the nav we are going to have our unordered list. So we are going to have a UL, and inside the UL we are going to go on and have a list item, which is an li that doesn't have any styling. Okay, so next we are going to have a button. So we are going to have a button in here which is going to serve as a link. So we're going to have a class name of link. Okay, and inside this button we are going to have a span. So we're going to have a span tag that says cat. Okay, and we are going to be using React icons. So you can go on and quit the terminal, and you can go on and npm install React icons like this. So while that installs, you can come here, and we are going to be using this AI shopping cart that is going to be coming from React icons /AI. Okay, and in here after the span tag we are going to render the cart that we just imported. That is the AI online shopping cart. Just after the span we are going to render it as a component with all these class names over here. And after the span, so we are going to have this actually inside of the span. So outside the span we are going to have a div which just has a class name of cat. So here is going to have the class name of cat, and inside here we are going to just have a default cat value. So we're just going to go with 10. So this is for our first list item. We are going to have a second list item with these class names over here. So inside this li, we are going to display our orders, and we can go on to also use another link. We have this orders error because we are not importing orders over here. So this is for a link that is going to go with orders. And next we are going to have a logout button. So we are going to have, just after this link, we are going to have a button that leads to logout. Okay, and then still inside of this list item, so still inside the second list item, we are going to have a button that is going to help us to sign up. And after having a sign up button, we are going to be having another button that helps us to sign in. So for us to have this FC Google, for us to remove the error, we need to go on and import FC Google, which will be coming from React icons /FC. So once we have authentication set up, we are going to dynamically show the orders and also show the logout, sign up, and sign in buttons. But for now, this is the structure that we have going on in our header.tsx. Now I'm just going to quickly restart our application using npm run dev. In order for us to use this layout, we can come over to the layout, and rather than just have header over here, I'm going to have our header, and it's going to be imported from, as you can see, from here with this @ over here, which is a very helpful way of importing rather than go on to specify the path. So if this @ doesn't work for you, to go on and manually specify the path to components, and here header, and here you target your header. But in this case, you're just going to make use of this default import that we saw when we were creating the Next.js application. So I'm going to save this, and let's come back to the browser and go back to localhost 3000. We see over here that we have our logo, and if we click on it, it just takes us to the home page. We have our orders, our logout, sign up, and sign in buttons, which for now all do nothing. So we are done with our header. Let's come and let's fix our footer component. So let's go on to fix our footer component. I'm going to come back to our application, and I'm going to collapse the header and also the footer. So back in our components here, I'm going to create a new folder for our footer, and in here I'm going to have our footer.tsx. So also we're going to have our footer class names .ts file, and inside here we are going to have these different class names. So we are going to have these class names, which again are just Tailwind CSS classes that we can reference inside our JSX. So let's go on and have our footer component, and the first thing I'm going to do is to go on and destructure all that we defined in our footer class names. So here I'm going to go on and destructure all of that and make sure to import the footer class names over here, and also remove the React import. So the first thing we're going to have in our footer, we are going to have our footer tag, and inside this footer tag we are going to have a div which is going to have a class name of container, and inside this container we are going to have another div, and this other div is going to have the class name of section, and inside this section we are going to have our first section. So we're going to have a section that we can call more like our section 1. So this is going to have our logo and some dummy content. And next we are going to have our section 2 just after our section 1. So I'm going to collapse this, and here we can have our section 2. So here we are using an A tag, but we can go on to quickly replace this to use the link component that we just saw coming from next link. And also here we can go on to use the link component, which just goes to nowhere actually. And then we have our final section for our section 3. So I'm also going to collapse the section 2 and paste our section 3 over here. So this is what we currently have going on inside of our footer component. So let's make use of this footer component in our layout, and over here, rather than just have this footer, we are going to have our footer which is going to be imported coming from our component footer and also our footer. So let's go on and save this and come back to the browser. We see our footer being displayed over here. So let's go into the meat of our application and let's start building out the homepage of our shop. Let's go on and build out our hero section. So we are going to come over to our components, and here we are going to create a new component that we would call hero section. And this hero section is also going to have some class names. So hero class names.ts. And as before, I also provided us with the different Tailwind class names that we are going to be using over in our hero section. So let's lay out the JSX. So hero section.tsx, and this is going to be an arrow function. And in here, this hero section, we can go on and first let's import the class names. So we can call it hero class names. It's going to come from the file that we just created. And this hero section is going to be a functional component. So you can go on and import FC from React. So FC means this is going to be a functional component. As you see here, it is a generic type, which we can go on to specify the props that we expect this functional component to receive. And one prop beforehand, because this hero section is going to be dynamic, we can use it in different pages of our application. We are going to have a link. So let's go on and define the props for this, or we can just do it inside here since it's just one prop. So we say the props is going to be an object that would have a showLink method, which is optional, and this is going to be a boolean. So over here we can go on and receive the props. So what we can do is we can go on and destructure the showLink from the props. So we are going to destructure this showLink over here. Our hero section first is going to have or be wrapped by this section, which is going to have a class name of hero class names.hero. You can go on to destructure the different class names, and inside it we are going to have this div, which is going to be a grid. And the first grid we are going to have inside our div is going to be this over here with the class name of content. And this content is going to have a heading. So this heading is going to be a h1 that is going to say gaming, and it's going to have the class name of gaming. After which we are going to have a text, so a CTA text, which is just going to say unlock your full potential. And below this CTA text, we are going to have a paragraph, and this paragraph is just going to add more text. So next we are going to show a link that is going to be leading to another section of our web page. And this link is going to be toggled. So first let's import link from next link. I'm going to let the IDE help me with the import. So go on and import link from next link, and this link is going to be dynamic whenever show link prop is true. So here we can say if show link is true, go on and show this div over here. So this is for the first grid item. So you see that this is or has a class name of grid. So for our second grid item, which is going to come just after this, just inside this div, sorry, so inside this div that is has a class name of grid. So the second item is going to be an image. So let's cover our div, and we have not seen how to use the next image component. So let's go on and import image, and image is going to be coming from next/image. So what are the properties of this image? We can hold Control and click on it, and you see the different props that this image from next image uses. So it takes in a source attribute, which can be a string or a static import. It also needs an alt. So if you don't provide the source and alt, you're going to have errors. And optionally, it needs a width, which is of type safe number, a height, and it takes in all these props. So these are the props, and here you see the other props that are being deprecated. So you're being suggested to use fill instead of layout equals to fill, and these are all deprecated. Okay, and the advantage of using the next image component is that it helps us with lazy loading our images automatically than using the normal image tag. And if we just come here to use img, you would see that we get this warning which tells us using image could result in slower LCP and higher bandwidth. So they have been suggested that we go on to use the image from next image, and this is going to help us to automatically optimize images. So for that, we are going to be using the image coming from next image. Okay, and this image, we already have an error, so it needs a source attribute, which is going to be a string in our case, at least for now, and also an alt. So for the alt, we can just go with 3D game development. Okay, and it also needs a width, so I'm going to give it a width of 400 and also a height of 400. So you can either do it like this, 400, or you wrap it in a string, so either way works. And next we are going to give it some styling. So we're going to use style, and style is going to be an object. So because the style needs an object, okay? And here we are going to pass object fit, and the value of object fit we are going to give it is contain. And lastly, for the source attribute, I just have this image from Unsplash, so we are going to be using this image coming from Unsplash. Now this Unsplash, so this URL has not been registered in our project, so let's go on and save. We expect that to give us an error by the time we start off our application, but in order for us to see the error, we need to use this hero section in our index page. So coming over to our app, and here in our page.tsx, rather than just have main, okay, I believe if you come over to our layout, we are already wrapping everything within this main tag. So there's no need for us to do that here in our page.tsx that is in our app. So here I'm for now going to return an empty fragment, and inside this empty fragment I'm going to wrap our hero section that we just created. And if we go on to, okay, our application is already running, let's go on and visit the browser, and we expect to get an error because we don't have this domain configured. And for sure, we see the error that invalid source prop. So this is the source prop. And in order for us to fix it, it already gives us an idea. So the host name, which is images.unsplash.com, is not configured under images in your next conf. So let's go on and fix this error. So back to our application, and if we come to our next config, inside this object, we need to pass images, and inside images, we need to pass another object where we configure the different domains, and it's going to take in an array of string, and we pass in the images.unsplash.com. If we go on to save and go back to our application and we reload, we see this page could not be found. Let's reload again. And now we see our application and we see our image over here. So this is it, and we don't have our image properly styled. So in order for us to properly style our image, I'm going to come back to VS Code, and in our hero section, we need to give this image a class name, and the class name is going to be coming from our hero class names, and there we have image. Okay, so let's go on and save and go back to our application, and now we see our image is properly styled. So now we've built out the hero section of our application. Let's go on and build the trending section. We have built out our hero section. Let's continue, and in our homepage, the next thing I would like us to work on is going to be on the threading section. So here we are going to have this section, and for this section we also need some class names, and I'm going to provide us with the class names. So somewhere over here we have these section class names that we are going to be using. And inside this section, let's go on and give the class name. So here we have section class names, and here we have dot section. And next we have another div, which we are going to give the class name of, we're going to give this div the class name of trending. So section class names dot trending. And inside this div, we are going to have a h2, and this h2 we are going to give a class name, and the class name is going to be section class names dot trending title. And here we're just going to have a title that says currently trending games. Okay, so this is for this, and after this div we are going to have another div, and this div we are going to give the class name of flex, give it a gap of 8, and give it flex wrap. So inside this div, we are going to have a list of games that we are going to be mapping through, and then we are going to be displaying. So for that, just below our section class names, we are going to have these list of games. So it's an array of objects where each object or each game is going to have a name, an ID, it's going to have a price, it's going to have a name, it's going to have a slug, and an image. So for now, these are just the properties that we have for our games. Okay, so below here we are going to be mapping through the games that we just brought in. So we are going to go say games.map, and we are going to get each game, and so we are going to return a game card component that we have not created. So let's go on and create this game card component inside our components folder. Here I'm going to create a new folder for our game card component, and inside here we are going to have a game card.tsx file, and we are going to have another file for the class names. So game card class names .ts, and for the game card class names I'm just going to paste these class names over here. And in our game card, we are just going to be, so let me remove the React import. In our game card component, we are obviously going to take in some props. So let's configure this game card and say this is of type FC for functional components. As we have seen, it is a generic type where we are going to configure the type of props that this component will receive. So it's an interface, and we can call this interface game card props, which is going to be an object. So it first has a game name, and this game name is going to be a string. And it also needs an image URL, and this image URL is also going to be a string, and then a slug, and this slug is also going to be of type string, and then we need a price, and this price is going to be of type number. So we are going to say that this game card component is going to be receiving these props, and we can come over here and destructure these from the props, or automatically you can just put your object here and start destructuring, but I just love destructuring right below the component. And we have the game name and we have the image URL, we take in the slug and also the price. So in our return statement over here, we are going to have a link that we are going to import from next link. And this link is going to lead us to this page. So this games and this log. So whenever we click on the link, we need to come over to this game item page. So that tells us that inside this link, we are going to receive for the href, we are going to be using fragments. So we're going to pass in /games and then slash, so that we can use the $sign and then the slug that we are going to be receiving as props over here. And this link, so this is the href, and inside this link we should also give it a class name, and we can give it a class name which is going to be equal to, so let's go on and import the game card class name that would come from, so we go up one level and there we have the game card class names like this. And so the class name is going to be this game card class name, and there we have .container. So if you come over here, you're going to see this container class name. So that is what we are accessing over here. And after that, we have this h3, and this h3 is also going to have a class name. So inside here we're going to have a class name which is going to be equal to game card class names dot price. So game card class names, and here we have the price property, and inside here we are just going to display the price. Okay, and after which we can come below, or maybe we just put a $sign over here for the price, and after which we have image. So let's go on and import image from next image, and here we can display the image, and this image is going to take in a class name, and the class name is going to be equal to game card class names dot image. Is also going to take a source, and the source is going to be the image URL that we receive as props, and it's also going to take in an alt, and the alt in this case is just going to be the game name. And then we also need to pass it a width, and the width is going to be, let's say 200, and the height is also going to be 200 like this. And just below this we are going to have another div for the game name, so we're just going to display over here game name like this. And this div, let's give it a class name, and the class name we're going to give it is game card class names and then dot game name. So this is the games component. So for the game card, we can come over here and import the game card component. So it comes from components, game card, and game card. So let's pass the prop. So the different props that this game card component needs. First, we have to give it a key, and the key is going to be equal to the game.id. We also need to pass the game name, and the game name is also going to be equal to game.name. We can obviously pass the image URL, which is going to be equal to game.image, and you can go on to pass the slug, and the slug is going to be equal to game.slug. And next we pass the price, which is going to be equal to game.price. So let's go on to save this, and let's go back to our application. And if you scroll below, you'll see that over here we have these trending games, and this is the image. It has the name, it has the price. Okay, and if we click on any of these images, so we go to /games and the slug of the game, we have fixed this route. We can click on the logo and return back to the home page. So these images, they are just images that comes from Unsplash over here. So that's what we're using for our currently trending games section. So after this, we are going to have another section that we display our featured game. So in our application, we are going to have a featured game, so which is going to be this object over here. So our featured game is going to have a name, a description, a slug, and also an image. So as you can see over here, this image path goes to /images/trending. So this is going to be a static image, and if we check in our application, we don't have this image over here. So we need to create that in our public folder, because in our public folder, that's where we go on to save static assets. So we need to create an images folder inside our public folder, and inside the images folder, we are just going to paste in this trending game. So with this image over here, gotten from Unsplash. All right, so that is where this image path would be pointing at, and you don't have to go to, let's say, /public or anything like that. Automatically, Next.js is going to look for this image inside of our public folder. So that's it for our featured image. And something else we are going to have is the Tailwind class names. So again, I have provided us with these class names that we'll be using to build out our featured section. So coming over here, we are going to have another section, and this section is going to have a class name. And the class name of this section is going to be our section class names, and there we have a featured property. And next we are going to have a div for our content. So over here we can paste in this div for our content. And for our features section, we are going to have a name. So inside this div, we are going to display our featured game name inside of this h2 tag. And then we are going to display the description. So here we have the game name and we have the description. Also, we are going to have the image, but that image is going to be a link. So we need to import link from next link. So I'll let the IDE help me with that import. So go on and import link from next link. And inside this link, we are going to be making use of image. We need to import image from next image. So go on and also import image from next image. And this image is going to, as you can see, this link is going to point to /games and the featured game slug. And that is going to target these routes we have over here. So our games and this slug, our page game.tsx, so this game item page, which for now is not populated. So that's where this link is going to be pointing at, and the image needs a source, and the source is going to be our featured game. So our featured game dot image like this, and it also needs an alt tag, and the alt is going to be our featured game and using the name property. Also, it needs a width, and the width we are going to give to this is going to be equal to, let's say, 500, and also the height is going to be equal to 500. And I'm just going to collapse this to make it more readable for us. So we have this, and lastly we are going to give it a class name, and the class name we are going to give to this is going to be equal to our featured game featured class names like this dot game image. So this game image property over here. So we have this link, and in the link we display the image, and this image has these properties. So the source is going to be the path, so our featured game over here. So this path, which is automatically going to be pointing to our public folder. And just before this section, this our feature section, let's have a heading using h3 to display our featured game. So I'm going to save this, and let's see what we have in the browser. Over in the browser, if you just scroll further down, you'll be seeing the featured image, so the featured game, and this is the heading, this is the featured game text, this is the description, and this is the image. If we click on this image, it takes us to the slug of our featured game. So this is it for our featured section. The next section, we are going to display a list of categories, game categories that we have in our application. Let's go on and let's work on the next section. The next section is where we display our categories. And to do that, we would need to create another component where we would be displaying each category. So inside components, I'm going to create a game category card component. And here we are going to have our game category, I can spell category card class names .ts. And here I've also provided us with the styling, so our game category card class names, and after which back inside here in our games category, we are going to have our game category card.tsx, and inside here we are going to be defining our game category card component. So I've defined an array function, and this game category, we can go on and first import our category game category card class names from the file path. Okay, and the next thing we can do, we can go on and say this is going to be a functional component, so we need to import fc from React, and let's define the props that this component is going to need. So we have an interface where we define our game category card props, which is going to be an object where we have a category image. Our category image is going to be of type string. We are going to have our category name. Our category name is also going to be of type string. And then we are going to have a slug, and this slug is also going to be of type string. So I'm going to copy this interface and pass it over to our game category card. So here we are going to be having props, and what we can do, we can quickly go on and destructure all these properties from our prop. So we can come and destructure the category image, also the name and the slug. So after that, we can also go on and destructure the different class names that we have. So these class names from our game category class names over here. And now we've done that, let's go on and define this category, which is going to take a link, and this link we need to import it from next link. And this link component is going to take a href, and this href is going to be dynamic. So we are going to go to categories and slash. So we need to use $, curly brackets, and the slug. So this page we don't have yet, and this is going to take us to a 404 page. And for now, it's fine. So inside this link, let's define the class names. So the class name is going to be container that we just destructured. And this link is going to be making use of the next image. So go on and import image from next image. So this image component, and inside this image component, we need to pass it a source, and the source is going to be equal to the category image. Category. And next, it also needs an alt, and this alt is going to be equal to name. So we're going to use name. It also needs a width, and the width we are going to pass is going to be 200, and also a height, and the height is also going to be equal to 200. And for class name, we can just make use of image over here. So image like this. Okay, and then we can provide a h3. So here we can provide a heading, and this heading we just display category name. Okay, so category name inside here. And for class name, we are just going to use name as the class name. So this name is coming from our class names, whereas this other name is coming from props. And after which we are going to have another image. So I'm just going to copy this and use this image over here. But now the source is going to be different. It needs an SVG, which I'll provide. But for the alt, we can just go with a text of view like this. And for the width and height, we can just use 20 instead. And for class name, we are going to make use of an arrow. So this is it. It lacks the source. So for source for now, we just pass an empty string. We would come back to this, okay? And this is our game category card. So let's go on and pass the static SVG that this source property needs. And for that, I've also provided us with the SVG, which you can find if you come over to public images. Here we can create a file that we call arrow.svg, and I'm going to paste in the SVG that we are going to be needing over here. So this source is going to point to /images and then /arrow.svg. So we are done with our game category card component. We are going to be making use of this section, and this section needs the different styles. We don't have these styles here, so I am just going to provide us with the styles that we need for our categories. So again, you can find the styles in the GitHub repo, but I can go on and paste the styles that we need for our category. So this is going to take another background, a background image that points to on slash. And then we have this for the class name. And inside this section, we are going to have a div which displays the category content. And as inside the div, we are going to have this h2 that displays the categories. And after that, we are going to have a subheading where we have some text. Outside this paragraph, we are going to have this div, and then we need a list of categories. So again, I have provided us with a list of categories. I know for now we have a lot of dummy data, but when we go into the CMS, we would see how we can be fetching dynamic data, and we would no longer be needing this dummy data we have over here. But our category is going to have an ID, a name, a slug, and also an image. So inside this div, we can go on to map through the different categories that we have. So we say categories dot map, and map, we get each category, and then we are going to return our game category card component. So our game category card component. Okay, so this component here, and inside this component we need to pass in the following prop. So we pass in our category image. Our category image is going to be equal to our category, not categories, so our category dot image, and we also need to pass in category name, which is going to be equal to the category dot name. And next, remember, we need to pass in a key because we are mapping, and this key is going to be equal to our category dot id. Okay, and we also need to pass in the slug, and the slug is going to be equal to our category dot slug. So this is it. Let's go on and save, and let's come back to the browser to have a preview of our application. And in the browser, we see our category section. We see our background image, we see our heading, a description, and most importantly, we see our different categories. So once we click on one of these, we go to 404 page because we have not yet defined this page, but it's all good, at least for now. And these are our different categories. So let's continue. And the next section we are going to be laying out is for our recent games. So if we come over here, we don't see our link, and that's because here in our hero section, we are not using our show link. So we need a prop, and here we see our link. So if we click on this, it takes us to nowhere because we don't have this section. So let's go on and define this section next. Building out our recent game section, I have also provided us with the class names that we are going to be using for our recent game section. So I'm just going to paste it over here. So is this constant where we have this object that has these class names for our recent games. Okay, so over here we are going to just below here we are going to have another section, and this section, remember, needs to have an ID where this link will point into. So if we come over to our hero section, we see in here that I'm just going to collapse all of these. This show link has a condition, and when this show link is true, we go on to display this link, and this link goes to this ID. So it looks for this ID with recent games, and that's why over here we are putting this ID recent games, and then we have these class names for the section, after which we are going to have a heading, and this heading is just going to display our recent games. And after this heading, we are going to have more like a subheading. So over here, we are going to have this subheading with this text. And next, we need to display our latest games, or our recent games. And for that, we need this div. And inside this div, we need our recent games. We don't have any recent games or anything like that. So we are just going to be borrowing from our games. We are just going to be mapping through our games and displaying them as our recent games. Okay. So what we are going to do, we are going to say our games.map, and we are going to get each game. And for this, we are going to be returning our game card. So we are going to be making use of our game card component. If we just go there, so let's revisit it. We see our game card component receive these props: game name, image URL, the slug, and also the price. Okay, and it has this link that goes to /games and that particular slug. So we are going to come to our game card and we are going to provide it with a slug. So the game name is going to be equal to game, and there we have name. And we also need to provide it with image URL, which is going to be equal to game.image. And then we also need to provide it with a price, and this price is going to be equal to game.price. And then we also need to provide a slug, and this slug is going to be equal to game.slug. And finally, we need to have a key because we are mapping. So the key is going to be the game.id. So this is it. I would go on and quickly restart the application. npm run dev. Okay, and then I'm going to save this. All right, so it has compiled successfully. Let's go back to the browser. I think I have to refresh, and once I refresh, yep, it loads, and over here we see our recent games. And actually we need a link, so we need to have a link that we can click to and go to see all games. So coming back to the browser, just after this div, let's go on and display a link, and this link is going to take us to for the href, it's just going to take us to games. So href is going to take us to games, and the idea is inside these we come to our pages, our games. So in this page we are going to display a list of games that we have in our application. So this href leads to games, and let's quickly style it by giving it a section class names, and then we have a latest button. And the text inside this link is just going to be a see all text. So let's save and let's go back to the browser. And here we see the button. So we see the see all button, and if we click, we come to the games page. Okay, so this is it. And lastly, we need to have our newsletter. So let's come on and let's display our newsletter. Let's go on and fix our newsletter, and I am going to come over here and create a components folder for our newsletter. So here I'm going to have a newsletter component, and inside here a newsletter.tsx file. For the class names, I am just going to paste them here. Okay, I'm not going to create an external file because not much is going to happen here, so not much changes. So these are the class names for our newsletter. But let's also create a component that we call newsletter, and we also don't need the React import. So in our newsletter is all going to be static data. First, we have this section, which is going to be our container. And after this section, we are going to have a heading that just goes with the text stay in the loop. And then we have a paragraph just after this heading with this text. Okay, so after that we have a card where we are going to have a form. So here we are going to have this div that is going to serve like the card container, and in the left section of this card we are going to have another div, so this div over here. And next we need to inside this left section we need to have a heading which is going to display the text that tells our users to go on and sign up to our newsletter. And inside here, just still in our card left, we are going to have this description. And after this card left, so after this block here, we are going to have a form. So just after this card left, we are going to have a form that is going to go with the class name of form container. And inside this form, we are going to have an input. So an input which is of type email, and this is a placeholder, and this is a class name just outside the form. And then we have a button that does nothing. So I'm just going to put this button over here. And rather than make the button of type submit, I'm going to make it of type button. So it does nothing at the end, because our form doesn't actually submit this email. So I'm going to save this, and this is it with our newsletter component, just dummy. And over here, after this section, we are just going to display our newsletter component. So news letter. So it's going to be imported from components newsletter. So let's save and let's visit the browser. We scroll further down, and here we see our newsletter components with our text, subscribe, and all of that. So we are done building out the home page of our application. Let's go one level, and we have this trending games, which is made up of dummy data. We have our featured game, which is also a dummy data. We have categories, which is also dummy data. Recent games, dummy data. So let's go on and move out of the world of dummy data, and let's see how we can integrate Sanity.io, which is a CMS. So we're going to be using Sanity.io in our project. So let's go on and know how we can do that. Hello, and before we go on to fix to integrate Sanity.io in our project, I would just like to fix some couple of bugs. So first, I would like to rename this to be game category card and fix the import over here. So let's go on and save this. And something else in the game category card, I think over here there is a typo. So for the image, this alt shouldn't be named, because this is the one from the CSS class name. It should be category name over here. So I'm just also going to fix that. And lastly, I would like to discuss about route grouping in Next.js. So Next.js offers us a way of grouping our routes. So we have our app tsx, our app directory, and inside this app directory, we want to go on and group our route. And this route grouping can be useful if we want to, let's say, just group our route into different sections, or maybe we want to have strict layout for each section of our application or something like that. So let me give us a demo to better illustrate it. Over here where we have our games, can go on and actually rename this. So rather than have this over here as games, I'm just going to create a new folder here, and the grouping works as this. So here we can have games, and I'm going to move these games inside here. So now you might be wondering, why would we do something like this? As I said, it can be for layout purposes, which we are going to see. And does the URL change? No, the URL doesn't change. It doesn't become localhost 3000/games/games. No, it doesn't. And we can test that if we go back to the browser and we visit localhost 3000/games. So we can do that by clicking on this route. So if we go there, we see we still load the games page. But if we go to /games and let's say /games, you see it actually loads, and it doesn't load the /games, it doesn't load the game page, and we can confirm it loads the games log page. So it loads this page over here. So any dynamic slug is going to load this page, and that's why we get this page. And let's confirm by opening the command line and just inspecting our elements. You see over here that the main, we have the game item. So that's the page that gets loaded. And Why is this useful? It's useful for, as I said initially, for grouping our layouts. So we still load the general layout because we have this. But if we come over to our app and let's create a layout, and we call this site, and let's move our page inside here. So localhost 3000 is going to locate our page. Okay, and let's come over here. Okay, this is in I'm just going to save this. This is in cache, which is the .next folder over here. So it locates it, and what we can do if we visit localhost 3000 just to confirm. So if we just click on our logo, we see that we go back to our home page, no issues. Okay, so now let's group. So we're going to take this general layout and move it into this site folder that we created. And now this is where we see that we are not, let's go on and save the cache again. Now this is where we see that, if we come back to the home page, we have an error with our global.css, and we can fix it if we move over our global.css that we have here. Let's move it to the source directory and come over to our layout, so this layout, and let's update the path for our global.css. So let's see if we move one level up. We have our games, we go out again, we have our app, we have our components, and then we come back to the browser. We see now that everything works fine. Okay, so but if we now go back to our games, so let's come over here and let's go back to our games. We see that we don't have any layouts, we just have games. And how can we have a layout? So we can come over to displays, and over here we have a layout which just displays nothing. So we don't have any thing that is wrapping this layout that we have in games. So if we come over here and let's say we have a h1 that says games, something like that, and here we return children. So, or maybe, okay, and there let's also add our footer. Now this is our footer component. Okay, so let's save this and let's come back to the browser. So this is it, and we see our styles are not actually applied, and that is because we are not importing our global.css inside there. So I'm going to copy this import and also just quickly import it over here. And if we come back, you see that our styles are now being applied, and we have the games, which is the heading, and we have the games, which is the games page. So this is how we can go on to group layouts. If you like this structure, you can obviously go on to keep it. But in this case, I will not be keeping this structure. So I'm just going to quickly move the what we had inside. I'm just going to move it back to our app over here, and also the page. So I'm going to move this page back to our app, and that means I can now get rid of this sites folder over here. And for games, I would also move out the games into our app. And now I'll let go of the games directory because I'm not making use of this layout and not this not grouping our route. So I'm just going to let go of it as well. And lastly, in our layout, so everything seems to be fixed, but one thing that's left is bringing back our global.css. You can obviously go on to leave it here in the source folder, but I will just take it into the app folder here. So I'm going to move it here, and that means we need to update the import of our global.css, and that means we just need to go one level up, and then our global.css. So let's go back to our application and let's confirm everything still works fine. Yes, we see our games, and if we go back to our home page, we see our home page is being loaded. So we've seen how to group routes in Next.js and how we can apply specific routes to specific layout to specific routes of our application. And now we are ready to get started with Sanity.io. So let's get started with Sanity.io, and for that I am in the official documentation of Sanity.io. So Sanity.io, and Sanity.io is known for its flexibility. So it's a flexible and also a powerful content platform, and it allows us to build and customize and also scale our content management solution. So it does this by providing we developers and also content creators with the tools that we need, as well as the infrastructure that we need to go on and create, manage, and also deliver digital content. So some of the key features of Sanity.io includes headless CMS. So Sanity.io is a headless CMS. And what this means is that it goes on to separate the content management functionality from the front end, which is a presentation layer. And now this gives us the freedom to go on and design and also build our applications or website using any technology stack. Okay. So with any technology stack, we go on and build and we fetch and display our content from Sanity.io API. Sanity.io also offers real-time collaboration. So multiple team members can go on and collaborate in real time on content creation, content editing, which you can see how powerful that can be, making it easier to work together and also streamline content production process. It also offers version control, content delivery. And if you come over to solutions over here, you see that you can go on and integrate Sanity.io in uh, so many platforms, and you see Spotify, Vercel, Argolia, you see Netlify, and loads more. And you also see the use cases. So for mobile app, products and services, marketing sites, and e-commerce. So in the case of tutorial, we are using it for e-commerce. And if you come over to developers, you also see frameworks that you can go on and integrate Sanity.io into. So do go on and log in if you have an account. If you don't have an account, do go on and create an account. But for getting started, we are going to be coming over to developers, and we would come first into documentation. But over here we have Next.js. We can right click and open that in a new tab, and we open the documentation. So this documentation is going to walk us through how we can get started in setting up Sanity.io. And once we're done, we would need to connect our Sanity.io content with our Next.js application. So you can come over to this getting started guide, and you see over here where we have to connect our content. That's where we will be using this Next.js. And here we have some plugins, and we should come over to where we have the Next Sanity Client plugin. And here we are going to see how we can go on, what we can install. So the plugin we can install that would enable us to go on and connect our Sanity.io content with our Next.js application. So go on and sign up, create a project. We are going to be doing this with the CLI. All right, so without wasting more time, let's come back and let's go on to create our Sanity.io project. All right, so in order for us to create a Sanity project, I'm back to the official documentation. So sanity.io/docs/create a Sanity project. And here we need to first go on and install Sanity Studio. But to get started, we need to make some little adjustments to our application. So I'm just going to quit the server. And the Sanity project needs to live differently from where we have our Next.js project. Okay, so I'm going to create a folder here for our front end. And this front end folder is where we are going to have our Next.js application. So I'm going to delete this .next folder. It's going to be generated whenever we run npm run dev. So I'm going to highlight everything we have here and move into our front end. And after that, I am going to create another folder for our CMS, and this is where our Sanity project is going to live. So they are totally different projects, okay? And now I'll open up the terminal, and inside here, I'm going to cd into the CMS project. And in this CMS project, we are going to be able to install Sanity Studio and create a project. So let's go on and copy this command, npm create sanity at latest. Okay, but before I run that command, I am going to run another command, sanity logout. And this is just going to make sure I log out from Sanity Studio. If you don't have this Sanity CLI, go on and run this command, npm install -g at sanity /CLI. So this is going to give you access to the Sanity CLI. And if you're Mac or Linux, you might need to add sudo in front of this command and go on to impute your password. So this is going to go on and install the Sanity CLI on your machine. Okay, and then you can be able to run the sanity logout command, which I just ran earlier. So now it's done. I'm going to paste the command, which is npm create sanity at latest. And this is going to go on to create this inside the CMS. So make sure you run this command inside the CMS folder. We need to go on and log in. So you're going to choose how to authenticate. I'm sure you must have created an account in Sanity Studio. If not, please do go on and create an account. So I'm going to log in via Google. So I'll just hit enter. If you need GitHub or email, you can use the arrow keys to move up and select your choice. I'm going to choose Google. And now this is going to open the browser. So it's opened on my other screen. I am going to go on and authenticate myself. And once I'm done, I can come back to the terminal, and you see over here I have some projects. I'm going to go on and create a new project. So I'm just going to hit enter here. It needs a name, so I'm going to call this Next.js e-commerce. I'm going to go on and hit enter. This is going to go on and create a project. It asks if we want to use the data set by default, which is production. I'm going to say yes, and this is going to create our data set. And watch closely in the CMS folder here. So it needs the output path, so the project output path, which is the CMS folder here. So I am going to accept that. And it asks us to select a schema. So you can select a movie schema, an e-commerce schema, a blog, but in this case, we are going to start with a clean project with no predefined schemas so that we learn how to create our own schema. And then it asks us if we want to use Typescript, go on and say yes. And this is going to bootstrap these files and with a package.json, and then it's going to want to install those dependencies. So I'm going to choose npm. If you have yarn or you want to do this manually, do go and choose. In my case, I'll be using npm, and then it runs this command, npm install --legacy peer debs, and this is going to install the packages that we have inside of our package.json. So while that is installing, we can come over to the Sanity CLI, and here we see that we have our project ID and our dataset, which we chose, and production. So this project ID, we are going to need it to connect our Next.js application. And also if we come over to the sanity config.ts, over here you also see the project name, which is default, the title, you see the project ID, and we also see the dataset. And sanity.io also makes use of plugin, so the Dex tool and also the version tool. These are the tools that we are going to be making use of when we want to create our content, because sanity.io in the end makes use of React.js, and it's going to give us a local host where we can go on and create our content. We can also deploy our content obviously once we are done. Okay, so Let's give it some time to install, and I'll be back once our dependencies are being installed. Okay, is installed already, and it shows us some helpful commands that we can run. But one command we can run, if we come over to the package.json and we see this dev script, we can go on to run npm run dev, and this is going to start up our sanity.studio project on localhost 33, and we can go on to preview, but we are going to have an error because if we come over to the schemas index.tsx, we don't have any schema. So let's visit this localhost. So localhost 33, it asks me to log in. So I'm going to log in via Google, and I'm going to choose my Google account, and then we have our Sanity Studio. So we actually don't get an error, but we get a warning that we don't have any document type. So it tells us to please define at least one document type in our schema, and that's because we don't have any schema. So we have set up Sanity Studio. One thing that we should do is we should go on to move all these production ID, dataset, and also here where we have our production ID and dataset in environment variables. Before we continue, let's come back to sanity.io, and here on our dashboard, you're just going to select the project, and it's important that you come over to API, and over here in API we have course origins. So just click on this, and next you come over to add course origin, and we are going to paste localhost 3000 over here, and you click on allow credentials. So once we're done with this, we go on and save. So this is going to enable us to be able to discuss with Sanity Studio, and once we deploy our application, we're also going to come here and add the URL. So we're going to click on save here, and that's all. So we have correctly added this. Make sure you see this over here on the origin. So with this, let's continue. All right, let's go on and move our secrets inside environment variables. So for that, I have quit our CMS terminal, and inside the CMS, I'm going to create a .env. Okay, and inside this .env, we are going to create our secrets. So first, we are going to have our sanity underscore studio, and then underscore project underscore ID. And it has to be sanity studio underscore. So it has to start with sanity underscore studio and then this. So please do go on and double check. If you have an error here, it's actually not going to work. And then you need sanity the studio and then underscore dataset. Okay, so this sanity underscore studio underscore is totally not up to us. It has to be named like this, but anyone that proceeds after this is totally up to us. Okay, and come over to your sanity config, and here I'm just going to cut this project ID that we have here and replace it over here, and in return I'm going to copy this and use that as the value. So process.env, and then I'm going to paste this over here. We have an error, so one way we can fix it is to tell Typescript to relax by using the exclamation sign, or we can go on to use it as string. And for dataset, I'm just going to cut production. So I'm just going to cut this and use it as a value here while I copy this value here and use it over here as process.env, and then I paste in the value as a string. All right, so that's one, and we can come over to our sanity CLI, and here the same thing for our project ID. We are going to be using the process.env, and over here I will take this project ID. We don't get an error, but we can still go on and use a string, And for the dataset, also process.env, and then our Sanity Studio dataset. So I'm going to save the env, and I'm going to paste this over here and also save this file. All right, so we have been able to at least make our application more safe. So let's go on and let's see how we can define our schemas. But first, let's start off our application to confirm that our changes were correctly picked up and everything works fine. So I'm just going to save and come back to Sanity Studio and reload. So it reloads and we see that everything works fine. So let's go on and let's see how we can create schemas in our Sanity Studio. In creating a schema, we have this schemas folder over here, and in here we have this index. So in this index, this is where we are going to be importing all our schemas. And you see the schema types. If we come over to the Sanity config, you see over here in this define config, we have the schema, and this is where the schema types is being used. And this is how the Sanity Studio goes on to know about our schemas. So let's start with a category, because it makes sense for us to be able to create categories before we can create a game, because a game at the end needs to have a category. So we are going to have a category.ts file, and here we are going to have our category schema. So how do we create a schema? A schema is going to be an object, so we can go on and export this object as a default. And the schema in Sanity Studio should have a name. Now, when we are going to be running queries against our schema, we need to have a name to reference, and this is the name that we are going to be making use of. So this is the name. So we're going to call it category, and it needs a type. We're going to say this category is going to be a document type. And another field that this thing, the schema needs, is the title. And this title is what we are going to reference in our Sanity Studio when we want to create a category based off this schema. So we're going to go with a capital C, and we call this category, and then it needs the field. So in these fields, which is going to be an array of objects, we are going to define the different fields that our category schema is going to have. And one field is going to be a name. So our category is going to have a name, and this name, we are going to give it name. And our category is also going to have a type, and this type is going to be string. Our category is also going to have some validation rules, so we are going to give also validation, and this validation is a function that automatically receives the rule, a validation rule, as input. And here we need to return something based off this rule. Now we are going to return rule and then dot required, and this is going to say that we expect our category name to be required. So this rule we are going to say is of type any. All right, so I am just going to go on and format this so that it is much more easier for us to read. Okay, so here we have our name, we have the type, we have our validation, and this is how we can go on to define schemas in Sanity Studio. And next, we also going to define another object. After the name, we are going to define an object that has a name of slug. So each category is going to have a slug, and this type is going to be a slug type. So Sanity Studio also have a slug type, and we also need some options. So you can also pass in some options, which is an object. And one option we can pass is to define the source of this schema, because this schema is going to be based off one of the fields that we have. In this case, is going to be based off the name. So we are going to give it the source of name, and this name is this name over here. Okay, so we're telling Sanity that we are going to be creating a schema, and the source is going to be from our category name. And then we can go on to have our validation rule. So validation, which is going to be an object that takes in a validation rule. And here we are going to also say that this slug is required, and then I'm going to give it a name of image, and after that we are going to give it a type, and this type is going to be URL. So Sanity also has a URL type. And then for validation, we are going to have this function which is going to take in the rule, which is of type any, and then we are going to return and say that this image is required. And I understand that you might want to use a file. When we start laying out our schema, you're going to see how you can use a file rather than use a URL. So this is it for our image. And lastly, each category in our application has a subtitle. So we're going to pass on that object with a name, and this name is going to be subtitle. And the type of the subtitle is going to be a string. So the type is going to be string, and it has to be in quotes like this. And it also has some validation rule, and the validation rule is going to still say, so we have our rule, which is going to be of type any, and we're going to return rule dot required. Okay, so this is our category schema. This is it. So our category has the name, it has a slug which is being created from the name, it has an image URL and also a subtitle. We are going to come over here in our index.txt, and we are going to import our category schema. So our category is going to be coming from this file over here. And once we do that and we go back to our Sanity Studio, we see that we have a category over here. So come back to your application, and if you come to your front end, your source, and over here in the app, in the page.tsx, we have some categories here. And I'm just going to quickly create a schema. So here, a category. So here we have action. I'm going to copy this action and come over here. We use, or we click on this pen icon here, and we are able to create a category. So you see it has a name. I'm going to pass action. You see that our validation clicks in, because one, you see is not a valid URL and it's required, and also our subtitle is required. So we go on and click on generate, and you see that automatically it generates a slug. And for image, we can come back to our application, and I am just going to copy this image we have over here, and I am going to use this in here. And lastly, it also needs a subtitle. And for subtitle, I'm just going to paste in this subtitle we have over here. So we can go on to publish, and we have our category published. You can click on this menu icon here and inspect. So this is going to give you a representation of what your category schema looks like. You can click on raw.json, and you see that the category has an underscore ID, it has this underscore ref, it has a type, it has image, it has name, and most importantly, you see that it has slug, and slug also is an object. And we have our main slug inside of this current property, has a subtitle, a created, and an updated that. So this is how we can create our contents inside Sanity Studio. So off screen, I am going to go on and create at least these other categories that we have for adventure and also for sports. All right, so currently we have 3 categories. Okay, so let us go on and create our game schema. So back in our schemas, I'm going to create a new file that I would call game.ts, and in here we are going to create our game schema. So let's start off by copying what we have in our category schema and modify. So here, this is our game schema. I'm going to change this to game, and the name is going to be game, and it's going to be of type document. The title is going to be game, and our game is going to have a name, so this field will stay. It's also going to have a slug that is going to be generated from the name. That's okay. Our game is going to have images, so we're going to support multiple images, and the type is not going to be URL. It's going to be a type of array, and array, so I'm just going to remove this, and it's going to have of, and then we are going to pass another array. Okay, so this is how we define an array type. So images is going to be of type array, and an array of what? So we're going to pass an object which is going to take a type, and this type is going to be object, and this object is going to have some fields. Okay, so next we are going to pass fields just after or inside the object. So the fields that we are going to have is also going to be an array, and each field is going to be an object where we're going to have name, and this name is going to be URL, and also we are going to have type, and this type is going to be of type URL. And next we are going to have title, and this title is also going to be URL. So this is the first field that we have over here in the array, and the second field we're going to have is going to have a name, and this name is going to be file, like this. And next we are going to have a type, and this type is going to be of type file. So Sanity.io actually goes on to support another have a type of file that Sanity.io supports. And next we should not forget to give it a title, and the title is going to be file. Okay, and for validation, I'm just going to copy this validation over here, and just after this array we are going to have this validation that goes on to say it is required. So I'm going to take off these I'm going to modify this substring actually for price. So our game is going to have a price, and the price is going to be of type number, and this is the validation. So as much as it's required, it's also important that we mark dot positive. So we can go on and chain dot positive, which is going to make sure that the price that we allow for our product is going to be just positive. And next we also have other field. So I'll just come here and duplicate this twice, and the next field we are going to have is featured, and this type is going to be of type boolean. Okay, and then for the validation we're just going to go with required, like this. And next we have is trending. So over here we have is trending, and the type is also going to be boolean. And for validation we are just going to also go with required, like this. And next we have category, so I'm just going to duplicate this. So after trending we have category. Or do we have category already? Nope, we don't. So we have category, and the category type is going to be a reference because it's going to be referencing another document, and the reference to what document. So here we're going to provide 2, and this 2 we're going to have an array, and inside this array we are going to give it the type, and the type is going to be category. So this is the type of document that's this FE reference. Okay, so this is type is going to be of type category, so this is the reference that this game is going to be pointing to. Okay, and here we also go with required. We have already defined this log. Let's confirm. Yes, we have already defined this log, and after which we should go on and also have a number. So I'm just going to copy this and use it over here. So our game is going to have a quantity, and this quantity is going to be of type number. Okay, And one thing we can go after required, we can also say .integer to make sure that it is a number. And it's important that the minimum we have is 0. So you can also chain .min, which goes with 0. Okay, and lastly, we are going to have a description. So this one is quite unique. I'm going to type it out. And for the name, we are going to go with description. And for the type, we are going to go with text. So text is more like a long string. And for validation, which as we know is a function that takes in the rule, which is going to be of type any, we are going to return an array of rules. So you can also go on to return an array of rules. And the first rule that we are going to have is to say that this description is required like this, and you can say min, so we need a minimum of 20 words. And to add the second rule, we are going to have a comma here, and after this comma we are going to say rule dot and then custom like this. And to have a custom rule, it takes in a function where you're going to take the input of what this description is going to receive. So we know that it's going to receive the text that the user types in, which is going to be of type string. So here inside the text, we can go on and return either true or false, or you can go on to return a truthy value or a falsy value, or maybe an error message. So what we can do to know the amount of words that the user has typed in, we can have a word count constant. And what this is going to do is just going to help us to take the text and we are going to trim it. And when we trim, we want to go and split it by any space that we have. So we can do it like this. So we're going to split any space that we have, and then we can go on to count the length. And we can say if this word count, so if this word count that we have, if it is less than 20, that means there's an error. So we are going to return a string that is going to tell the user description must have a minimum of 20 words like this. And then you add a full stop, and then let's give the user, so you can have a word count over 20. So this is more like 5 over 20, so that the user would know how many words he has typed so far, and then we can return true. So if this validation doesn't pass, this is going to be the error message. But once we check and the word count is above 20, this if statement, this if block would not be called, and then we would have true return. So this is it for our game schema, and now we need to import the schema inside of our index. So after category, I'm just going to import game, and let's go back to Sanity and see what we have over there. In Sanity, it reloads, and here you can see that we have our game, and if we click on it, we can go on to create a game based off this schema type. So let's come back to our application, and in our page.tsx, we have a game over here, and this is the name of the first game we have. So we can copy this and paste this over here. And for the slug, we can go on and generate the slug. For images, I'm going to come back here and copy this image that we have over here, and I would paste it inside here. So click on add a new item, and this is going to tell us to choose either a file, so you can actually go on and click and upload a file, but just to simplify things, I'm going to paste in the URL. So now it's in, you can just go on and exit, you have your image there. And for price, let's just say this goes for 20. I'm going to make it featured and also trending. And for category, it just chooses drop down. You're going to see one of the categories that you've created. I'm going to make this an adventure game. And here you can also, you saw the drop down, you can go on to create a category right from the drop down. And for quantity, let's say we just have 5 of these in store. And for description, I'm just going to paste in the description, but if we hover on this, you see that it is required, and you see that exception error occurred by validating cannot read properties of undefined. Perhaps we have an error in our validation. Let's come back to our game.ts and see if we did everything well. So rule.custom, it takes in the text. This is our word count. We say text.trim, we split, we have the length, and everything seems to be fine. So if we go back, it means perhaps we haven't typed in any text in here. So if we go on and type and we check again, yes, we see now that description must have a minimum of 20 words. So that was why we were not seeing anything. So I'm just going to go in and paste in this description, and then I'm going to publish. So once it gets published, it's still publishing, you can come over here and just view what we have. So we can go on and inspect, and we check our JSON, our raw JSON. We see that we have been able to create a game content with this ID, with this ref type category. You see the ID of the category that it's referencing, the description, these are the images, in this case just one image, and we see all the features. So off screen, I'll go on and create more games, so you can go on and create as much as possible so that we can continue to work on our application. So once we are done with this, we are going to see how we can replace all the dummy data that we have in our Next.js application. We shall go into data fetching. So let's go around and add more games over here, and then I would see you. Alright, so I have gone on to create more games, and now let's move away from the world of static data, and let's go on to see how we can fetch data in Next.js using Sanity.io. So first, let's go to the official documentation of Sanity.io. So sanity.io/plugins/next Sanity client. And it's important to see over here that this is the Sanity client for Next.js applications that has the app directory support, which is our case in this project. So what we can do first, we need to go on and install the plugin. So we're going to run this command npm install next sanity client. I'm going to copy this command and come back to our application, quit the development server. Please, it has to be in the front end and no longer in the CMS. So I'm going to paste this command, and next let's come back to the documentation and see the usage. So to use this, we need to go on and import Sanity client from next Sanity client, and then we create a new instance of the Sanity client and pass this object of configuration, and this is going to give us a client, and we can use that client to send a query. It is important to know the language that we use to query over here. You see in this fetch, which takes in an object, you see that the query property has a query that looks kind of strange if you're not used to it. So this is a grok query, and to learn more about grok query, come over to the documentation and in developers, and you can see the grok cheat sheet over here. You can go on and click this, and this is going to show you how to run queries using this grok query. So you see here a star, it always starts with a star and then square brackets, and this square brackets is going to go on to fetch everything with no filters applied. That means all documents. And if you have this cheat over here, it would always help you in your application whenever you want to run queries. But we are going to see these in action, okay? And scroll further down, you see more description about it. So I'm just going to go back to the next Sanity client, and this is the usage, and you can also pass some configuration. You see over here it takes in cache, and next we're going to see the use of all of these and why important this revalidates and what it actually does. But first, let's go on and run queries about or against our category. So coming back to our application, we have the package installed. We need to connect Next.js with our Sanity Studio, and to do that, we are going to create the client. So in our source folder, I am going to create a new folder that I call libs, and libs is just for library, and here we have our sanity.ts, and in this sanity.ts we are going to do as we saw in the documentation. So we'll go on and import sanity client, and this is going to be coming from next sanity client like this. So now we have the import. Let's go on and create a client instance, but I'm going to call this sanity client, and sanity client is going to be equal to an instance of the new an instance of the Sanity client like this. And then we go on to call it, and after calling it we need to pass an object of configuration, and one object of configuration we can pass is the project ID. Okay, we can actually come over to the documentation and see the configuration. So I'm just going to copy all of these and come back to our project. So here we can pass the project ID, and this project ID needs to be our Sanity Studio project ID. Now to get this, I'm going to come back to our CMS, and in our environment variable over here, I'm just going to copy this env and come back to the front end, create a .env, and inside this env, then I'll paste this value so that we can use it. And now in our sanity.ts, over here, I'm going to reference the process.env, and then I'm going to reference the Sanity Studio project ID, and we'll say a string so that we don't get any errors. And for dataset also, I'm going to reference process.env, and then over here, I'm going to choose the Sanity Studio dataset as string. Okay, now we have the Sanity client. Let's go on and export this as a default. So we're going to export default Sanity client, and we're going to be using this client to run some queries. Now let's also, in the libs folder, let's create an apis.ts folder, and this api.ts folder, we are going to be running query against the client. So let's export a const that we call get categories, and this function is going to help us to get our categories. So it's going to be an arrow function. Now, what is this type of get categories? This get categories, first let's make it async like this, and the type is going to be a promise. So the type is going to be a promise, and a promise that is going to resolve to what value? So it's going to resolve to an array of categories. So we need to define a category model. Also, back in our source folder, I'm going to create a models folder, and inside here I'm going to create a category.ts. So let's go on and model what a category looks like. So I'm going to be exporting an interface that I would call category, which is going to be an object. It has an underscore ID, which is of type string. It also has a name, which is going to be of type string. It also has a slug, and as we saw in Sanity Studio, the slug is going to have a current property, which is also of type string. And then we are going to have an image, which is also a string, and then a subtitle, which is going to be of type string. So this is our category type. We can come back to our APIs, and in here we can say this is going to resolve to an array of category like this. And now we need to go on and run the query. To run the query, we need to import our Sanity client. But first, let's define the query. And this query is going to be equal to, as we saw in the documentation, we need backtick, we need a star, and then we need square brackets. So we're going to say underscore type, where the type is equal to category like this. And now we have this query. We can go on and pick the different types or the different properties that we need from our category. We need the ID, we also need the name, we also need the slug, and the slug, we want to go on and choose the current property. And then we also need the image, and after the image, we need the subtitle. So this is the query, and we can close this off. So let's have our Sanity client. We are going to have the results stored in a categories variable, which is going to be of type an array of category. And this is going to be equal to, and now we have to await. So we await our Sanity client, which is going to be imported from the libs folder. And there we call .fetch, and .fetch is going to take in an object, and one property it takes in is the query. Okay, and now we have our categories. We can go on and return our categories. Okay, so you have to see here that these categories we're returning has this type that we just created in our model. Okay, so we can save this. We have these get categories. Now we have to make use of it. To make use of this get category, we need to come to our page. So in our app, and here we have our page.tsx, and we have these dummy categories which would not be making use of anymore. So we can go on to comment it out. I'm just going to comment these categories out. And to fetch categories, our class, so our function can be async. So I'm going to make this an async function just over here. I'm going to make it an async function. And to go on and fetch, we are going to have our const categories, and categories is going to be equal to await, and we're going to await the get categories method that we just defined. So this function over here, and this is going to return us our categories. Let's log it to the console. So when we say console, we're going to log it over here because this page is being run on the server. It's important to know. And here we have categories. It's no longer ID, it's going to be underscore ID. And for the slug, remember that the value is inside the current property. So I'll go on and save this and restart our application using npm run dev, and we should see the results over here. So let's come back to our home page and let's go on and reload this. So I'm just going to reload, and we should still see our categories here if we did everything correctly. So we are going to wait for our application to build, and still we see our categories, but these categories, as you saw, are no longer hard coded because you see that we commented them out. So this is the result of the query, and these categories, it's what is being displayed over here. So we have the name, we have the slug, we have the image, the subtitle, and all these properties from our category. So you see the query that is being run over here still logged to the console, which is a get request with a response of 200. So this is we now having dynamic data in our application. We can go on, and next let's also fetch the games that we need rather than display our dummy games. So here we are mapping through, let's see. So here we have our featured game. We can start off with our featured game, and after our featured game we go on and fetch for the game. So let's fix all of these next. Let's go on and fetch our game, and to do this I would come back to our libs, and inside our libs here in our api.ts, let's go on and export another constant that we call getGames. This getGames constant also going to be async, and this is going to return a promise, and a promise that is going to return an array of games, and this is our arrow function over here. So it's going to return an array of games. Let's go on and define our game model, our game schema. So here we have game.ts, how a game is going to look like in our application. And inside here, a game is going to be an interface where we have an ID, obviously, which is going to be a string. And then we are going to have a name, which also is going to be a string. We are going to have a price, and this price is going to be of type number. We are going to have images, and this image is, okay, we have an error because we didn't give it the name. So game images over here is going to be an array that is going to be an object that's going to have an underscore key, which is going to be a string, and also a URL, which is going to be a string. So next, after images, we also have is featured, and is featured is going to be of type boolean. We are going to have is trending, and is trending is also going to be of type boolean. We are going to have category, so each game is going to have a category, and this category is going to have a name, which is going to be a string, and it's also going to have a slug, and this slug is going to have a current property, and this current property is going to be a string. Okay, and we also have outside of category, we also have a slug, and this slug is going to be of type object that has a current property, which is also going to be of type string. And next we have quantity, and quantity is going to be a number, and also we have description, and description is going to be of type string. So this is our game model. Now we can use it over here in our API. We can say this is going to resolve to an array of game. So game is going to be imported from our model. And let's go first and have a query. So we are going to have a query, and I'm going to just paste in this query we have over here. So this is what we've seen initially. So we have the type, which is now equal to game, and we are picking the properties that we need. So we need the name, price, images, is featured, is trending. And then from category, this one is quite unique because our category, we want to go on and populate. We don't just want to get back the objects with the ID. We want to have the actual category. So we want to have the name and the slug of the category that this game is referencing. And this is the query that we can use to achieve that. And then we have the slug and description. So outside this query that we have over here, we are going to go on and run our actual query. So here we are going to say our games is going to be equal to await, and then we are going to be using our sanity client dot fetch, and dot fetch is going to take in the query like this. So this query that we just defined over here, and now we have the query. We should go on, now we have our games, we should go on and return our games. So we have an error, but we can say this games is going to be of type an array of game like this, and that fixes the error that we have. We have defined our query. Let's make use of it. Back in our page.tsx, we are going to say games is going to be equal to, and then we need to await get games like this. So now rather than loop through our dummy game, I'm just going to comment this out. And let's fix the errors that we have. So now rather than game.id, we're going to have game._id. And image URL is going to be an array of images. So we say images, we take the first image that we have, and then we can choose the URL over here. And for slug, we know that the slug is also going to have a current property, and that fixes it. So over here, let's see, we have an error just over here. And for the ID, we also go with _ID. For image URL, so this is going to be images. We take the first image and then the URL property. And for slug, we access slug.current. Okay, so this is for our recent games, and this also over here that we have. So this is for our trending games. So we're going to see how we can, fix the trending games. But for now, since we are, making use of the games, so let's actually go on and fix it now. So let's have a const that we call is trending games, and this trending games is going to be our games. So these games we have over here. So if we have any games, we are going to go on and filter, and when we filter, we're going to get a game, and then we are going to return any game that is trending like this. And also we can have our featured game. So we can have a const and say is featured, and this featured game is going to be equal to our games, and then we can find any game and return any game that is featured. So you see, find is going to return the first match. So in case you the first element in the array where the predicate is true. So if you have multiple games that is featured, it's just going to pick the first one that it finds. So is trending games is going to be used over here where we have our currently trending games. I'm going to fix this here, and everything should work as fine. And for our featured game, what we're going to do is I'm just going to cut this, so from this h3 and also this section. So I'm just going to cut this and wrap them inside fragments, so I can have a condition here where, okay, maybe I write the condition first. So I'm just going to say is featured. So if we have any featured game, then we want to go on and show this. So I'm going to have this fragment like this, and inside this fragment I'm going to paste in what we copied. So here we can go on and display our is featured game. So is featured, let's call it is featured game. Okay, so I'm going to copy this and come back here. So if we have a game that is featured, then we're going to show the name, we are going to show the description, we are going to show the slug, we're going to have the slug, and then remember we have the current property. And for image, I'm also going to paste this, and this is an array. So images, we take the first one and we take the URL property, and for the alt is going to be the name, and that is it. So let's save this, and also let's come here and log games to the console so that we can be sure that everything works fine. And let's also comment out our featured game because we are no longer using it. So this featured game we have over here, we can go on and comment it out. So let's save this and let's take a look at our terminal. And let's come back to, I think this is the games. Okay. Yeah, so we already have our games, but remember we have a warning here. Each child in the list should have a unique key. So we need to fix that. Let's see our key. So maybe we didn't fix our key. Yeah, here is fixed, is underscore ID. Let's see. Where did we not fix it? So actually it's fixed, but let's see if it's coming from our category. It's fixed, so I don't know why we have this. Each child should have a unique key warning. But let's come back to the browser and let's reload our browser. We get invalid source prop is not configured under images. So I'm just going to copy this domain and come back to our application. And over in our application, in our next config.ts, here we just need to add this other domain over here. So I'm just going to paste in this domain, and I'm going to come back and reload our browser. We get 404, so we reload again. And now our application loads. We see that we have our trending games. And if we come down, you see that we have our featured game, which is the first game that matched, that is featured. And if you come over, you see our categories, you see our recent games is now populated. And then we have the see all button. So this is how fetching data works. So we've seen how to fetch our content from sanity.io and have our content displayed in our Next.js application. So let's continue in the upcoming lectures. Up next, let's go on and fix our categories page, because if we visit a category, see that we go to categories and then the slug, which for now leads us to a 404 page. So in our source folder, I'm going to create a folder for categories, and in here I'm going to create another file that I'll call slug. And next we're going to create a page.tsx file. So this is where our categories page. So this page I'm going to call just game category. And in this game category, we are going to be receiving some props. We have an error, so we can go on to mark this as a next page, which we need to import from next. And I'll remove the React import. One thing we can do, we can come over and log props to the console. So over here, I'm just going to console.log props. And let's see what props we have. Come back to the browser. I'm going to visit a category page, and then we still get 404. So I'm just quickly going to /categories to be sure that we have everything spelled out correctly. We don't have this defined in our app directory. So what we're going to do is actually going to move this inside our app directory over here. And let's see. So I'm going to hold categories and move it inside here. All right, so now we have our file, our page set up. So let's come back and let's quickly reload this. And once we reload, we should see we have an error. So I'm just going to quit and restart running npm run dev and come back to reload our browser. And once we reload our browser, we should see the console.log props over here. So let's see. And we come back. We see the props. And here we see we have our props is an object that looks like this. So we have params, which is an object which takes in the slug and also sets params. So I'm going to copy this, and this is going to be the props we are going to define here. So next page is going to take in, let's define it, an interface that we are going to call game category props. And this is going to be an object, and I'll paste this. So it's an object. For now, I'll take off this search params, which takes in a slug, and this slug is going to be of type string like this. And I'm going to remove this outside object that we have. So this is the prop that we know we are going to be receiving. I'm going to paste it here. And next, let's go on and destructure this log. So we are going to say const params is going to be equal to props. So over here, params, and from params, we can also go on and destructure this log. So now we have this in here. I'm going to provide us with some class names for this page. So over here, we can just go on and paste these class names. So these are the class names that we are going to be making use of for this category page. And this category page, and in this category page, first we are going to have a section, and inside here, I'm going to return the section. And in this section, we are going to have a div that we are going to call hero content. So this is going to have our hero content. And inside our hero content, we are going to have another div. So just over here, we are going to have another div. And this other div is going to have a h1. And this h1 is going to be making use of what we have from the slug. So this h1 is going to take the slug. So in this case, action and convert it to uppercase. And after that, after this heading, we are going to have this description. So now this is the first section we are going to have. I'll cut this and put it in an empty fragment so that below this section, we can go on and have another section. And this other section is going to have the class name of section, and inside the section also we are going to be reading some data from the props. So over here we are going to be reading the slug from the props and wrap it inside the h2. And next we are going to have some description. Just after this h2 we are going to have the description, which is going to say this, so more like check out our latest collection of, and then we have here action games. And after that we need to just after this description, we are going to have this div, and the idea of this div, or what we are going to have here, is our collection games. So like this collection games, and this collection games, we are going to go on and fetch a list of games. So we're going to run a query to fetch some data from our sanity.io content that is going to return a collection of games that belong to this category. So the category that is going to have this slug. So let's see how we can run such queries. So this is our setup. And just after this section, we are going to have our newsletter component. So we can go on and import our newsletter component. If we save this and we go back to our web page, this is what we have currently going on. So here we have our action games. And then over here, we have a subtitle. So each collection or each category, if we check our Sanity project. So if you go on to check your Sanity project, you can see that each category has a subtitle. So here we are going to display the subtitle, and here we are going to also display the game. So up next, we are going to see how we can fetch games that belong to a specific category. Let's see how we can run a query to fetch games that belong to a specific category. And for that, we are going to come back to our libs and here our api.ts, and somewhere here, so just after this, I think I'm just going to copy one of these. So let's copy our get categories, and then I'm going to paste it here. So let's modify this. We're going to call this get game or get category games. So get category games. This is going to be an async function that is going to return an array of games of game, and this query is actually going to be unique. So how do we handle such a query? So for now, I'm going to delete, just going to remove this here and also this. So for the query, I'm going to cut everything that we have here. And now we need our star and we need our square bracket. So we're going to say where the type, so we're going to query where the type is equal to game, and the game has to be in quotes. And next we are going to say and, so where the category, and for category we want to go on and specifically target the slug, and you know the slug always has the current property, and then we have to check that is equal to, and then in quotes we are going to use $, and then we are going to inject the slug. So this slug that we are going to be receiving from our params. All right, so this function should go on and receive the slug, and the slug is going to be a string like this, and this slug we are going to pass in over here. Okay, so now we have this. Let's go on and pick the different types that we need, and we just need to go and return most of the properties that we have in our game. So we're going to return the name, price, images, is featured, is trending. I'm going to copy these and put this over here. And that's not all. We also need the slug, quantity, and description. So I'm just going to paste this in here. And next we need, let's see, we are going to need the category just in case. So let's go on and query for the category. And for category, we want to directly go on and return the name, the name and what? Let's see our categories. So we can return the name, image. We don't need the image, so we just need the name. We need the subtitle, and maybe we can just leave out the slug. So let's go on and pick just the name and the subtitle. So now we have this. We are going to no longer have categories, so this is going to be an array of game, and then we are going to call these games, so that over here we can go on and return the game. So this is the query that we have. I'm just going to fix this white space that we have over here. So let's have a brief recap. We have our query, and this query, this is the actual query that is going to go on and target any type that is equal to game, and also where the category and the slug.current is equal to this specific slug that is our get category games function is going to be receiving as parameter. And then we go on and run the query and return the list of games. So now in our page.tsx over here, we can make this an async. So this is our game, so we can, our game page, we can make it an async function. And then we have this error. So one thing we can do to fix it, we can remove this type we have over here, and we can say this props is going to be of type object, and this object is going to receive some params, and params is also going to be of type object, where we receive slug, and slug itself is going to be of type string. So this fixes it. And now we fix the error. We can go on and get our games by going on to await our Sanity client. So we go on and import our Sanity client from our libs folder. We can remove the next page import. Now Sanity client is going to need, sorry, not Sanity client. We can go on to get our get games, get category games from our libs. And now get category games is just going to need this log. And this log is going to be this log that we fed from the URL. So I'm just going to clean up all of these we have here. And then I am going to console.log games just to be sure that we are actually fetching the games. So let's watch our terminal closely. And we see that the query runs and these are the games. So this is the game that we have for this category. So if we check this and we see the category, we see that this is an action game, and over here is an action game, and it goes on to fetch the games that belongs to this specific category. So now we have our games. We need to go on and map through the games and show over here. So I'm just going to remove this comment, and then we can have our games, and then we can map through the game and get each game. And now we have each game. We are going to return the game card component. So we're going to return our game card like this. And inside our game card, we need to pass in some props. And one of the prop is the game name. So game name is going to be equal to the game, and then we need to pass in the name. We also need to pass in the image URL. The image URL is going to be equal to, and here we have game.images. We're going to take the first image, and then we have the URL key. And next we are going to pass in the price. So the price is going to be equal to game, and then we have game.price. And next we also need to pass the slug, and the slug is going to be equal to game.slug. And we need to pass the key because we are mapping, and the key is going to be equal to game._id. And lastly, we need, okay, the slug has this current property. So let's go on and save and come back to the browser. We see our action games, and if we come back and we go on to click on, let's say adventure games, you see that we have adventure games here. We are not actually loading the subtitle. Would fix that. And here you see the adventure games that we have in our application. And also if we go on to our sports games, this is our sports games, and then these are the sports games that we have. So we've seen how to run queries, and queries that goes on to target over here, as we target just games that the slug matches the slug of the URL. So this is the query. Let's continue and let's go on and fix our game details page, because now if we go over to a game details page, we actually have nothing to display. Before we go on to fix fetching data for our games, game detail page or our games page, let's go on and fix. If we come over to our category, we see over here, we need to display the category subtitle. And in our API, let's have a query for that. So I'm just going to copy what we have over here for get categories. And next we are going to have a query that is going to get a single category like this, and it's going to just return a category and not an array. So for the query, I'm going to quickly modify the query where we have a query that the type is equal to category. And so over here, we need to also go where this log.current is equal to, and then we use quotes as we saw earlier, is going to be equal to slug, and this slug is going to come in as a parameter here, which is going to be a string. Okay, so this is a query, and here is going to return an array. So we just need to go on and take the first item. So now we have our query. We are going to have this as category, which is going to be just a single category, and then we are going to await fetch with the query and go on to return the category like this. So this is the get category query. If we come back to our category page, so we can go on and const await our category, which is going to be equal to await get category. What did we name it? Let's see what we named it. We named it get category. So get category. So this is it, and then we need to pass in the slug. If we get the category, all we want to display here is what? Let's see if we can destructure. We just want to display or get this subtitle, and this subtitle is what we are going to be making use of over here. So let's save and let's see if everything works according to plan. And yes, over here we see the subtitle for our adventure games. And if we come back and we go to our sports games, we see the subtitle for our sports games, and we also fetch our sport games. So next we are going to be fixing our games page, because if we see this recent games section and we go to the serial page, we go to /games, which has not been fixed. So let's go on and fix this page next. So we have been able to fix our categories page, but before we go on to fix our game page, actually, we need to fix our recent games, because over here you see that the recent games just goes on to display all our games, which actually isn't the idea for this section. So this section is meant to display about a collection of 4 games that we have, and which are also the most recent. If we come to our app page, so over here we see that our recent games is, so let's see somewhere over here. So our recent games is just mapping through our games, and these games is coming from the get games method, and this get games method goes on to fetch all the games that we have. So in order for us to fix that, I'm just going to copy this method over here, and I'll be using it over here. So rather than call this get games, I'm just going to call it get recent games. And this get recent games is not going to return an array, it's just going to return a game. And we need to edit our query. So rather than just get everything, we need to first of all go on and order. We're going to order it by created at like this, and in a descending order. So after that, we need to go on and pick the first 4, and we do this by running this sort of query. So this is how we test sanity.io. We want to go on and limit our query by picking out the first 4. All the details we need remains the same. And here we're not going to get an array of games, we're just going to get a game, and that's why, so we're going to get an array of games actually. So here we are going to leave it as this. So we're going to return an array of games, but just 4 of them. We'll save this, and if we come back to our page, I'm going to remove this console.log, and here we're going to have what we call recent games. It's going to be await, and here get recent games from our lib. And rather than map through our games as we are doing in our recent games section, we are going to map through our recent games. And if we save this and come back to the application, we now see that we fetch our 4 most recent games. And if the user clicks here, then the user should go on and see all the games that we have in our application. So to fix our games page, I'm going to come over to our app, and here where we have games in our page.tsx, rather than just return the text games, first we are going to have our hero section. So let's go on and import our hero section, but this time we are not going to be using the show link prop. And then we are going to have a section just after our hero section, and this section needs some class names. So again, I am going to be providing us with the class names that we are going to be using for this games section. So these are the class names, and this section is going to have a class name that we call class names.section, like this. And after this, we are going to have a heading. So after this, we are just going to have a heading where we are going to display the text games. And after that, we are also going to be displaying a subheading just below these games. And with this subheading, we need to go on and map through our games. So after this subheading, we are going to have this div. And this div is going to go on and map through our game. So we need to run this query that we have in our app. So I'm going to come to our app and just take this get games query, and we are going to be running the get games query in this page. We need to make this component async. So just over here, we are going to make it async. We get an error, and for that error, I'm going to remove the next page import. And to fix the error we have for props, I'm just going to say this is going to be of type object for now. We're not receiving any props, so I'm just going to leave it as an object. And we can go on to import the get games from our libs folder. So now we have our games. We need to go on and map through the games. So just here, I'm going to go with games and then .map, where we get each game, and we are going to return our game card component. So let's go on and import our game card component, and this game card component is going to need all of these props. So we can just take this prop over here and pass it or use it in here without the game card like this. So this fixes it. So this is the list of games, and over here in our games page, we see that we load all the games we have in our application. All right, so our application is currently taking shape. You see, we have our trending games, our featured game, we have our categories of game. We can go on to load our games via different categories, and also we have our recent games. So here we can go on and load all the games that we have in our application. Moving on, if we go to visit a page, you see that we go to the game item page, and this page currently doesn't have any content, so which is this page over here. We just have this game item text. So let's go on and populate this game item with some life, and in order for us to do that, we are going to be creating over here, we're going to have a carousel slider. So let's go on and create the carousel slider. In the components here, I'm going to create a new file that I will call carousel slider. And inside this new file folder, I'm going to create a file for carousel slider tsx. And to lay out the JSX of this carousel slider, let's define the props that this carousel slider will receive. So in order for us to do that, we need to say it's a functional component that is going to receive some props. And the props that we expect this carousel slider to receive is going to be obviously an object that needs the images to display, which can be a string of array, and also we need interval so that we can go on and set the interval that we want each image to change. So I'm going to pass a type over to this interface that we have over here. Up next, we can go on and destructure all of these from the props, and we are going to bring in images and also interval like this. Now we have these props. We need to set some state, and to set state, that tells us that this is going to be a client component, because use state, use effect, the React hooks are not going to work on the server because there's nothing like that on the server. And to mark this as a client component, we need to make use of the use client directive just at the top of our file over here. So now this marks this as a client component, And if we go on to import use state, we are not going to have any errors like that. So we need to make use of use state, and let's also go on and bring in use effect. Now we've destructured our props, let's go on and set some states, because we need to keep track of the current image index that we are viewing. So we're going to start at 0. We're going to keep this, call this current image index, and then we're going to have a setter to set the current image index like this. Now we have these, we can go on and define our use effect. So in our use effect, we're going to have our function, and then we have our arrays of dependency. Inside our use effect, we want to go on and set a timer. So we're going to have a timer, which we are going to be using set interval, and this is going to help us to navigate or to go to the next image. So we have our set interval function, which takes in a callback function, and then it needs a timer. And this timer is going to be our interval that we are going to be receiving for from the props. And one thing that we can go on to do, we can go on and initialize this interval. Okay, so we can go on and initialize this interval to have a default value of 3000. So this is how we can go on to do this. So this interval is going to be of type number, and by default we are going to have 3000, and the user is obviously flexible to change this value when using this component. So inside this set interval, let's go on and have a function, and this function is going to help us to go to next image like this. So it's going to help us to go to next image. And in the callback function, let's go on and clear our timer. So we're going to return a function that is just going to help us to clear our interval, and then we pass this timer. So that's why we had to save it inside here. So this is what is going on. We have an issue here. I'm just going to allow the IDE to help me populate this dependency array with the interval. Okay, so whenever the interval changes, this function is going to get called, and then we go to the next image. Let's set out this function, this go to next image. So we're going to have a const go to next image, which is going to be an arrow function, and all this is going to help us do is to set the current image index. But to do this, we are going to use the function way of setting or updating our state, where we get the previous state, in this case the previous index, as a parameter, because we want to go on and run some logic. And one logic we want to run, we want to compare the previous index. So if this is equal to the images that this component receives, and if it's equal to the length minus 1, in that case we are just going to return 0. Otherwise, so we are just going to go on and return the previous index plus 1, like this. Alright, so we have an error because this is set current image that we are meant to use over here. Okay, so now we have this function that is going to help us to go to the next image. I'm just going to use the function over here, and then we shouldn't, no, we're not going to add this function in dependency array, so we're going to leave it up like this. Okay, and now we have the function to go to the next image. We obviously need a function that is going to help us to go to previous image like this. So laying out the function, we are going to do much more like what we did previously. So we're going to say set current image index, and then we're going to get the previous index, and we're going to have this function that's going to check if the previous index is equal to 0. In that case, we just want to go on and return our images.length minus 1. Otherwise, we are going to go on and return our previous index minus 1. Okay, so now we have these two functions that are going to help us to go to the next image and also go to the previous image. Next, we should go on and lay out our JSX. And in order for us to lay out our JSX, we need some class names. So I'm just going to provide us with this object for our class names over here. So this div, the first opening div, we are going to give it a class name, and this class name is going to be our class names dot container. And inside this, we are going to map through our images. So we're going to say images dot map. We are going to have this callback function, and in this callback function, we are going to receive the image and also the index. So what we can do, we are going to render an image component. So let's use our next. Let's use our image, an image that will be imported from next image. So this image over here. Now we have this image component. We should go on and return. So I'm just going to cut this, and rather than have this function body here, I'm just going to have this so that we're going to return images like this. Remember, we need a key, and the key we're going to use is going to be the index of the image. So that's what we're going to use as the key. And for the source is going to be the image. Okay, so let's be careful over here. So it's the actual image, which is going to be an array of string. And remember, if we come over to our models, here we have our game, and our game has images, and they have is an array that has a key and also a URL. So we're going to say these images over here is going to be an array of objects that has a key, and this key is going to be of type string, and also has a URL which is going to be of type string. Now this is going to enable us to come here, and rather than use this as the index, we can use the image, and then we have dot key as the key, and for the source we can use the URL. Okay, we are getting errors because we need to provide a width, and I'm not quite sure. In this case, I would just say maybe 700. We're going to check and see if everything works fine. And for the height, I'm also going to say 700 pixels. Like this. We get an error, we need to pass an alt, and the alt is going to be the image that we receive, and what? Okay, what can we use as the alt in this case? So let's do something more dynamic. So we can say slide, and here we just pass $, and then we use the what do we use? So let's go on and receive the index, and here we can say slide 1. So we just need to add 1 to it because its index starts from 0. Okay, so this is what we have going on over here, and after our image we want to have some buttons. So over here we're going to have a button, and this button we are going to display we're not using time from console. I don't know where that's coming from. So let's go on and import. So we're going to import from React icons /AI, and what we're going to be importing is our AI. We're going to import our AI outline arrow left. This, and we also need the same thing, AI outline arrow right, like this. So we have these two imports, and we are going to render them inside. First, our button, we're going to have our AI outline arrow left, and to give it a class name, we are going to just say text for Excel. Our button needs some class names, and it needs a click event. So we're going to give it a class name, class names dot, and then we have our previous button, and on click, since we have our left, is going to go to previous image. So like this. So this is it for this first button. I will just copy this button or duplicate this button, and this is going to be our class names dot next button. This is going to go to next image, and here we are going to make use of our arrow right, like this. All right, so we have successfully laid out our carousel slider page. Let's go on and use it, and let's add one more dependency array that we have here, because we have our go to next image, and we are using the current image index here. So let's go on and add it to our dependency array. We still have this because it wants us to pass our next image, which I wouldn't want to pass in the dependency array. So now we have our carousel slider. Let's go on and use it inside of our game page. That means I'm going to come over to our game, and here we have our slug. Here we are going to, or we need to render our carousel slider. And for this to work, we need to obviously pass it images, which is mandatory. So for us to do this, we need to go on and fetch the details about a specific image. So let's go on and fetch an image from our Sanity IO. But in order to remind us how we are going to do this, it's important that we log these props to the console. And one thing we should keep in mind is that this carousel slider is a client-side component. And now we have a client-side component, and this is also a server-side component. What do we want to do? We want to go on and fetch data from a client-side component. Sorry, this is a server-side component. Obviously, we want to render our game details on the server. But first, let's go on and console.log props. And when we log props to the console, we see we have these params, and over here we have this log. And in order for us to go on and successfully fetch our game details, we need to do this in our libs and here in our APIs. So over here, we are going to be defining a query that we are going to use to fetch a specific game. So let's come back and do that. Next, we need a query. We need a query to help us fetch a game, and I'm just going to copy what we have from get category and paste over here. So rather than get category, this is going to be called get game. It's going to be an async function which receives the slug, but in this case, we are going to return a game and not a category. So for the query, we're going to check where the type is equal to game and where the slug.current is also equal to slug. So this is the only thing that changes over here. And this is going to call this game like this, which is going to be of type game. And then we're going to await our sanity client.fetch. But one thing we can do inside this query, let's go on and I'll just copy what we have over here for get recent game. So we're just going to go on and fetch all these details that we need for our game. So I'll paste it here, the name, price, images, and all of these. So at the end, we are going to return the game that we fetch. Now we have this get game function. Let's go on and make use of it inside of our game page, just somewhere here. Let's go and call this game details, or maybe we just call it game. Maybe game details is going to be equal to await, and then we call the get game that will be coming from our libs. Okay, so now we have this get game. Next, we see we have an error here. We can go on and mark this as async. We have an error. I'm just going to let go of the next page import, and our props will definitely throw us an error. So we see the props that we need. We're going to have a params, which is going to be an object which has a slug, which is going to be of type string like this. So this is the props that we get, and now we need to execute or call this function. We get an error because it needs the slug, so we can go on and destructure from the props. So we can do like this and say this is equal to props, and in here we can destructure params, and from params we can go on to destructure slug like this. And here we're going to pass in this slug. So this is going to give us our game details, and then we can go on to display our carousel. So this our carousel is going to need what? So it's going to need images, and the images will be coming from our game details. So our game details, and then we have images, and we pass it. We have an error because you see images is an underscore key, but over here in our carousel we defined it as key. So let's go on and have underscore over there, and we'll have an error here. So this needs to be underscore, and this fixes it. So after that, we still have an error because it needs interval. So we made this, or we assigned this interval with 3000, which is 3 seconds, so we can go on and make this optional, and that removes the error. But we can also go on to pass an interval if you wish. So this is our game detail, and we come over to our carousel over here where we have our source. We forgot to add a class name. So in this carousel page, we are going to have a class name for our image. So the class name, we are going to go on and give it a width full and a height full. We are also going to say object cover like this, and then we need to add a check. So we need to use this $sign and check if index is not equal to our current image index. So if that is true, then we want to go on and apply hidden. So this is going to make sure we show the current image index. So I am going to save this, and it's important that we also save our page.tsx. And let's come back to the browser. And in the browser, we see that we load the image that we have for our game, and this changes every 3 seconds, and we can go on to toggle by using our next and also our previous button. So now we have displayed our carousel for each game. Let's go and load for another game and see if it loads. So this is it. This is the carousel that we have for this specific game. So after that, let's go on and add more details to render more details to our page, our game details page. Let's continue laying out our game details page. And in order for us to continue, we need some class names. So I have gone on to provide us with some class names that we are going to be using in this page. So these class names over here. And then let's continue. And inside this div, we are going to have a container. So just below our carousel, we're going to have a container div, which is going to be wrapping our entire content. And now let's lay out our product information. So in this case, our game details information. So we need another div, and this div is going to have the class name of product info. And because we are going to be adding items to cart, we need to have this other div over here, which is going to help us for the styling of the content we are going to have in our cart. So what content do we have? We are going to have a button, actually 2 buttons. One is for incrementing the quantity we have in our state, which is the quantity of product item, and this is for decrementing the product item. And in between these 2 buttons, we are going to go on and display the quantity, so that this quantity is going to be coming from state. We have an error because we haven't defined that quantity yet, but this quantity is going to be coming in from our state, and we can use this button to increase not just the quantity but also the price of the product. So just somewhere below our props, let's go on and you set some states. So we're going to set some states for quantity and also for the price. Okay, so we're going to be importing useState from React, and here you see that we are setting the quantity and also a setter that we'll use to update our quantity, and same goes for the price, and those would be updated once we click on either of these buttons over here. So let's save this and let's see what we have coming up in our application. So let's see, we have an error, and this error is because we are setting states, and that makes sense because this is a server component. In order for us to mark it as a client component, we need to make use of the use client directive. So we need to go on and import, not really import, declare it at the top of the file. So use client like this. So this use client directive is going to tell Next.js that we want to render this component on the client, which obviously has disadvantages because then we lose the SEO that comes with having server components. Once we go on and render our application on the client. So, but we are going to get into that. Let's come back to the browser. And we see that we have our two buttons and we have our quantity. And after that, we are also going to be displaying the price so that we give an idea on the price that is currently at based off the quantity that has been chosen. And now below this price, we are going to have another button, and this button, the idea is to enable the user add a product to cart. So we're going to be using an FA shopping cart, which is going to be coming from React icons. So let's go on and import FA shopping cart from React icons /FA. So I'll just do that over here. And this button, when clicked, is going to add to cart. Okay, and let's go on and style this button. And for styling this button, we don't want to be able to add a product to cart if the quantity is equal to 0. So we can apply some class names based on that condition. So if quantity is equal to 0, that means there's nothing to add to cart, and hence there's no need for us to enable this button. Hence we can go on and have a disabled property, and it's going to be disabled if quantity is also equal to 0. We are going to have a click event just on this button, but we'll come back to it. So let's go on and have listeners on these two buttons that we have here. Let's start with the decrementing button, which also we have a dynamic class name. So first off, we are going to always have this classes.button, and if quantity is equal to 0, if that is true, then we're going to have this class name of disabled button. So we are also going to disable this button. So just somewhere here, we're going to disable this button if quantity is equal to 0, like this. And same thing applies for our add button over here. We have some dynamic class names for our add button. So over here, we can add these class names. And this is not game quantity. So this is our game details quantity. So first we have this button class, and if quantity is equal to game details.quantity, so that means if we have let's say 5 quantity coming from Sanity Studio, so maybe we have just 5 of these games, we want to disable the quantity, this button, if the quantity that the user has chosen has already equaled to what we have, so that you cannot order much more than we have in our CMS. And then we're going to go on and disable the button if the quantity is equal to our game details dot quantity over here. So let's have event listeners on these buttons. So we can have an on click, and we can call this handle decrease, and let's go on and define this handle decrease button. So maybe somewhere out over here, we're going to have this constant handle decrease is going to be equal to this arrow function. So what we're going to do, if quantity, so the quantity we have is greater than 0, then we want to go on and update our quantity. So we're going to set quantity to what? So we're going to set it to quantity -1. And apart from that, let's also go on and set the price. So we're going to update the price using the number class. And this number class, we are going to take the quantity and we are going to -1. And then we are going to go on and multiply it by our game details, dot price. So the price that we have in our Sanity Studio. And after that, we should go on and call it call to fixed to, like this. So this is us updating both the quantity as well as the price. And then I'm just going to duplicate this here so that we can have for handle increase. So I'm just going to change this to handle increase. And this handle increase is going to check if the quantity is less than, so our game details dot quantity, not 0. So if that is the case, we are going to set our quantity. We're going to have our quantity, and then we just add 1 to it. And for the price, we are going to be adding over here. That's the difference. And for our button, so for our add button, we are going to have an on-click event listener, which is going to call the handle increase. Okay, so that should be it. Let's have a brief recap. We see over here that we are fetching this data. Remember that this data fetching pattern is actually on the server side and not on the client. But over here, we marked this component as use client, which means as a client component. And then we have data, and we are using the data here. So this can lead to some side effects. So let's come to the browser. And over in the browser, if we open our terminal, so if we open our console, we see that we have errors. Okay, so we have some bunch of errors, and if we inspect one, you see that we are going to HTTPS, and then we have /undefined.app. So it is not able to Next.js. I'm just going to quit the terminal. Next.js is not able to pick up our configuration that we have in our env. So this configuration we have over here, and in turn this affects what we have in our libs, our Sanity studio over here. So you see here that we are using Sanity underscore studio underscore project ID, which we defined here, but it doesn't work. And why is that? Because if we come over to our page.tsx, we are using the use client directive. And this directive, if Next.js handles our page on the server side, it is able to pick up whatever we've defined in our .env. But when Next.js is reading off the data from what we have defined inside our env from the client or from a client component, it needs us to make use of next underscore public like this. So we need to prefix next underscore public to our .env, and Next.js will be able to pick this up on the client. And if we come over to our sanity.ts, we need to fix it here as well, making use of next underscore public. And now if we restart our application using npm run dev, we can see over here that now this should work. Okay, but even though this works, you would see that we are not going to correctly handle our click events. So let's come back to the browser, and I'm just going to open a new tab because this one looks a little messy, and we reload our application. So I'm going to open the console. We don't see any errors, which is good news. And let's just open any of these games. So go to the game details. So if we click on these buttons, we see that it doesn't have any effect. And why it is? Because of the way we fetch our data. Over here, we fetch our data on the client, and we try to handle some events. And by the time Next.js goes on to render our application, it's not able to correctly pick up these game details that we have. So that means we need to change the way that we render our application. And for that, we are going to visit the documentation, and I have also prepared some slides. To understand what's going on in our application, let's come over to the documentation. And in the documentation, let's come over to React Essentials. So over here, that is nextjs.org/docs/getting started/React Essentials. You see that we have server component and we have client component. And we made use of the use client directive already. And this shows that we want to go on and render this component on the client. So if we scroll further down, you see that we need to go on and compose our application on the client and also on the server, because we don't want to render the whole page on the client, because we have some click events that we use to update state and in our application. But then we also have some details about the product. And how can we achieve this? We need to go on and nest a server component inside of a client component. And how do we do this? You see that importing a server component into a client component, it is not supported. So to achieve this, we are going to go on and use a pattern. So where we pass the server component as prop to the child component. So over here, you see that a common pattern is to use a React children prop to create, in quotes, a hole. And you can come further down, and this is the final approach we are going to have in our application. So we're going to have a client component that takes in a server component as props. Okay, and this goes on in a page.tsx file. Okay, so we have this page.tsx file, and in this page, we are going to have a client component that is going to serve as a wrapper around our server component. So how can we achieve this in our application? So for this, how does it matter in our application? We see that this is more like the current structure of what our application is like. We have this carousel over here, which has these two buttons, and that gives us an idea that this needs to be rendered on the client. And over here, we also have some buttons that we use to toggle state, so a local state that we have in React, and this also adds to cart. So all these needs to be rendered on the client. And over here, we have a game name, price, and description, which is good for SEO, and there are no click events going on all we have here. So how do we split our application? You see that we can have the stop section being rendered on the client, and then we have also this section where we handle click events rendered on the client, and here where we have game name, the price, and the description, we are going to render this on the server. So let's see how we can use this approach. All right, so back to our application, we need to go on and render parts of our application on the server and also on the client. In order for us to do this, I am going to copy everything that we have in our page.tsx. I'm going to come here to our components, and inside our components, I'm going to create a new folder. In this folder, I'm just going to call it game details, like this. And inside game details, I'm going to have a file that I call game details client .tsx, and I'm going to paste in everything that we copied. So actually, I'm going to come here and copy all of these and paste it over here. All right, so that's one. And then we are going to create another file, which I will call game details server.tsx. And then I'm just going to quickly bootstrap a React component. So this component over here is going to be rendered on the server. We have a typo here, so I'm just going to quickly rename. So this is server, like this. So this is going to be rendered on the server, and this component over here is going to be rendered on the client. So we are making use of the use client directive. Everything should work fine. But over here, where we have over here, we are meant to render some details about our game. So just here, we are going to render game details. I'm going to render these game details means that we are going to receive them as children props, like this. So we have an error because we are not receiving the props anyway. So over here, our props is going to be an object where we first have params. So this is the params that we have. And after params, we are also going to have children. And children is going to be of type react.react node, like this. So over here, we can go on and destructure children. Okay, so let's change this. Rather than use game item, we're going to use game details client. Okay, and here we have our game details. Everything should remain as it is. We don't have any much going on, only for the fact that we receive props from this component, which is going to display children. Okay, so we're going to render game details server over there. And here we are not making use of, let's see, price, description, and name. So these are going to be used for our game server. So, but let's leave it here for now. And coming over to our game server, what do we need to do in this component? First, you can notice that this is not going to be making use of the use client directive. So we can go on and fetch our game. I'm going to come back here and just quickly take this, where is it? So this, I'm just going to quickly copy this and use this over here. So we have our game details. We have an issue because we need to make this async like this. And we need to go on and import getGame from our libs folder. So we need to import getGame. We have an error for this log, so we can say we're going to receive props, and this props is just going to be of type object, and in this object we are going to have a slug, which is going to be a string like this. And for this, we can go on and destructure this log from our props, and here we can just take slug like this. All right, and in here I'm just going to repass in the slug. So for our game details here, we are going to render an empty fragment instead. And in this empty fragment, we are just going to have these details. So we have these details over here for the game name. So these are going to be our game details, name, price, and description. And for the class names, I'm just going to come here and copy all these class names that we have over here, that is in our game details client. I'll paste it here, and I'll let go of everything except the name, the price, and the description, which we are making use of in this component. So just these class names over here were rendered. So this is it for this component. This is all we need to do. We just receive this log. We go on to fetch data. You can see that we're not making use of the use client directive inside of this page. And now game details, let's go on and change how we fetch data. So we're going to fetch data the way we normally fetch data in a React component. Okay, so we are going to go on to set some state. So just after here, we're going to set the state. We have our game details, we get our set game details, and we're going to, initially we have our game details to be undefined. And then we are going to go on and fetch our data, making use of use effect. And with use effect, we are going to have a callback function. And after the callback function, we're going to have our array of dependencies like this. And in here, we need to define a function to use and fetch out game. So we can call this fetch game details. A fetch game details is going to be equal to an async function like this. And this async function, we can go on and get our game. So const game is going to be equal to await get game. Here we need to pass our slug as a dependency. We get our game, we need to use it and update our state. So here we are going to set game details to the game that we get back from our backend. And here we need to call this function like this. So once this component loads, we go on and run this function, which updates our state. I'm going to save this, and let's see if that is all that we need to do. Now we have an error because game details is possibly undefined. So one thing we can say, if we don't have any game details, we're just going to return and not run this function. And same thing over here, if we don't have game details, we are just going to return. We have the same thing here, so I'm just going to cut this and say if no game details, if that is true, then, sorry, if we have game details. So if that is true, go on and show the carousel. And here we have it for our add button, which makes use of the game details. So we can also say if game details is true, go on and show the add button. So this is it, and here we're going to render this component as children, which is going to be our game server component. So that is it for this component. Let's come back to our page.tsx, and in this page, let's see how do we receive. So here props is not going to be params because we're just going to receive slug. So props is going to be an object where we first receive slug, and slug is going to be of type string. And here we can just go on and take slug like this. Okay, so that is it. I'm just going to let go of everything that we have over here. So in the return statement as well, we're not going to be returning all of that. And also we're not going to be making use of these class names. We're not going to be making use of these functions. We're not going to be fetching any data here. I'm just going to let go of all of these. but we're still going to receive the slug. We're not going to make use of all these stuffs over here. And for return, we are going to return our game details client like this. And inside our game details client, it needs some props. So it needs the slug, and the slug is going to be equal to slug. And also inside here, we need to go on and render children. So here we are going to render our game details server. So here, game details server, which also needs some props. So here we are going to pass in the slug, and the slug is going to be equal to slug like this. We also have an error here, okay, because if we come to our game server, it doesn't want us to, because we are returning a promise, it returns JSX. So we can just say this is going to be of type any, so that the error goes away. Come back to our page TSX. Do we have an error? Yes. Because here in our games details client, we are also using async, so we need to get rid of it. And we can go on to save this. And finally, we can save our page, come back to the browser, come back to our application. We see the terminal, and let's quickly reload our page. So I'm just going to reload over here. Or better still, I'm just going to open a new tab. And here we go on to load our application. Let's quickly come over to a game details. So I'm just going to click on this. And here you see that we render the title of the game, and we have the price, and we also have description. This component here is this component. So our game details server component, where we render the name, the price, and the description. And the most interesting thing to see is that this is not making use of any use client directive. We come over to our page, and you see that it is just passed as children to another component, which is making use of the use client directive. Now, the interesting thing is you would know is that this game details server is being rendered on the server. And how can we prove that? If we come back to the browser, let's say we copy the game title. So I'm just going to copy this game title. I would right click and view page source. And I'm just going to wrap this. And if I find this game title, you see that we have the title over here, and we have the description over here as well. We have all these details. So we have the title, we have the description, and if you look somewhere around, you're going to be seeing the price somewhere here. So 50. And if you come back to application, that is what we have. And let's try to click on these buttons. And you see that clicking on the buttons works as expected. And if we get to the maximum game quantity that we have, the button gets disabled. So this is how you can go on to compose your application in Next.js, both on the client side and also on the server side. Let's go on and integrate React Redux, that is Redux toolkit, in our Next.js application, because now we need to handle some state, because in our application currently we just have the cat state, not really a state, so we just have the cat and the header, which we had coded the cat value. So the idea is for us to go ahead and manage the cat state in Redux. So I'm in the official documentation for React Redux, so react-redux.js.org. And here, if we go back to the get started guide, and you'll see how we can get started and how you can integrate it in an already existing React app. But if we come over to the quick guide, you would see that first, we need to go on and install Redux toolkit and React Redux by running this command. So I'm going to copy this command. And then we need to create a Redux store using the configure store. And then we need to provide the store that we create. That is the store we create here. We need to provide it to our React application, in this case, our Next.js application. And then we go on to create some slides and then a reducer and all of these. So let's go on and do this in our application. In our IDE, I am going to paste the command that we copied from the documentation. So npm install @react at redux.js/toolkit and then react redux. Go on and execute this command. And please, it's important that you run this command inside your front end, not in the CMS. So after running the command, I'm going to come to the source folder, and here in the source folder, I'm going to create another file, another folder, and this folder, I would call it Redux. And inside this Redux folder, I am going to create another folder, which I would call features. But before we work on the features, inside this Redux, I'm going to create a store.ts file, which is going to contain configuration for our store. And to create a Redux store, we need to import configure store. And configure store needs to be imported from at redux.js/toolkit. So from this library. Okay, and now we've imported it. Let's go on and export a constant that we would call store. And this constant is going to be equal to this configure store, which is a method that takes in some object of configuration, and one we can pass in is reducer. For a start, we don't have any reducer, so I'm just going to pass in an empty object. And next, we can also pass DevTools, and we only want to make use of the DevTools only if we are in development. So we're going to say it's going to be equal to process.env.node_env. If this is not equal to production, then we are going to go on and make use of DevTools. Two things or two types that we need to define and export. So the first type is going to be root state, and this type is going to be used to configure our hooks. So we're going to configure our own dispatch hook and our own app selector hook. So we need to define this type. So we have our root state, which is going to be equal to the Typescript return type, which is a generic type, and we can say this is going to be a type of, and then we can call our store.getState like this. Okay, so this is the first type we need, and the other type is going to be app dispatch. So let's export a type, and we can call this app dispatch like this. And app dispatch is going to be equal to our type of store.dispatch here like this. Please don't execute dispatch, okay? It already gives you an error, so dispatch like this. Okay, so now we have our store. We need to wire up our store to our entire application. In order for us to do this, we need to come over to our app, and here we have our layout.tsx. So in this layout, we are going to configure or wire up our store. But first, we need provider, because the provider is not just going to work out of the box, because we need to render this on the client. And in order for us to do that, back to our Redux, we're going to create another folder, and we're going to call this providers.tsx. And here we are going to write our own custom provider. But first, it's important that we mark this with the use client directive, just like this. And next, we need to export a function, which is going to return JSX. But this JSX is going to be the provider that would come from React Redux. So we can say export function. We can call this providers like this. So this is our function, and here we are going to be returning JSX. So we're going to return provider, and provider needs to be imported from React Redux like this. And if you're familiar with Redux, you know that a provider needs to take in a store. So here we are going to say store is going to be equal to store. We just define store not quite long from this folder here, so this constant. And here we need to wrap children. So we can say that this is going to take in children like this. And children is going to be of type object, where we have children, which is going to be of type React node like this. All right, so this is what we have, and here we can go on to dynamically have our children. Okay, so this is it. We have this function. Let's okay, we are already exporting it. So this is the provider that we have. This is all that is going on inside of this folder of this file. Now we have our provider. We need to use it to wire up our store in our layout.tsx. So back to our layout, we need to wrap our entire application with the provider. and that is this providers that we just created. So for that, I'm going to cut everything. Actually, it's going to be this that we have here, and wrap this inside of the providers, which will be coming from our Redux file, and here we return everything. So the header, the main, and also the footer. So we are importing the providers from here. We can go on to save this, and let's quickly restart our application with npm run dev. So this is going to restart our Next.js application. And then we can come over to the browser and see if we have correctly wired up Redux. All right, so back to the browser, there's no way or no clear way for us to see if we have correctly wired up Redux to application. So for that, we need to install the Redux DevTools extension, which is a Chrome extension. In order for us to install this extension, you just come over to Google and search for Redux DevTools. And here, the first search result, I'm going to click on it. And this brings us to the extensions tab, and you just click on add to Chrome over here. So this is going to ask this question. Yes, we're going to go on and add the extension. And once it's done, we get this notification over here. And we can come back to our application, and then we can click on this extensions tab over here. We see the Redux DevTools. We can just go on and pin it here. For now, we see it's slightly grayed out, okay? But let's quickly refresh our application. We see that it's a bit colored here. For now, this is what we see, but once we have our reducers set up, we'll be able to see our reducers over here. Okay, so let's quickly go on and create our own custom hook. And the idea is to use this hook to be able to select items from our Redux store and also go on to dispatch. So we need to tell Typescript the type of states that we have. So the type of objects that we're going to be storing in our state, and also the type of actions that we are going to dispatch. So for that, if you come over to the store, you see over here, we created these types for root state and also app dispatch. So let's go on and make use of it. And over here in the source folder, I'm going to create another folder for hooks, and I'm going to create a store hook.ts file. And here we are going to write our custom hook. So first we need to, let's go on and export a constant that we'll call use app dispatch like this. And this is going to be equal to use dispatch. Use dispatch needs to be imported from React Redux. It doesn't make sense for us to just have this and initialize it to this. Let's go on and define the type of use dispatch over here, because if you see currently the type is not actually set like this. We just have this type. So let's go on and let it to be aware of the type of actions that we're going to dispatch, and then we're going to go on and say this is going to be of type a function that is going to return app dispatch, and app dispatch is coming from what we defined over in our store, which is this type over here. And now if we hover on this, you see that it's a function that is going to be returning app dispatch. And app dispatch, if you come over to the store, see the app dispatch gets its type from the store.dispatch. Okay, and next we need to also go on and define our app selector. So we're going to export another const that we can call this use app selector, and this is going to be equal to use selector, and use selector needs to be imported from React Redux. We can go one level further and also define the type. So to define the type, we're going to say type used selector hook, which needs to be imported from React Redux, and this is a generic type, and we say this is going to be the type of our root state. So remember, root state also is coming from our store. So these are the two custom hooks that we have in our application. We are going to use this whenever we want to dispatch an action or when we want to read off data that we have in our Redux store. We have been able to create our custom hooks. So now if you come over to our store.ts, so here, you will see over here that our reducer object is just currently an empty object. So now let's create a slice. And creating a slice means that we are going to create reducers as well as actions. So we do this using Redux toolkit, and it's called slice. Okay. So here in Redux, we have features. So these features folder that we have over here, I'm just going to close others. And inside this features folder, I'm going to create a feature that I'll call catslice.ts. And inside this cat slice, I am going to go ahead and create the slice. At the end of the day, the slice is going to help us to have our actions as well as our reducers. So basically, that's why it's called a toolkit. So to create a slice, we need to make use of create slice method that is being exported from Redux.js /toolkits. So I'm going to call this slice the cat slice, and this is going to be equal to the create slice method. And create slice needs to be imported from at Redux.js /toolkit. We have an error because obviously we need to pass an object of configuration to this method. And one such configuration we can pass is the name. And this name, we can give it a name of cat. We also have an error because each slice needs a reducer, but we are going to get to that. So we can give this initial state, and for this slice, so for our reducer, we can say the initial state. Let's have a const where we define initial state like this. And initial state is going to be an object. So an object where we can say we can have a showCat property, which is going to be equal to false. And let's say we have cat items as well. Now, cat items can go on and be gotten from local storage. So it can be an empty object, empty array like this. But let's go on to save the cat in local storage. So we're going to be reading off the data from the local storage. And we can say cat, we can call this cat from local storage like this. Is going to be equal to, now we need to check if the type of local storage, we first need to check if this is not equal to undefined. So if this is not equal to undefined like this, if that is the case, so then we want to go on and get the cat item from local storage. So we're going to say local storage dot get item. We can just give this any name. So in this case, I'm going to give it the name of, let's say, cat. If that is true, like this, then we want to go on and JSON.pass. So we're going to go on and pass local storage.get item cat. Okay, so otherwise, so if that isn't true, we are just going to return an empty array. We have an error because we most likely have missed it somewhere. So let's see, we most likely have missed it here. Otherwise, we give it an empty array. We have this error because this can be undefined. So this can be undefined, even though we're checking over here if this is true. So one such way to tell Typescript to go on and relax is just by using this exclamation mark over here. So now we have our cat from local storage, and we are going to use this as this here. So if this is found, our initial state is going to be this, otherwise it's going to be the empty array. So up next in creating our slides, we need to pass in some reducers. Okay, and reducers basically is an object that can go on to have actions. So actions are what we use to update our state. So we can have a toggle cat action, which is going to take in state. By default, our actions are always going to take in state. So any action, any function we define here is automatically going to receive the state object. Okay, and as you see here, this is what we have in our state. So in here, we can call state, and then we have the showCat property. And what we can do, we can just call the inverse. So inverse of state dot show cat like this. So whenever we want to toggle the state, we call this function, and if it is true, we show our cat. If it's not true, we don't show our cat. And another action we can have is an action that we use to add an item to cart. So add item to cart like this. And this action or this function is also going to, let's use an arrow function like this. So this function is going to take in state, and it's also going to receive action. Okay, so you see action is an object which takes in the type, the payload, and also the type. So we can define the type of this action just to be explicit with Typescript and say this is going to be of type payload action. So payload action should be imported from @redux.js/toolkit. And here we can go on to define the type of action that this is going to receive. Okay, but we can just go on to say any for now. And in here, you can say const new item is going to be equal to the action.payload. Okay, and here let's go on to first of all check if we have an existing item. So whenever we want to add an item to cart, we want to check if that item already exists. So we can call this existing item. An existing item is going to be equal to state.cart_items, and if we find, so when we use find, we get an item, and here we need to return boolean. So we can say item.id if that is equal to new item.id. So in here, we are going on to find, we get an item, and we check if that item.id is going to be equal to this. So if this returns true, then our find is going to go on and return the item. So here we have an error because it has an any type. So we can go on and say, to avoid this error, let's go on and define the type that we have. So for our initial state, we can go on and define the type for this initial state. Let's call this type a cat state like this. So we don't have this type or interface defined. So at the top here, we can define an interface that we call cat state, which is going to be an object where we have a show cat. Show cat is going to be of type boolean. And then we have our cat items, which is just going to be an array. So it can be an array of, we can say any. So now we see that the error is gone over here. Okay, so that is it if we have an existing item. So let's say if existing item, then we want to do something. Otherwise, we want to do something else. Okay, so if we have an existing item, what we want to do, we obviously, for now, might want to update the quantity. So we can say existing item.quantity is going to be equal to this new item that we receive dot quantity. Like this. Okay, otherwise, if we have a new item, that is if we don't have an existing item, we just want to call our state.cat_items, and then we want to push, we're going to push this new item over here. Okay, and lastly, we want to also go on, so inside this our add item to cart action, I want to go over here and say our local storage.set item. We want to set an item, and we can give it a key. So we give it the name of cat. So remember over here, we are looking for this name cat. And the value is going to be, because we can also only save strings in local storage, we want to go on and stringify the state dot cat items like this. So this is what we have, and now we have an action to toggle the cart, to add an item to cart. Let's also have another action that is going to help us to remove an item from cart. So we can have remove item from cart. Okay, so this is going to be an arrow function, and inside here we receive state, and then we receive action. So action is going to be of type payload action. And payload action is a generic type like this. And inside here, we can say the action is going to have an ID, and the ID is going to be of type string. Okay. So inside here, we can say const item ID. Item ID is going to be equal to our action and then dot payload. And we know that payload is going to have an ID like this. And then we can have an updated state. And this updated state is going to be our state.cat items. And this cat items we call filter. And filter is going to take a callback action where we have the item. And here we want to filter any item.id that is not equal to this item ID that we get as our payload. So we're going to filter it out. And now we have our updated state. We can go on and have our state.cat items, and then we use the splice. So that splice is going to take a start index and also a delete count. We can start from 0, and the delete count is going to be our state.cat items.length like this. And it also needs the new state that we want to use. So I'm just going to spread here our updated state. Okay, so we're going to delete what we have here, and then we pass our updated state. Now we've done this, let's also go on and update our local storage. So I'm just going to copy what we have here and paste down here. So we call local storage set item cat, and then we go on to set our state dot updated dot cat items. Okay, because over here we have updated our state. So we have been able to define our action and also our reducer. Let's go on and export these. We need to firstly, not really firstly, but we need to export default. We can call our cat item, our cat slice, sorry. And then we have a reducer properties. So we use this reducer and we're going to pass it over to our store over here where we have our reducer object. But first, let's also export our actions. So we can export const. And we're going to destructure all these actions coming from our cat slice dot actions. And what actions do we need to destructure? We need the toggle cat. We don't get suggestions, so let's see what we called it. Yeah, toggle cat. Okay, so here we need to export toggle cat. We also need to export, we have a typo, so let's fix that. Toggle cat like this. So that was a typo. Okay, so after that we also need to export our add item to cat, and we also need to export our remove item from cat like this. So these are our actions. So let's wire up our reducer to our store. And in order for us to do that, I'll come over to our store, and here in our reducer object, I'm going to pass in cat, and the value is going to be our cat slice. So remember, our cat slice is going to be coming from our features, and there we have our cat slice. So let's save this and make sure that we don't have any errors. Let's come over to the browser. And now we're in the browser. I am just going to reload this. Let me remove all these tabs. So if I view this, we still see this. So let's come back to our home page, and in our home page, let's click here, and then we see our reducer. So here we see our cat, we have show cat is false, and we have our cat item, which for now is an empty array. So the next thing we need to work on, if we visit one of these, we need to work on updating our cat state. So when we click on this and click on this, we want to go on and show our cat. So first we need to define our cat component. And so when we click on this, we can add an item to cat and see that item in our cat. Let's lay out our cat component, and for that, in our components folder here, I'm going to create a new cat component, and in here I'm going to have a cat.tsx file. Okay, and in this cat component, I'll just lay out our JSX boilerplate and remove the React import. We will be needing subclass names for this cat component, so I have provided us with the class names that we are going to be making use of in this component over here. So these are the class names. We have this first constant, which is an object with this class name that we'll be using here. And then we have these cat item class names as well that we'll be using. Okay, so let's mark this cat component as a functional component, and we do that by marking it as FC, which stands for functional component. So let's go read out data from our state, and to do that, I'm just going to destructure the property from our use app selector hook. So remember that this is part of the custom hook we defined, and you see that this is going to give us a selector, which is a function that receives the states, and we see the type of the states over here. So here we're going to receive the states, and we are just going to go on and return the state. So that over here we can destructure cat, and cat is an object that has two properties, and one of such properties is the show cat property. And we also have cat items. So we have the show cat, which is a boolean, and we have cat items. So inside our cat JSX, we need to pass a class name. Okay, so inside this div, so here I'm just going to pass this class name. So the class name we're going to have is going to be equal to classnames.container, which is this class name over here. And if show cat, which by default is false, so if this is true, we are going to translate x 0, otherwise we are going to translate x full. So this is the class name that we have for this wrapping div, and inside there we're going to have another div, and this div is just going to have the class name of, we go with class names dot header, and then inside this div we are going to have a h2, and this h2, not a h1, we are going to have a h2, and this h2 is going to display our shopping cart title. So over here we're going to have the text of shopping cart, and for class names we are going to give this a class name of, say, class names dot title, like this. Okay, and just outside the shopping cart we're going to have a cancel button. So we're going to have a button with the text of X, and for class names we're also going to give this button a class names, and then we call it close button, like this. Okay, so this is for this wrapping div. For now we don't have any click event on this button. Actually, I think we can go on to add a click event, so let's do that right now. So we'll say on click, because we have defined our action. So let's have dispatch. We're going to have dispatch by saying const dispatch. Dispatch is going to be equal to use app dispatch hook that we defined, and we execute it like this. So now we have dispatch. We want to dispatch an action, and just a quick refresher, if we come over to Redux, we have our features, we have our cat slice, and if we scroll down, we have this toggle cat. So this is just going to inverse what we have in our state, which is initially false. So on click on this button, we want to go on and dispatch. So here I'm just going to write it in line. We're going to dispatch toggle cat like this. So you execute it. We have an error because this is meant to be a function, so we're going to do it like this. So we're going to dispatch toggle cat, and toggle cat needs to be imported from our slice from here. Okay, so this is what we have going, and after this we need to have, just outside this div, we're going to have another div, and this div is going to have a class name. So I'm going to give it a class name of classnames.item container, like this. So inside here where we have our cat items, let's quickly check if our cat items that we destructure from our store, if we have our cat items, and we check the length property, So if first, let's check if our cat items is true. So if we have some cat items, and then we check if our cat items dot length, if that is greater than 0, if it is true, then we are going to map through the cat items. So we are going to perform some logic here. Otherwise, we are just going to render a p tag. Okay, so I'm just going to remove the comments and just say otherwise. We are going to render a paragraph. In this paragraph, we can just say your cat is empty, like this. So we can just say your cat is empty. And for class names, we can give this paragraph a class name of, let's say, class names. Do we have anything? We don't have, so I'm just going to remove this. We don't have any class names for the paragraph. So what are we going to show if this is true? So we need to map through our cat items. So we're going to say cat items dot map, and map, we're going to get each cat item, or we can go on to call it item. And the item, we are going to go on and return a div over here. So we can have a wrapping div here, and this div, let's give it a class name. This div is going to have a class name of cat item class names dot container, and inside this div we are going to have our cat items. We have an error because we are mapping and we need to provide a key, and the key we can say item.id like this. So for now we are going to have our contents just displayed inside this div. Okay, so we're going to have our contents, our cat contents. So we're going to have this placeholder, and let's save. So let's save this and let's try to render our cat. So to render this, where do we render our cat component? If we come over here and we visit our layout, we're actually going to have an error because we are reading off states in here. So it's important that we can come on and mark this with the use client directive, so that we render this component on the client. And then if we come over to our, let's see, if we come over to our app, and here we have our layout.tsx. So I am just going to go on and render just after the providers our cat. So we need to import cat, and cat needs to come from components, cat, and our cat file. So let's go on and save this, and let's go back to the browser. I'm just going to reload this, and let's see if we're going to see our cat components. Obviously we don't, because if we check our Redux store, I'm just going to come back and check our store. You see that show cat is false, and that's why we don't display or we don't see our cat. But if we come back to the IDE and let's come over to our cat slice. So I'm going to come to features, cat slice, and here I'm just going to change this to true. Save, and let's go back to the browser. We see our cat component rendered, and by default we see the text our cat is empty because we don't have any cat item. So we need to go on and come back to the IDE. So for now we're just going to leave it true so that we can have a preview. Come back to the IDE and let's go on to fully render our cat content. Alright, so let's quickly complete the layout for our cat page. And here, what are we going to do? We're going to have our image. So image should be imported from next image. Okay, let's see. And our image component is going to need a width prop. And the width, I'm just going to go with 100. It's also going to need a height. I'll also go with 100. It needs a source. And the source is going to be our item dot images, and images, I'm just going to take the first item. It needs an alt, and the alt I'm going to go with is the item name. So item dot name. like this. We're not actually getting auto completion, but let's see if we check our models folder. So here, let's see, we have our game. So our game has all these properties. So I think it's better if we come over to our slice here where we set, where is it, cat items. So let's set it to an array of game. I'm going to import game from our models like this. Okay. And over here where we did set it to any, so where do we have it? Here. So our payload is going to be a game. And now we have an error. Because we get each item, let's take a look at our game, is underscore ID and not ID. So you see the importance of Typescript. So we can go with underscore ID is equal to new item dot underscore ID. And do we have an error? So here where we use ID is meant to be underscore ID like this. So here our payload action is actually going to be underscore ID. And here we need to correct it to be underscore ID. And this fixes it. I'm going to save this. We have an error in our cat. Let's see. This is going to be item underscore ID. And here we have images. And then I think, let's see. So item.images, and do we have URL? Nope. So I'm going to take the first one and then .url like this. So we have been able to use TypeScript to fix any errors or potential errors that we might have in our code. And for class name, this is going to have a class name of cat item class names and then .image like this. And after this image, we are going to have a div. This div is going to have a class name, and we're just going to give it the class name of cat item class name .details. And here we're going to have a heading. So let's say h3, which is going to go on to display the item.name. And for class name, we're going to give it a class name of cat item class names.name. And after this h3, we're going to have a paragraph. And this paragraph is just going to display the item.price that's called to fixed and to 2 units like this. And here we just display the $sign. And for class names, this paragraph is going to have the class name of cat item class names dot price. And after this paragraph, we have this div. So after this div, we are going to have another div. And this div is going to have a span. And let's see, in here, we are going to have a class name of, let's say, cat item class names dot, let's say, quantity container. And this span is going to have the class name of, not use callback, the class name of cat item class names. And here we go with quantity like this. And for the quantity, for now, let's just hard code 2. We would try to see to fix this later. And after this span, we are going to have a button. And this button is going to have a class name. So let's give it a class name. And this class name is going to be cat item class names. Call this remove button. It needs an icon. And the icon can be ri close line. We don't have this icon, so this is going to be coming from React icons. So let's import this from React icons and then /ri like this. Okay, let's come back, and here, just inside here, this button is going to have an onClick. So onClick, I think we already have, if we come over to our cat slice, we already have an action which is going to help us to remove an item from cat. So we need to call this and pass in the payload, which is going to be an object that takes in the ID. Okay, so here we're going to call this function. So we're going to call handle, what did we call it again? Let's see. So handle item or remove item from cart. So we're going to call, or let's just call handle remove item. Handle remove item like this. We're going to call it and we need to pass in. So I'm just going to copy this and the item ID. So item ID. Item dot underscore ID. So let's quickly define this function somewhere here. So const, this is going to be arrow function. We'll receive the ID, and ID is going to be of type string, like this. And this function, we're just going to dispatch. So let's make it a one-liner. We're going to call dispatch. We're going to dispatch remove item from cart. So we need to import this function. Remove item from cart needs an object. So pass an object, and here we pass the ID, actually underscore ID, which is going to be equal to the ID that we receive from here. So this is the function. Okay, so after we have this function, we have this cancel or remove button. So that is it for this section. And just after this, your cart is empty. So after this div, we're going to have another div, which is more like going to show some summary. And here, let's give it a class name. So class name for this div is going to be equal to, let's say, class names dot subtotal container. And here we're going to have a span, and this span is going to have the text subtotal. And for class names, this span class name is going to be equal to class names dot subtotal text. And just after this subtotal, we're going to have another span. And this span is going to have the class name of, say, class names dot subtotal price, like this. Okay, and inside this span, we can just go on and let's say 999, at least for now. Okay, so we just have this. And lastly, just after all this, we're going to have a button. And this button is going to have the text of checkouts. And for class names, we're just going to give this button a class name of class names and then dot checkout button. Okay, so that's all, at least for the JSX for now, for this component. And if we go back to the browser and we reload. Okay, so in the browser, we just see we have our subtotal text, we have our checkout button. And next, let's come back to, we see our games. So now let's make this button to work. So if we go on and increase this and click on this button, we want to go on and add our item to cart so that we see our cart update. So let's work on this next. Before we go on and make our add to cart button to work, I would just like us to do some optimization with our project. And one optimization we can do is the way we select our state. So here we return the whole state, which isn't good for performance. We can go on to just return the cart from our state and update this edit that we have over here. So that's one optimization. And another we can do, if we see here, we have this show cart, which can be undefined. It says boolean, so it can be true or false based on information that we get from our local storage. So to ensure that we have the correct styling applied, we can just use some state and also use effect. So we can say use state is equals to false, and here we can just call this render component. And here we can say set render component. And the idea is that we are going to have our use effect. This effect should be imported from React, and we have our callback function. And we have our array of dependencies. So inside this use effect, we can go on and set our render component to true. Now this is going to enable us to first of all check, so to be sure that we have our component already rendered. we can go on to check if we don't have. So if this is false, we don't want to return our component. In that case, we are just going to return empty fragment like this, and we can go on to save this component. So coming over to our components, and here we have our game details and we have our game details client. And in here, where do we have the add to cart button? So we have the add to cart button here. So we can go on to add a click event, and we can say on click, we can just call this handle add to cart like this. So we can call this function, and this function over here, let's define it. So we have this handle add to cart, which is just going to help us to add the product to cart. So if we come back to our libs, not our libs, our cart slice, you see that we have this handle add to cart, and this handle add to cart is going to take in an action. So the action is going to be a function that takes in the game. That means a game as parameter. And if this item exists in our cart, we just update the quantity. If it doesn't exist, we are going to add it and then save to local storage. So we need to call this add item to cart. So here we need dispatch. Do we have it? No. So somewhere around here, let's go on and define dispatch, and we can say const dispatch is equals to use app dispatch. It's our own custom dispatch that needs to be imported. So this dispatch over here, and here, once we click on that button, we want to go on and call dispatch. And now what do we need to dispatch? We need to dispatch add item to cart coming from our cart slice. We call this, it needs a payload, which is going to be a game, and we need to edit the quantity. Okay, because here you see that we update the quantity when the user updates the quantity. So here we are going to pass in, let's see, we're going to spread everything that we have in our game details. Why do we have an error? We have an error because underscore ID, string and undefined, is not assignable to type string. Okay, and that is because, let's see, here we have our ID, which can be undefined. Okay, so to fix that, let's come over to, let's see, first we will come over to our API. You see over here in our getGame function, we are not even querying for the ID. So here we need to go on and query for the ID, so underscore ID. Because coming over to our cart slice, if we come to our Redux, in here we have features, our cart slice, you see that we are checking, or we're making use of this underscore ID. So it's important that we query for this underscore ID. And to fix our error, first we need to be sure that we have game details. So we can say, if there are no game details, we are just going to go on and return. Okay, and now we fix our error, and we can also pass along the quantity. Okay, so whenever this handle add to cart is being called, we are sure that we are going to have the game details. And in our API, we are querying for the ID. So whenever we call this add item to cart in our cart slice, we are sure to get the ID that is going to be coming from this new item, which is this our action.payload, since we know the payload is going to be a game. So what we can do, let's go on and restart our application using npm run dev so that we can have a preview and be sure that whenever we click on our handle add to cart, we go on to add an item to cart. So once this is compiled, I'll just come over to the browser, and over in our browser, we obviously see that our cart is empty. If we check here, you can see, let's come back here and let's see again. You see that our cart items is an empty array. So we did see it before it left. Let's visit it and we see that it's an empty array. So if we, let's say we click on one of our games and we want to add this game to cart, so we click on it, we see that this game is being added to cart. We see that we have a quantity of 2 even though we chose 1, and that's because we had coded this quantity. So we're going to be updating this in a while. And if we go on to reload our page, we see that it persists. And do we have any errors in the console? Let's be sure we don't have any errors in the console. Fine. And if we come back and let's try to add another game, so let's try to load another game and add to our cart. Just click here, we see that it gets added. Our styling is obviously off, but you see that it gets added. And if we click on this icon to remove, because we have already handled this, let's be sure, coming back to our cart. So let's quickly come over to our cart to be sure that we have fixed that. And in our cart, we have this, is it this button? Yep. So we have this handle remove item and we pass across the ID. So we have it already wired up. And that means if we click on this, we see that it leaves our cart. And if we click on this, we see that we go back to our cart is empty. We can obviously reload and we see our cart displays. And if we check our console, we don't have any errors. So everything is working fine. We can now add item to cart. So let's make sure that we no longer had code 2 over here. And off camera, I'm just going to go on and make sure that I update the styling so that we can see this stack on top of each other rather than see them go horizontally. So I'll be fixing this. And then we are going to see how we can no longer hard code the quantity over here and also the subtotal. In our cart components, we currently have the quantity hard-coded and also the price. That's the subtotal. And one other thing, we always show the cart component. So let's go on and fix these. Let's start with the quantity first because that's pretty straightforward. We already have this in our state. So what we can do over here, where we hard-code the quantity, we can go on to change it with item.quantity. And if we save this, and go back to the browser, it should currently display the quantity of any given item that we have in our carts. So here we have one, and if we go on to another item to our cart and click on this button, you see that it correctly updates. Our styling is a bit off, but you get the idea. Okay, so that fixes it. And up next, let's go on and fix the total, so the price over here. In order for us to do that, we are just going to have a function. And this function is going to help us to calculate the total. So we can have a const and call this function, we can say calculate cart totals. Yeah, we can call this calculate cart totals. And this is going to be equal to an arrow function. And this arrow function is going to go on and return a type. And this type is going to be an object. We are going to have the total price, which is going to be a number, and we are also going to have the total quantity. So we say total quantity, and total quantity is also going to be a number. Okay, and now let's go on and have in our function body, we are going to create two variables where we'll have total price will start at 0, and also for the quantity, we're going to have total quantity, and we are going to start at 0. So we still have that error. To get rid of it, let's go on and have our return. So we are going to return an object with the total price and the total quantity. So these are going to be pointing to these references over here. And now inside of this function body, we are going to, let's see, we already have our cart items coming from state. So inside here, we are going to map through it. So our cart items, and for each item here, so inside this, we're going to have each item. What do we want to do? We are going to just go on and update the prices and the quantities. So we're going to say total price is going to be plus equal to, and then we have item.price, and we're going to multiply this by the item.quantity. Okay, and that's for the price. For the total, we're going to have, that's for total quantity. So total quantity is going to be equal to plus equal to the item.quantity. That's all. And for the price, let's just go on and call this to fixed. and then we pass 2 to it. We have an error because to fix returns a string, so we are just going to cut this and wrap it inside the number constructor, so inside the number class. And now this fixes the error. We have our total price being of type number. So what we can do just below this function, let's go on and destructure the total price and the total quantity from this function. So we're going to have our total price. We don't get auto completion, and that is because we are not calling this function. So let's come over here, and we need to obviously call the function. We have our total price, and we also have our total quantity. So I'm going to take the total price and come back here where we had coded $9.99. I'm just going to replace this with our total price and just have a $sign in front there. All right, so if we save this now, we have the total quantity, which we don't have any use for now. We'll come back to it. And we see correctly that we display the total price. And if we update our cart, you see that we also have the correct prices. So 80 and 20 gives us 100 over here. And next, let's add this button. So if we click on this cart, we need to go on and toggle this our shopping cart that we have over here. So once we click on this, we need to go on and display the, our cart. So back to the IDE, if we come over to our header, and inside our header, we have our header.tsx. We need to bring in the state. So for this button over here, which is responsible for displaying the quantity, for displaying the cart icon, on click of this, we need to go on and just after this header class names, I'm going to go on and have this from our use app selector. So we have this constant, we have our use app selector, and here we're going to get state, and we are going to return state.cat. So in here, we are going to destructure toggle cat. We don't have any auto completion. Let's visit our Redux. So here, let's see, in our Redux cat slice, we have this toggle cat. So it's actually an action and not state. So we are going to use dispatch instead. I'm just going to get rid of this. And instead, I'm going to have a const dispatch. And this dispatch is going to be equal to use app dispatch like this. And here, to go on and execute, we're going to call dispatch whenever we click on this cat icon. So we have this function, we're going to call dispatch, and we're going to dispatch toggle cat. So toggle cat, and toggle cat should be imported from our Redux features cat slice. And go on and call the function. So we have our toggle cat, and that is all to wire up this connection. If we save this, and let's go back to the browser, we have an error because now we need to render this component on the client, and I'm just going to go up to our header and render this using the use client component. So over here, we'll mark this using the use client. So we're going to save, and let's check if we have any more errors. No, we don't have any errors. So let's go back to the browser. And in the browser, we can toggle our cat. So once we click on that, you see our cat shows, and we can toggle this from also inside and outside the cat. So you see that it's been correctly wired up. Now let's update the quantity because currently we have 10 hard coded. And to do this, I'm going to come back to our cat. And so I'm just going to collapse all of these. We can go on and, rewrite this logic. So calculate cat totals just so that we can have this total cat. But this is a fantastic opportunity for us to see how we can make this function reusable. So to do this, we are going to be making use of custom hooks. We can obviously go on to do this in Redux, but let's see how we can have custom hooks in our React application. So up next, we are going to make this function reusable. We're not going to be repeating ourselves so that we can use this function here in the cats and also in the header component. So let's come back and fix that. All right, so let's go on and outsource this in a custom hook. For that, I'm just also going to remove this. And here in our hooks folder, so here I'm not in our app, not in our components. Let me collapse all of these. That's in our features, Redux, lib. So in our hook, I'm going to create a new file. We're just going to call this useCatTotals.tsx. Actually, we can call this useCatTotals like this. So here, let's go on and create a const where we call useCatTotals. This is going to be function like this. And let's go on and export this as the default. So I'm going to copy this and export default useCatTotals. All right, so useCatTotals is at the end of the day going to return an object. So we can, for here, go on create an interface, and this interface we can go on to call it catTotals like this. And this catTotals is going to be an object where we have the total price. Total price is going to be of type number, and we also have the total quantity, which is going to also be of type number. And here we can take this catTotals and say this function is going to return this catTotals here. So one thing we can do, we need to, let's not forget to, mark this using the use client directive. All right, so one thing we can do, we need state. So we can go on and have a state. So let's set a state, import useState from React. And this useState, we're going to initialize it. And before we initialize it, it's a generic type. So useState is a generic type. And we can say the type of state that we intend to store here. And we intend to store this state, so the catTotal state here. Now, this is going to enable us to have auto completion. Here we have our total price, and we're going to initialize it with a certain value of 0. And we can also have the total quantity, which initially is going to start at 0. And here we can call this totals and have a setter where we set totals here. All right, so we have this. Next, we are having this error because we are not returning a value. We're going to get to that, but we need to import useEffect, and useEffect needs to come from React. Now we have our array of dependency, and in this useEffect, we need to be able to fetch the details from our Redux store, our cat items, sorry. So to do that, I'm going to come here and say, and the structure from our use app selector hook, which is also a custom hook. And here we are going to get our state, and we are just going to return our state, and there we have our cat. Now this is going to enable us to destructure our cat items here. And now we have our cat items. We are going to use it in our useEffect to calculate the price and the total. Okay, so what we can do, we can come back to our cat, and we can actually cut this function. We're going to have an error, but we'll fix that. And we can paste it inside here. So rather than this function returning this object here, it's actually now not going to return anything. It's actually going to return void. And that is because over here, we are not going to be doing anything, not like we're not going to be doing anything. We don't have to return. Rather, we are going to update our state. So we are going to set totals here, and setting totals, we are going to do this with the total price and also with the total quantity. So with these values over here, we do our calculations, which updates the total price and the total quantity, and here we set our state. Now we have this function. We should not forget that we need to call this function over here. So we are having this warning over here because in our array of dependency, we need to pass cat items here. And now that fixes it. Now we have our set totals we're calling. We have our totals. We need to go on and return our totals. So just after our useEffect, we're going to go on and return, not cat items, return totals here. And now this fixes the error that we have over here. And this is our custom hook. So you've seen how we use custom hook in Next.js. This was one custom hook, that is the use app selector. And now this is another custom hook that is making use of our own custom hook. Now, whenever we call this our use cat totals, we should always have our totals, which is going to be this object. So back to our cat, we are not going to be calculating the result over here. We are just going to go on and import our own custom hook. So I'm just going to do this on top here. And here I'm going to have this const where we're going to destructure the values, and we called it use cat totals. So go on and import use cat totals, and don't forget to call this function. And in here we're going to have our total price and our total quantity. We're not using it here, so we can get rid of it, and we're using the total price to update the price that we have here. Okay, and we can do the same in our header this time around. I'm going to save this, and if I come back to our header here, just before the dispatch, I'm going to also go on and destructure these from our use cat totals. So use cat totals, we should not forget to import it. And here we just need the total quantity. And this total quantity, we're going to copy this, and rather than hard code 10 here, we are just going to have our total quantity. We're going to save this, and if we come back to the browser, we see 3 here, because if we click this, we have 3 items in our cart, and we have the correct value. So everything works fine. And for us to continue our project, for us to go on and hook up this checkout button with Stripe API, it is important that we have authentication. So up next, we are going to dive into the world of authentication. We are going to dynamically render these buttons based on the authentication status of the user. And in order for us to handle authentication in our application, we are going to be making use of Auth.js. So let's have an overview of what Auth.js is, and then let's go on to make use of it. Understanding Auth.js, I just googled Auth.js, and now this is going to take us to the search results where we have the link to the official documentation. And it's important that you know that Auth.js was formerly known as Next.js. Okay, so you can see over here a brief description that Next.auth is becoming Auth.js because they are migrating from, rather than using just for your Next.js application, you can go on to use the authentication for web, okay? Everyone included, not just Next.js. So we can visit the Auth.js link, and this takes us to auth.js.dev. So what is Auth.js? First, it's important to know that Auth.js is a JavaScript library, and that's why we have this extension, and that's why we can use it in our Next.js application. And Auth.js goes on to provide a simple and consistent way for us to handle user authentication in our web application. Now, it's also important to know that Auth.js is based on OAuth 2.0 authorization framework, and is basically a standard that is widely adopted for authenticating users. And it gives us so many authentication platforms or ways to authenticate our users. And you can see these icons over here. We can authenticate users using Apple, GitHub, Google, Twitter, Facebook, and even local authentication using email and password. Okay, so Auth.js just goes on to make it easy for us to implement OAuth 2.0 in our web application. And it does this by providing us a set of ready-made functions and classes that we can use. Okay, so we can go on to use Auth.js in our application so that we can easily sign in users, using a single click, and also manage their authorization tokens. How do we get started? If you come over to this header navigation here, you click on this get started guide, You see over here the introduction. It follows a battery included approach. It is flexible, it is secure by default. All right, and here you can see credentials authentication, and this we are going to be making use of because next we are going to be handling credentials authentication in our application. You see over here databases, and we are going to be making use of a database adapter because we are going to be using MongoDB to be able to store our authenticated users. We're not going to be using sanity.io, but if you come over here where we have providers, and here we see or we search for credentials provider, you would see a way on how we can handle the username and password authentication. And I'm just looking for adapters. And here where we're going to use a database adapter, we can click on this link to view all available adapters. And this is going to take us to the database adapters link. And here we can see we have a MongoDB adapter. If we click on this, you see what we need to install. So we're going to need to install npm install, you see, auth MongoDB adapter, and also MongoDB. And this is the way we can set it up inside of our application. We are going to do all of these setups, and we are going to see how this works. And if we come over here, you see that we need to have these accounts, sessions, users, and verification tokens. Now, if you're used to the MongoDB or the way it works, you see that these are collections. So we need to have a collection for account, session, users, and verification token. And you see here that's part of the properties that this needs, even though it marks it as optional. So these collections, which is going to be an object, and the name of the MongoDB collection has to be these over here with these types. So let's go on and work on this. And if we see over here, we have other adapters, Firebase adapter, we have the Prisma adapter, type ORM adapter, but in this case, we are going to be making use of the MongoDB adapter. So let's go on and get started with Auth.js, and let's hook it up inside of our application. Let's get started with our authentication. But first, before we have the ability to sign users in, we should first of all have the ability to sign up users. And for that, we are not going to be making use of the Next Auth library because it just doesn't support signing up users. So we have to handle signing up users to our application by ourselves. But before we begin that, we always have this showcat display. So what I'm gonna do, quickly come over to Redux, features, cat slides, and the initial state for our showcat, I'm gonna set it back to false and save this. Okay, so with that done, let's create a sign up component. So here, I'm going to create a sign up component. And inside the sign up component, I'm going to create a signup.tsx component. And I'll quickly bootstrap the layout and remove the React import. And we are obviously going to be needing some styling to save our time. I'm just going to paste this styling over here. So this styling is for this component. So these class names that we have from Tailwind CSS. All right, so back to our sign up component. It's obviously going to be an FC for functional component, which is going to take in some props. Okay, and here let's quickly define an interface that we call sign up props. It's going to be an object, and one such interface is going to be is sign up form open, because we are going to be setting or toggling the visibility of this sign up form from outside. And next we're going to have another function that is going to toggle the form, and this is just going to be a function that returns nothing. So we say a function that returns void. we take this and we pass it over here to this FC so that here we can receive the props. Okay, and before we return, we can go on to destructure all of these from our props like this, and we can destructure a sign up form open and also toggle form. Okay, so for the JSX, we are going to say if a sign up form is open, which by default is going to be false wherever it's going to be used. So we can go on and say if this is open, we are going to return some JSX, and otherwise we are going to be returning an empty fragment. So in here, let's go on and write out the JSX. So first we are going to have a div, and why do we have an error here? Let's see. JSX, okay, sorry, we forgot to close this here. So first we're going to have a div, and this div is going to have a class name of, and then we say our class names dot container. Okay, and inside this div we are going to have another div which is going to add as the card form. So we're going to go with class names dot card, and inside this div we are going to have a h2 which is just going to display the text of sign up, and the value for this is going to have a class name which is going to be equal to, and I will say class names dot heading like this, and this is our h2. So after this h2 we are going to have our form, so our sign up form. It's not going to have any action because we are going to handle this with JavaScript, and also it's not going to have any class name. So we have a div, and this div is going to have a class name of class names, and this is going to be a form control, so that in here we can have a label, and the label is going to be for the email, and it's also going to have a class name of class names dot label, and in here we can just have the label of email. After the email we are going to have an input, and this input is going to be of type email, and it's also going to have a class name, and the class name is going to be our class names dot input. We're going to give it an ID of email and a placeholder. So the placeholder is going to say, let's say, enter your email. And then we can go on to duplicate this form control. So I'm just going to duplicate this. And this is going to be HTML for password. And the text here is going to be password. And for the input is going to be of type password. A class name of class names.input. The ID is also going to be password, and for the placeholder it's also going to be enter your password. Okay, so after this we are going to have another div just somewhere around here, and this div is going to act as our button container. So the class names can be class names dot button container, and we're going to have a span, and this span is going to have our class name dot cancel. And inside this span, we are going to have the text cancel. Okay, so after this span, we are going to have a button, and this button is going to have the text sign up. Okay, and for type, we're going to give this button a type of button. So actually, we can give the class name of class names dot confirm, and for type, this is going to be of type button. Okay, and that should be it. So this is it for our sign up component. Let's save this and let's fix this component or attach this component to our header. For that, I'm going to come over here, and here where we have our header component, so just over here. Okay, so somewhere around here, so just here, I'm going to return a fragment so that I can have the header, so I can have the sign up form just here. So here I'm going to render the sign up, and then it needs to be imported from, let's see, I'm going to take away this. It needs to be imported from our sign up form over here. Okay, so with this, we are having some errors because it needs two prop. So one is it's sign up open, and it also needs a toggle form prop. And for the toggle form, just after this class name, we can have some states, and we need to import useState from React. So I'm just going to move this here, and initially it's going to be false, and the starting, or we can call this it's sign up form open, and then set is sign up form open. So here I'm going to pass this as the reference here, and to toggle form, I'm just going to have a const here that I call toggle form, and toggle form is going to be equal to an arrow function that is just going to set its sign up form just here. So the inverse of what a sign up form open is, so I can pass this. Now we can actually go on to write this inline, but I just decided to outsource it here. So let's go on and save. Do we have any errors? Let's see. We don't have any errors. Let's come back to our application, and I am just going to reload. And then let's click on this. Actually, let's see where we have it in our header. So we need to actually wire it up. So this toggle form. Okay, so let's see where we have it here. We have it for, actually we're not using it yet. We're not using it yet. So, but for now, we're going to make use of it basically when we want to either sign up or sign in. But we can toggle this form. So whenever we click on this here, so we can have an on click, and I'll click on this button we call toggle form. Okay, so I'm going to save this and come back to the browser. And if I click on this, we see our form. So we can enter our email, we can enter the password, and we can go on to sign up or cancel. So for now, none of these are going to work, okay, because we haven't linked it up. So let's come back, and now let's go on and handle the logic for making our form to work. So for us to make this sign up form to work, we can come back to our application, and it's important for us to have the backend API ready for incoming requests. And Next.js has us covered, because here in the app folder, we can go on to have a special folder which is called the API folder. Now we can have this API folder, and inside this API folder, we are going to have another folder which I would call sign up. And inside the sign up, we can have a file that we call route.ts. Now, this is how it works. Incoming request coming to /API/signup is going to be handled by this file. So the code that we have inside here. And that is the way Node.js goes on to be more like a full stack application, because it gives us this capability for us to have a Node.js backend inside of our front end code. So we don't have to spin up a separate Node.js backend or anything like that. Now we want to go on and handle a post request in this case because we are sending in data. So we can export an asynchronous function, and this function we can go and call it post. So we call this function post. And why do we call it post? Because it's going to be handling only post request. Now, if we are to be a get request or a patch request, we can go on and name this accordingly. But in this case, we need to handle post request, and that's why we called it post. Before now, we will do something like, let's say, if request.method, and we check if request.method is equal to, and maybe we say get, and then we can go on to return. Now this is no longer needed in this case, because As I said earlier, Node.js is only going to handle post request that comes to this route. Now, if you're familiar with Node.js, this is going to handle the incoming request and the response object and the types for these. So here our request is going to be of type request. We don't need to import this type, it is available globally. And same for response, it's going to be of type response. And here we write the logic for our incoming request. Now for us to continue, we need to install two packages. So I'm going to come here and say npm install bcrypt, and bcrypt is just going to help us to hash our passwords so that we don't store plain passwords in our database. And also I'm going to store MongoDB, not store, so we're going to install MongoDB and we execute. Okay, so while that is running, we can come here and just make sure before we handle, or let's say I just wanted to wire this up with our component, but I'm going to save that for when we write out the logic for this component. So let's come back and let's write out the logic for this function. All right, so let's write out the logic. I'm first gonna destructure some things that would be coming from the request body. So we need to go on and await request.json, and then we are going to have this, and we're going to destructure the email because that's what we're expecting, as well as the password. So after this line, let's have a check. We can check if there is no email, or if there is no password. We just want to go on and send back a response. Okay, so we are going to return a new, and then Next.js gives us this next response. This needs to be imported from next/server, and we can just say, let's say, please all fields are required, like this. And then we can set a status of 400. So this is going to be our error message. So please all fields are required with a status of 400. But if we have an email and we have a password, you can also go on to check, maybe it's an email and stuff like that, but I'll just leave it like this. And here we can have our try catch block. And our catch block, I'm just going to console.log, and I'll log to the console. Let's say registration failed. And I'm just going to also display the error message. And here I would return a new next response, which is going to say, let's say registration error, and with a status of 500, like this. So here in the try block, let's go on and discuss with our database. So here, first we need our client, and our client is going to be coming from the Mongo client. So let's go on and import Mongo client from the MongoDB package that we just installed. So here we're going to have access to our Mongo client like this. So client is going to be equal to, so we need to await the Mongo client, and then we have the connect property like this. Okay, so this is going to need the URL, which is going to be of type string, and here we are going to reference this from the process.env. We are going to, after now, go to MongoDB, and so we can have our connection string, but for now we can go on and read this off from process.env.mongodb underscore URI. We have an error because this can be undefined, so we can just say as string over here. So now we have our client. Let's go on and have our database. So we can say const db is going to be equal to client.db like this. And now we have this db. We can go on to find, first we're going to check if we have a registered user. So const, we're going to call this registered user is going to be equal to, and then we also need to await, and then from our DB we need to have a collection, so db.collection, and here we can have our users collection. So we can have a collection called user, and here we can go on to find one user, and we're going to find the user by email. Okay, and this email is going to be pointing from this email that we are destructuring over here. So there's every possibility that we can have a registered user. So we can check if we find a user that is already registered, we are going to return a new next response that is going to say user already exists. And we're going to send back a status of 400. So this is what happens if we find a user already registered. In the case where we don't have an already registered user, we need to go and create a new user. But first, we need to hash the password that we receive. So we can call this hashed password. And hashed password is going to be equal to await. And now we're going to use the bcrypt package that we just installed. Have we imported it? Nope. Let's go on and import. So here, we're going to import bcrypt. And this is going to be coming from bcrypt like this. So that here we can have our bcrypt, and there we have the hash property. We have an error here, a typo. So bcrypt should be coming from bcrypt. So didn't we install? Let's go on and install it. npm install bcrypt like this. So let's install it and fix this typo so that over here we can call bcrypt, and here we have the hashed password, just hash, sorry. So bcrypt.hash, and here we are going to have a password, sorry. And from the password we need to also pass the rounds. Okay, if we're still having this error, it's because we did not install the types. So npm install save dev at types bcrypt. So I'm going to copy this and paste this over here. So let's go on and install the bcrypt types, and the error should be gone, and then we would have our auto completion if we just like this hash, yes. And then here we can pass the password for a round of 12. Okay, so this gives us our hash password, and now we have our hash password. Let's go on and save this user in the database. And for that, we are going to get our results. And this result is going to be equal to, we need to await our database. And then for our collection, we're going to have make use of our users collection. And there we can go on to insert one user. And we're going to insert one. So it needs an object. And in this case, we're just going to store the email and the password like this. So here we access our database, not the password. We are going to store the hashed password here. Okay, so we have our results, and if we get our results, it's important that we go on and close our client. So here we're going to await our client and then .close, because we don't want to just leave our client on for connection. And then let's go on and return our response. So we're going to return next response, and here we could use JSON. So we're going to return the results, and also we're going to return this object with a status of 200, and also with a status text of, let's say, sign up success like this. All right, so this is the logic for signing or creating a new user. We have this post function, which is going to handle only post request. We have our request and our response. And from here, we destructure email and password. We check if there's no email or password provided, then we're going to send back a response. If we do, we create our client. we have our database. We check if we have a user already registered. If we do, we return an error message. If not, we hash the password, we store the user, we close our client, and we send back a response. Now we have this. We are going to come back, and coming back to our components here in our sign up component, we are going to make sure that we can sign up a new user once credentials are provided. So let's work on this next. In order for us to get our MongoDB connection key, you can just Google mongodb.com, and this is going to take us to this search result. And over here, we can click on this link, which will take us to mongodb.com. Now, in case you're not familiar with MongoDB, MongoDB basically is an open source NoSQL document database, and it's just basically renowned for its flexibility and also scalability. Now, MongoDB offers a schemaless data model, which allows for storing and also retrieving data in a way that just mirrors your application code structure. So you're not forced to define your schema ahead of time. It gives us a way of storing our documents in our database without defining a schema beforehand. So come over to mongodb.com, and here you can go on to create an account. So you can come on to sign in, try free. I think they should both link to the same thing. So they should be signing in and they should be registered. So click on this if you don't already have an account, and then you're going to come over to this page. And when you come here, you can either choose to sign up with all these credentials, but I'm just going to sign up using Google. And next, I'm going to choose my Google account. Then you also need to accept the privacy terms and conditions, and you click on submit. And here we are brought to this page. We can just say we are learning MongoDB or building a new application. It asks us what type of application. We can just say we are just exploring, and our preferred language is JavaScript, and then we click on finish. And now we need to create a database. So the idea is to create a free database. So we have this free tag over here. So we are going to be choosing this, and then we click on next. And we just need to complete this and verify. And once we verify, next we need to add an IP address, and we need to create a database user. So this is a username, and this is your password. So for username, I'm just going to go with Next.js, and the password, I would also go with, let's say, password 123. I would advise that in your case, if you're using this for production, you should obviously choose a stronger password. So, but I'll just go for password 123 in the case, and then create a database user. Okay, it's too weak. In this case, I'm just going to go with 123 password, and then underscore underscore. And then I would also copy this. And then create a database user. And now we've created a database user, we need to choose a connection method, and I'll click over here. And before we do this, because we're going to be connecting via VS Code, and then we have this connection string. But before I come here, I'm just going to close this. We're going to see how to get it back. We can click on network access. So click here, and here, this is my IP address, and this can change over time. So what we're going to do, we're going to click on add IP address, and here, I'm just going to go with 0.0.0.0.0/0, and I'm going to click on confirm. You can also have a comment, and maybe you can say all access. So in case when you push this for production, you should also come here to include the network IP address, and you can take this off. Okay, so for database access, you'd see your username, so Next.js, and then you also have your password. You can edit this in case you want to change the password. Okay, and now we're done with this. We can come back to, let's come back to our database. So click here and then we click on connect. And click on connect, we choose a connection method. So I'm just going to click back, and here we can choose MongoDB for VS Code. And here we see our connection string. So this is the MongoDB URI. I'm going to copy this. So I'm just actually going to click here to copy, click next, and can click done. Okay, so now we're going to come back to Visual Studio Code. And inside Visual Studio Code, remember in our route.ts over here, we are looking for process.env, but Mongo, it has to be MongoDB URI. So we're looking for this. So that means we are going to come here, and in our process.env, we need to create MongoDB underscore URI, and this is going to be equal to the connection string. So this MongoDB URI here needs to be what we use here. And for this, it's important that we change the password. So the password I chose was 123 password and underscore. Okay, and here, just after the slash, we can create a database. So I'm going to call this Next course. So Next.js course. You can give this database any name of your choice, but I'll just go with Next.js course. So here, remember, this is your password. This Next.js is your username, and this Next.js course here is the database name. So I'm going to save this, and here in our route, this should now work. So up next, we are going to come back to our signup.ts, make sure we're getting the form values from these inputs, and we are sending it to this route. So let's work on that next. Let's go on and make sure that we can submit our form, and for that we need to have access to the form values. So I'm going to be using references for this. So here we're going to have our email ref, which is going to be equal to, we need to make use of the useRef hook, which needs to be imported from React. So this useRef hook initially is going to be null. And for useRef to know the kind of elements that we are trying to have access to, we are going to specify the type, and we're going to say, because useRef is a generic type, that this is going to be having access to a HTML input element. Okay, I'm going to duplicate this, and rather than have email ref here, we're going to have password ref. And this email ref, we can take it and you hook it up to this input. So you can say ref, and ref is going to be pointing to the email ref, and for the password, the same thing. So we can have a ref here, and this ref is going to be pointing to our password ref. Okay, so now we have these values. What do we do next? We can have a const that we call sign up handler, which is going to be handling our sign up. Is going to be an async function, and this async function, like this, we can go on to submit our form. Okay, so here, let's first of all check if we don't have our email. You can show an error message, but here I'll just return. So if email ref.current, so if we have none, no email ref.current, or we don't have any password ref.current, in this case I'm just going to return. So you can show a toast or something like that. I'll just return. And here we have our try catch block. So in our try block, I'm going to press the response, and this response is going to be equal to, here we need Axios. So in our front end, I'm just going to npm install Axios so that we can handle the request. So up here, we can come here and import Axios from Axios. And here we can say response is equals to await Axios, and then we call post. So Axios.post, it needs the URL. And this is what I was saying about Next.js. Okay, I'll come back to the URL. So the URL needs to point to this route, and this route is /API/signup automatically Next.js is going to be looking inside this route.ts, and once it comes here, it's also going to check if this is a post request, and then this function is going to be called. Okay, so it's important that we have our post here, and for the route, it's going to be /API without any, let's say, any path. So it just has to be /API. You don't need to add localhost or anything like that. So /API, and then /signup. And in our config, so in our object, we're going to have email, and this email is going to be pointing to our email ref.current, and then we have the value property, and the same for our password. So here we're going to have password. Okay, so this is it. So we have our email and we have our password, and we send our post request. We have our response, and first we're going to check if response.data, not date. So if response.data, we just show an alert, so we can just use the window object and say window.alert, and here we can just show an alert of sign up success, and then we have to log in. Okay, so say please sign in, like this. Okay, so we have an error here. Why? Because data, okay, because we need to await. So we forgot to await here. So we need to await this. And now we get our data. So if we have an error, we are just going to console.log the error. So there's an error, and here we log it to the console. Okay, so now we have this form. Two ways we can take this form, and maybe we have an event here or something like that, and then handle it here on submit, but I will just have it on this sign up button. So I'll have it here on click, and on click I'm going to call the sign up handler. So to make sure that the user don't click on this button when the form is submitting, I'm just going to come here and have a state. So I'm going to have a state over here where I would say is form submitting, and then set is form submitting, and this is going to be equal to useState, which is going to have a value of false. Okay, remember, whenever we're using state, we need to make this to be a client component using the useClient directive, so that here we can disable this button. So come here and say disabled is going to be equal to is form submitting, so that here when we try to submit the form, we can just here, so after this here we can set is form submitting, and we can set it to true, and we can take this. So when we get our results here, we can set is form submitting, we can set it to false, and we can also set it to false if we have an error, because we had done submitting the form, we just have an error in this case. So I'm going to save this, and now is for us to try out our registration and see if this works. So I'm going to restart our application using npm run dev, and let's see if we have any errors. We don't have any errors, so I'm going to come back to the browser, and here I'm just going to open the terminal so we can see our console. And before I try this out, let's make sure that we are logging this to the console. So console.log, and we are logging our response.data, or maybe the entire response here. Just make sure I log this to the console, and now let's try it out. So I can come back to our home page, click on sign up, and I'm going to give this an email of test@test.com and the password of password, and then I click on sign up. And yes, we see our sign up success, please sign in, and over here in the terminal. So if we just expand this, it actually doesn't expand. We see our status, it doesn't expand for some reason. So, but we see, okay, maybe because of this, I'm just going to say okay. And if we try to expand this, we have our data and we see acknowledge true, and we see our inserted ID. And here we see our status of 200 and we see our status text of sign up success. And remember, all these are what we set in our Next.js API. So this sign up success for our status text, our status, and here we have our data. So if we come back to our MongoDB database, and here I am just going to refresh and click on browse collections. We see here our Next.js course, which is the name of the database, and here we see our users collection, and we have this user with this ID, this email, and we see the hashed password. Okay, so we have been able to successfully sign up our users. So one thing we can do whenever we sign up, we should maybe take off this form so that it's not there. And one thing we can do to fix that is to come back to our browser. I'm just going to take off this console.log. So we come back to our IDE, and here we have this toggle form. So we're just going to toggle this form. Once we are successful, I'm just going to call toggle form. Okay. And here also, if we have an error, I'm also going to call this toggle form. And if we click on this, so back to our, I'm going to save this, back to our, or still in our sign up form over here. So once we click on this cancel, so on click, we're going to call toggle form. And actually we should not call it, we should just pass a reference to the form. So here we shouldn't call it, so we should just pass a reference to the form like this. Okay, so this is it. We can try it one more time. I'm going to clear this, give this let's say test1 with the same password, click on sign up. It takes a while. We don't have any loader or spinner. We see sign up success, please sign in. We say okay, and actually it doesn't toggle. It doesn't toggle. So let's see. We actually have to call it. So we actually have to call the form. So I'm going to take this, and here where we have toggle form, we actually have to call it. But this, for the onClick, we have to call the function. Okay, so this is it. We can give it one last trial. Click on cancel. Cancel works. Click on sign up. We can click on cancel. Cancel works here. We can also say test3 at gmail.com, and here we can give it a password of password. We can click on sign up. It's successful, and then our form clears. So this is the sign up logic. Now we can go on to integrate Nextauth so that we can handle signing in with Google and also with email and password. All right, so rather than go on to display that boring window that alert, I'm going to be making use of a library called React Hot Toast. So I'm going to npm install React Hot Toast like this. In order for us to make use of this library, I am just going to come here, and in here, in our components, I'm going to create another folder that I would call toast, and here I'll create a toast.tsx file and quickly have a React component. And in here, I'm just going to take this off. So in here, we are going to import toaster from React Hot Toast. So somewhere here, we should go on and import toaster like this. And toaster will be coming from React Hot Toast. And we should not forget to go on and mark this component, making use of the use client directive like this. And here we are just going to return toaster. Just here, we would go on and return toaster like this. And don't forget to save. And to make use of this, we're just going to come over to our layout. And in our layout, all we're going to do here, so in our body, so just here, we are going to import our toast like this. So for us to make use of this, we can come to our sign up, and rather than show window.alert over here, we can just come here and import. So here we can go on and import toast, and toast will be coming from React hot toast. Now should be toast like this, and we can copy this, and here, so where we have window.alert, we can go on to show a toast, and then we can say toast.success. And remember in our response, so here I'm just going to say, here we're going to show our response, and there we had the status text. Okay, and I will just say please sign in as well. All right, and here, so we had a toggle form here. I'm just actually going to cut this and take this off so that somewhere here we can just toggle our form. So after our try catch, rather than repeat it both sides. And also here, I'm going to have a toast.error, and then I'll just say something went wrong. Like this. Okay, so we can save this, and let's restart our application using npm run dev. And now let's try this out. Come back to the browser, and we can just reload. Click on sign up. Let's enter an email. Let's say test5@gmail.com, and for password, we just say password. We click on sign up. So we'll wait for the user to sign up, and after a while we should see our toast. Yes, we see our toast. Sign up success, please sign in. Sweet. So this is it, and now we can proceed to use Next.auth inside of our application. In order for us to make use of Next.auth, I am in the official documentation, and here we are going to be making use of the MongoDB adapter. And to make use of the MongoDB adapter, we need to install this package. So npm install auth/MongoDB adapter. I'm going to copy this, and this is the setup. We need to create a client promise. So we are going to have a file that creates a client promise, and then it exports it. And we need to configure Auth.js to make use of the adapter, which is going to be the client promise. And here we check the get started guide, and if we click on Next.js, here, not for the live. So if we, let's see, if we click on credentials authentication, you see over here how we can go on to configure Next.auth in our Next.js application. We import Next.auth, so that means we need to install this package as well. And here we have the credentials provider, and this is how we can wire it up. So let's go on and do this in our application. And here I'm just going to paste the command that we copied earlier, and I'm also going to add Next.auth so that we can install the Next.auth library and go on to execute. So npm install auth/MongoDB adapter and also Next.auth. So come over to the Explorer, and here in our app API, we need to create a folder that Next.auth is going to be making use of. And to create that folder, it has to be inside the API folder. So here we're going to create a new folder, and we call this folder auth. And inside this auth folder, we are going to create a special folder with this naming convention where we spread more like a catch-all route. So we're going to use 3 dots, and now we have Next.auth. And here we don't add any extension or anything like that. It just has to be this folder spelled like this, and Next.auth is going to be looking for this folder. And now we need to create a route.ts file. So API auth, and now we have this Next.auth and route.ts. So here, let's configure Nextauth. That means we need to import Nextauth, and Nextauth will be coming from Nextauth that we just installed. And here we're going to have a const handler, and this handler is going to be equal to Nextauth. And Nextauth, we call it because it's a method and it needs some options, which is going to be of type auth options here. All right, so to create the options, I'm going to come over here, and here where we have our libs, I'm going to create a new file, and I'll call this Auth.js. So I'm going to save this, and in here we are going to be writing our auth. So inside this file, we are going to export a const, and this const we are going to call it auth options, and this auth options is going to be an object. So this object is what we are going to be passing into our route.ts. So over here, we are going to be passing auth options. Okay, so we have an error because auth options is not the type that we haven't configured it to be the type that Nextauth needs. So here we can say this is going to be of type Nextauth options, and Nextauth options needs to be imported from Nextauth. So here, one option we can provide is the providers option, which is going to be an array of the different providers that we want to make use of for authentication. So it can be a GitHub provider, Google provider, or our credentials provider. We are going to come back to these providers, and we can also pass session. So session, and session we can say strategy, and for value we say JWT like this. And for the adapter, we are going to be making use of the MongoDB adapter. So we're going to import MongoDB adapter. And this MongoDB adapter, we need to go on and import it. So here, let's import. We're going to import it, and this is going to be coming from, and here we have at Nextauth, and here /MongoDB, and here adapter like this. And we have this error here because it needs to be import. So we have an error, cannot find, so perhaps we didn't install it yet. Let's install this. So npm install, and we install at Nextauth /MongoDB adapter. And what we need there, we need to go on and import the MongoDB adapter coming from this library. Now this MongoDB adapter, as we saw in the documentation, it needs to take a client, which is going to be of type the client, Mongo client, which is a promise. Okay, so we don't have this yet. We are going to come back to it, and we can also say debug. And debug, we only want to debug if we are in development. So we can say process.env, and here we say .node_env if this is equal to development. So we can get some error messages. And we also need to provide a secret. So also we're going to say secret is going to be coming from our process.env, and then .nextauth_secret like this. We don't have the secret defined, so this is going to throw an error, but we will be fixing this. Oh, we should fix it now. So I'm going to copy this, and if we come over to env here, I'm just going to paste this in. So Nextauth secret, and I'm just going to go with the text of secrets. Obviously, in your application, you're going to be using a much more secured word over here. All right, come back to Nextauth. So this is going to work. And for the adapter, we need to have our client that we can provide to the MongoDB adapter. And to do this over here, so still in our libs, I'm going to create another file, and I'm going to call this file mongodb.ts. We have a typo, so let's update this to be mongodb.ts. So the idea here is that we create the adapter that we are going to be passing here. And to create this adapter, I'm going to import something, the Mongo client, from MongoDB. So here, MongoDB, and what we need to import is the Mongo client like this. Okay, so we import the Mongo client coming from MongoDB, and next we can go on to export So let's go on and export default. And here we are going to export our client promise. We don't have this yet, so we can go on and define it. So up here, we are going to say let client. So let client. In client, we are not going to initialize it. And here we say let client promise. Client promise is going to be of type any, and we're also not going to initialize it. So what we can do, we can say if process.env.node_env, this is equal to development, then we are going to do something. Otherwise, so here we're going to have an else block. We're going to do something else here. So what we are going to do over here, we are going to see, okay, so here we're going to say if there is no global dot underscore, so we can say MongoDB underscore, we can just say Mongo client promise. If this is not available, we are going to set our client, and our client is going to be equal to new Mongo client, and Mongo client needs the URL. So for us to get the URL, we are going to be getting it from our process.env. So we can come somewhere here and say const URI is going to be equal to process.env, and then this is going to be MongoDB underscore URI. And this obviously needs to match. So this needs to match what we have over here. Okay. So we have our URI. We're going to take this URI and we're going to pass it over to the Mongo client. We have this error because it can be undefined. So we are going to just say somewhere here, we're going to say if, and then we're going to take this. So if this is not available, if we don't have this value available, we want to go on and throw a new error. So we're going to throw new error, and this error is going to just go on to say, so we can say invalid / missing environment variable. Okay, and there we say Mongo. So I'm going to make this to be a single quote so that here we can use a double quote. So I'm going to say MongoDB underscore URI like this. Okay, so now we no longer have the error over here. We still have this error. We're going to fix it in a second. But after we define our client, we're going to say, so global dot, and then this Mongo client promise. So global.mongo client promise is going to be equal to our client. So this client we have over here is going to be equal to our client.connect. Okay, so this is it. We having this error, this Mongo client promise, and for us to fix this error, we are just going to come on top of this file, and here we're going to declare a global variable. So global, so declare global. And this is going to be a variable where we set the underscore MongoDB client promise. And we're going to set this to be of type promise. And the value is going to be our Mongo client like this. Now the error should be gone. This is 1 underscore. So the error should be gone. Or else, so in production, it's best that we don't use a global variable. So we're going to alter our client and say, our client is going to be equal to new Mongo client, and this needs the URI like this. And lastly, we're going to say our client promise is going to be equal to client.connect. All right, so this is our client promise, and we are exporting it here. We can save this file, and in Auth, we can go on and pass our client promise, which is going to be coming from that file that we just put out now. Okay, and lastly, we need to set up our providers. So I'm going to save this file, and I'll save this file. And next, let's come up here and define our providers, because we are going to be making use of 2 providers, our credential providers and also Google provider. So let's fix that next. let's go on and fix the different providers that we are going to be using in our application. And we come back to our route. It is important over here that we go on and export some methods. So we're going to export handler as get, and please, it has to be capital GET. Next auth is going to be looking for all these handlers, and we also need to export handler as post like this. So please double check here that you don't have any typo, handler as get, and also handler as post. All right, so let's have our different providers. And first we can start with our Google provider. So I'm going to import, and this is going to be Google provider. And Google provider needs to be coming from next auth/providers. And there we have the Google provider. So this Google provider, we are going to pass it here. And this is a method that takes in some options. And one of such option is the client ID, which is going to be coming from our process.env. And there we should give it a name of, let's say, Google underscore client underscore ID. And this can be undefined, so we can just say a string. So this is for our client ID, and we also need to provide our client secret. And here is also going to be coming from our process.env.google underscore client underscore secret. And then we say a string like this. So this is for our Google provider. I'll show us how we can get the client ID and also the client secret. And next we can have our credentials provider. So let's go on and import credentials provider. So I'm just going to duplicate this, and this is going to be coming from not create slice, credentials. So credentials here, and this can go on to be our credentials provider, so that here we're going to pass our credentials provider. We call the method, it needs some options, and we have to provide the options, and we can give it a name. And this name is going to be email. It's going to be a string. So here we can say email and password like this. After the name, we can pass credentials. And this credentials is necessary because NextAuth has the ability to generate us a form. And that is what we're basically doing here. So the form is going to have more like this heading, email and password. And these credentials, we are going to tell Next.js the different credentials that we are going to be using in our form. So for instance, we expect to have an email, and this email we are going to configure. So we're going to configure the label, and we're going to say this email, the label is going to be email, and we can also give it a placeholder. And the placeholder, we can say email@gmail.com, or we can say email@email.com. And we can also provide the type, because NextAuth doesn't automatically know the type. So we can say this type is going to be of type email. All right, so after email, we can also go on and have a password. And this password, we're going to give it a label of, let's say, password. We're also going to give it a type of password and no placeholder. Now, it is very much likely that in your own application, you have your own page. So you might not want to make use of this page that Next.js gives us. So somewhere around here, you can go on to have pages like this. And this pages is going to be an object, or could be a string, I think an object that has the different links. So if we hover on these pages, we can see it's an object where we have sign in, and we have the path to where your sign in page is going to be, sign out, error, verify request, and new user. So to know more about this, you can visit the documentation. So over in the documentation, over here where we have pages, you can see that the default value is an empty object and it is not required. And you go on to specify URLs that will be used if you want to create your own custom sign in, sign out, and error pages. And this is what is going on over here. So to know more about it, unfortunately, we're not doing that in this application, but this documentation is a handy guide where you can have these different pages. Back to the IDE, I'm just going to remove these pages that we have over here, and we can continue with our credentials provider. So we have the name, we have the credentials, and after this, not here. After this, we can go on to have an async function. And this async function, we are going to call it authorize. So we're going to see the use of this. We're going to have an async function that we call authorize. And you see over here, it automatically gets called with credentials and requests like this. So this authorize needs to return something. That's why we have this error. And these credentials are going to be these different credentials that we have over here. So it's going to be an object you can see that has this email or password, okay? And that's where we are going to handle the credentials inside of this async function that is called authorize. So one thing we can go on to do, we can have a check that checks if we don't have any email or password. So how do we do that? We can say if there are no credentials.email or there are no credentials.password, like this, what do we want to do? So I'm just going to add this check over here. We can go on and throw a new error. So we can throw a new error. And this error, we can just tell the user, please provide valid credentials, like this. All right. And after this if block, let's go on and find the user from our database. So the user is stored in our MongoDB. So because of that, we need to make use of our client. And then we need to await the Mongo client like this. The Mongo client should be imported from MongoDB. So go on and import the Mongo client. And this Mongo client, we have the connect property, and connect needs the URI. So we are going to get it from our process.env, and that is our MongoDB underscore URI. And we say not URL, URI as string, like this. And now this gives us access to our client. We have our client. Let's go on and find the user. So we are going to first, let's have our DB and say DB is going to be equal to client.db, like this. And next we can have our user. So const user is going to be equal to await, and we need to await db.collection. And for the collection, remember, it's going to be our users collection. In our users collection, we need to go on and find one user. And we're going to find one user by email. So we can say email, and this email is going to be equal to our credentials.email, like this. So if we have a user, let's have a check here. So if we have a user, we are going to do something. Otherwise, we are going to do something else. Okay, so if we have a user, what do we go on to do? We're going to return that user, okay, as any, so that we don't continue getting this error from authorize. Okay, or else if we don't have a user, we are going to go on and return null. Okay, so what happens here when we return our user and we return null? So any object that is returned from here will be saved in the user property of the JWT, so of this JWT web token. And if you return null, then an error is going to be displayed. So this error, so if we return null over here, an error is going to be displayed telling the user to go on and check their credentials. So the credentials that they displayed over here. All right, so if you don't want to return null to have next auth automatically tell the user, you can also reject a callback here and with an error message that the user is going to see. So let's go on and save this file. We have correctly wired up next auth inside of our application. Next thing we need to do, we need to go fetch our Google provider and also our client secret. But we are not done yet because we need to provide next auth to our Next.js application. And for us to provide next auth to our Next.js application, over here where we have our inside of our components, so here we are going to have our provider. So this is going to actually be next auth provider. So here I'm going to create a file that I'll call auth provider, and here we're going to create an auth provider.tsx. So here I'm just going to Actually, first let's mark this using the use client directive. So let's go on and export a const, and we're going to call this next auth provider. And this next auth provider is going to be equal to an arrow function. And here we need to return session, okay? And this session is what we are going to use to provide to our Next.js application. So here we're going to need a session provider. And this session provider, we need to import it. So session provider is going to be coming from next auth /react, like this. We have this session provider and we are making use of it over here. We have this error because next auth provider needs to be wrapped around children. So here we need children like this. And children is not defined. So here we can say we're going to have children, and children is going to be of type props, like this. So let's define these prop types here. We can just say type props. Props is going to be an object where we have children, and children is going to be of type react dot react node. And we actually don't need this here, and we can say equal to. All right, so this is our auth provider. Now we need to make use of this auth provider in our Next.js application. And to do that, I'm going to come over to the layout. So where we have our layout.tsx, and just here where we have the first provider for our Redux, I'm going to cut everything we have here. And here I'm going to wrap it with our next auth provider, which needs to be imported from the file. And here I'm just going to paste in everything here. So we have our next auth provider, and now automatically this is going to provide the session to our entire application. So we can go on and save this, and let's check the imports. So this is the correct import. Now we have been able to successfully wire up next auth in our application. Let's go on and come back to our Auth.js. We need to provide the client ID and also the client secret. So let's do that next. In order for us to get our Google Client ID and Google Client secret, you just have to Google Cloud Platform, and the URL is cloud.google.com. So on this first result here, I'm just going to click on this, and this is going to take us to the Google Cloud Console. Okay, so here we can go on to click the console so that we go to the console, and here we see console.google.com, and we need to create a project. Now we are going to let it load. We have this account. We are going to agree to the terms and click on agree and continue. And once it's done, you click on this select a project, and over here we are going to select or create a new project. So here I'm just going to create new project, and we need to give this project a name. And for this name, I'm going to give it Next.js tutorial, like this, and I'm going to click on create. Now we're just going to wait for the project to create, and then we can continue. So we just have to wait for the project to complete, and then we can go on to select the project over here. Now this is going to bring us to an interface where we can go on to customize this selected project. All right, so once you're in the project, so in my case, I named it Next.js tutorial, you can come over to APIs.services, so API and services. So when you come to API and services, come over to where we have the OAuth consent screen. So I'm just going to click here. Okay, and wait for it to load. So here, user type, we're just going to choose external, and the reason why we choose external is so that it is available to anyone that has a Google account, and then we can go on to click on create. Now we need to customize our application by giving it an application name you see is required, and also a user support email. So for the app name, I'm just going to give it Next.js tutorial. And for the support email, I'll just choose this dummy email I created for the tutorial. So John Doe test 122. And for the, let's see, contact information, I'm also going to give it John Doe tests. So let's see, John Doe test 122 at gmail.com, and then I'll go on to save and continue. So for here, we have these scopes. You can just leave the default, click on save and continue. And next you come over to test users. So here in test users, we're also going to save and continue. Next, we can come over to credentials, and in credentials, so just click on got it over here. We need to create credentials, and we need to create OAuth client ID. So we're going to click there, and we just wait for this to load. Application type, we are going to choose a web application. We're just going to leave the default name. And for authorized redirect URIs, you just need to provide HTTP / and then we say localhost colon 3000 /auth/callback/Google. So please cross-check is HTTP localhost 3000 /auth/callback/Google, and then we click on create. So here we have our client ID and we have our client secret, which we are going to be adding to our process.env. So go on and copy this client ID, come back to the IDE, and here where we have our env, I'm just going to come over here in our Auth.js. I'm going to copy this Google client ID. I'll paste it here, and that means I have to go back to the browser and copy this client ID so that we paste it here. And for the secret, I'm just also going to come in here, copy this, come back to the env, paste this here, and say it's also going to be equal to this client secret that we have over here. So I'm going to paste this, and make sure that you save this file. So with this, we have been able to get the Google client ID as well as the Google client secret. So don't forget to save this file. And if we come back here, so over here where we have our client ID, you can obviously see the client secret and also the client ID. And for URI, we have a typo here. Actually, we need to have /API. Okay, so this is localhost 3000 /API/auth/callback/Google, and go on to update that URI. So we have this, and again, to get the secret, you can click here and you'll see the client ID and also the client secret. So let's continue with our tutorial, and let's go on to test that we have wired up everything correctly. So let's do that next. Let's go on and test that we have correctly set up Nextauth in our application. So I'm just going to come back to the IDE, and I would close all these tabs. So in order for us to test, we need to hook up the sign up button in our header.tsx. And over here, I'm just going to have a const that I would call sign in handler. And sign in handler is going to be equal to an async function. And inside this function, we are going to have a try catch block where we try to sign in the user. And in order for us to do that, we need to import the sign in and sign out method coming from Nextauth React. So we need to import all of these from Nextauth /React. So that is the sign in method. Okay, so now we have this method. We can come over here in our try block. We need to await sign in like this. So we just need to await, and then we call the method. So after that, in the catch block, in case of any error, let's just log it to the console. So we're going to console, and then we say sign in error, and then we print out the error. Let's go on and save this and take this sign in handler we are going to hook it up to where we have our sign in button. So this button over here, on click of this button, we are going to call our sign in handler. So I'm going to save this and restart our application using npm run dev. So let's come back to the browser, and over here I am just going to reload our Next.js application, and then I'm going to open up the terminal so that in case of any errors we can spot it over here, and I'll click on sign in. Now it brings us to the page that Next.js created. You can see the email has that email@email.com, the placeholder that we provided. It has email because we provided email to the, so over here you'd see that we provided in our credentials, email and password. And these are the configurations that we provided, and that's why we see them over here. So for the email, let's try to sign in with, just going to provide test1 at gmail.com. I think that was the mail we used. And for password, I'm just going to go with password. And here you see sign in with email and password. So I'm going to click here, and there we have an error. Sign in failed. Check the details you provided are correct. So let's give it another shot. So maybe just test1 at test.com, and password is going to be password. And then we click on sign in. And this time around, we don't get any hint that signing was successful, but you see that we have been successfully redirected back to the home page, and because the signing was successful. And one way we can find out, if we come over to application, if we come over to cookies, and here you check localhost 3000, you can see some of the values that Nextauth has stored here. So Nextauth session token, callback URL, and all these properties here. So this is what Nextauth uses for our authentication. So this is how one way you can find out that we have been authenticated, and another way we can find out so that we can go on to dynamically display all these buttons. If we have an authenticated user, I'm just going to open back the terminal and come over to the console. So another way we can find out to get all these properties, if we come over to our application, we can come here, and I will just go on and import. You can also import, that is use session, and we can also import this sign out handler so that we can test all of these. All right, so using the use session, if we come over here, because the use session is a hook, so somewhere around here, if we have our const and we need to destructure all of these from some properties from use session like this, we can pass some configuration, and then we can say required to be true. Okay, and we also have an unauthenticated property that we can pass here, and here we can go on to write some code that handles user not authenticated over here, but we'll get to that. So here, inside here, we can print out the status, and we can also print out the data. So this data, I'll just call it session like this. So somewhere here, we can just console.log status, and also the session like this. So let's go on and save this. Come back to the browser, and over here you can see, so maybe somewhere around here you can see authenticated. So the status is the user is authenticated, and here the session, we just have the user email. So we can use this property to dynamically render one of these buttons so that we don't display all at the same time. And for the logout, come back to the IDE. Remember that we just imported this sign out button here. So here we have logout, and over here on click, I'm just going to call this function and call sign out like this. So click on this button, we call sign out. So let's come back to the browser, and here, let's see. So over here, I'll just clear the terminal one more time, and click on this logout button. So we click on this logout button, and here you see we get loading. So the status it was loading, we get undefined, and we get loading, and then we get null. So null, you see over here, null prints the value for this session. Here we have no session, and that's why we see null. So we can use this value to dynamically render one of these buttons. So what we can do, we want to show the logout button if we have an authenticated user, and we want to show the sign up and sign in button if we don't have an unauthenticated user. So in order for us to do that, we can come over to, let's see, here where we have our logout button. What we can do, we can cut this. So for the logout and also the others, I'm just going to cut, and then I'll check if session.user. So if we have session.user, if that is true, then we are going to go on and return an empty fragment where we would have the others as well as the logout button. So this is what we'll do over here. And also for the sign up and the sign in button, I'm also going to cut these. And what we can say, if we don't have any session.user, if that is true, we are going to return the fragment where we would have these buttons. So now let's save this and let's come back to the application. And I am just going to give this one more time. So we logged out, that's why we don't have any of these here. So now we logged out, you see we don't have our others button, we also don't have our sign out button, but let's click on sign in, and we click on sign in, we can provide our test@test.com email, and the password is going to be password. We click on sign in, and this time around, if we are authenticated, you see that we now see our others and we see our logout button. So this is Next Auth. Okay, so let's go on and test that we can also sign in with our Google account. So I'm going to click on sign in here and click here. I'm going to click on sign in with Google, and let's wait for it. We are automatically signed in. So you see over here, we also get the user credentials. We can log out, we can sign back in using email. So let's test email as well, test@test.com, and here we provide the password and we click on sign in with email, and you see that we are also signed in. So this is the sign in functionality. We have been able to integrate Nextauth into our application. We can now come back to our cart, and over here we can now work on fixing our checkout. So let's work on this next. We need to integrate payment into our application, and for that we need to make use of Stripe. So in order for us to do this, I am in the landing page of Stripe, so stripe.com, and here we have this wonderful interface. We can go on and authenticate ourselves. So go on and sign in if you have an account. I don't have an account, so I'm going to come over here and sign up, and it needs my email. So I'm just going to provide the dummy email that I created for this project, and this is john.test john.test122@gmail.com, and for the full name I'm just going to provide my name, and for password I'll provide a password as well, and go on to create an account. Now once we have our account created, you obviously need to verify your account, so let's just give it a second and let's wait for it. Now we have created our account, we have an email, so over here we can come here and verify our email address. So I'm just going to click on that link, and I'm just going to skip this for now so that we are redirected over to the dashboard. Now we are at the dashboard. We need to go on and connect to our application. And in order for us to connect, we need our API key. So over here where we have developers, let's see, here we have an overview and we can come over to API keys. And here we have our publishable key and we have our secret key. We are going to make use of these in a second, but let's see if we come over to, let's see, and here if we click on apps, yes, we can go on to view the documentation. So over here in the documentation, let's see, we can have, let's see here. Okay, so I'm just going to manually paste this. So let's go to checkout, quick start. And over here in the Stripe documentation, here we can see how we can integrate Stripe in our Next.js application. So here we can click on Next.js, and here in Next.js you see that we can go on to have the Stripe method. So here this is going to be in our backend. So this is going to be in our backend. And here we have a handler where we check the method is post, and we have the items and all of this. So this can be somewhat confusing, but I'm going to walk you through how we can set this up in our application. So since we've gotten the API key, so somewhere here, let's go back to developers. And in developers, if we come over to API keys, we have our API key and secret. So let's make use of these and integrate Stripe inside of our application. Okay, so let's go on and integrate Stripe into our Next.js application. And for that, we need to install some packages. So we'll run the command npm install at stripe and then /stripe js. And we also need to install Stripe like this. So we need to run this command inside of the front end. So while that is installing, we can come over to the Explorer, to the source and components. We obviously have the checkout button in the cart and in our cart component. So over here in our cart component, if we look further down, we have our checkout button. So let's wire this up. We should have an on-click, and in this on-click, we can just write have a checkout handler, which is going to be responsible for the checkout process. So let's define this function somewhere around here, or maybe up here where we have other functions. We can just have this const checkout handler, and here we need to load Stripe. So let's go on and import Stripe from the package that we just installed. Actually, I think we can go on to our source this. So rather than have the function defined in here, I think it's better that we outsource it. So I'll come over to our libs, and in our libs, we can just create another file that we can call load stripe. So we call it loadstripe.ts. Okay. And this is just going to help us to load Stripe into our project in our front end. So here we are going to be importing a package from our stripe.js. So the package we just installed, and that is the load Stripe package. So that here we can say we can have a Stripe promise, and initially it's going to be of type any. We're not going to initialize it to any value, and you can go on to export a const, and this const we call maybe we give it a different name so that it doesn't clash with what we have here. Maybe we can call it getStripe, and getStripe is going to be equal to this function, and here at the end of the function we want to go on and return this Stripe promise that we defined here. So that means we want to alter it, and here we're going to check if we don't have any Stripe promise, because initially we obviously don't have because we didn't initialize it to any value. Then we're going to say Stripe promise is going to be equal to load Stripe, and now load Stripe needs a publishable key. So let's get this from our dashboard Back to our dashboard here. So it's important to see that we are currently working with or on test mode. So when you want to go on and publish your application, you will just work with this toggle over here. So we need this publishable key, which is this value. So we can copy this value and come back to our application. So rather than hard code it here, we are going to be saving this as an environment variable. So here where we have our .env, we can go on to call this, so next public, and we can give it a value of stripe publishable key like this, and we're going to initialize it or give it this value, so stripe publishable key. And we can also go on to define our stripe secret key. So here we have our stripe secret key, and this secret key is also going to be coming from, so here where we have our secret key, we can go on to reveal the secret key. We need to confirm our password, and incorrect password. Let me try again. And now we have our password. We've got it correct. So I'm going to copy this secret key, and in application, I'm going to paste the value over here. So we have our next public stripe publishable key and our stripe secret key. So I'm going to save this and back to load stripe. So we're going to get the value of this from our process.env, and this is going to be, so I'm just going to copy this name over here and use as this value. We have this error because, as always, it can be undefined. So we're just going to go on and say a string to get around the error. So this is going to help us to load the stripe package. We need to come back to our cart, and inside our cart component, let's continue with our checkout. So here, what we're going to start with, so what we're going to do, let's have stripe, so a variable or a constant called stripe, which is going to be equal to, and now we need to await, and because we need to await, that means we need to make this async over here. So we are going to await the get stripe package that we just defined from our libs. Okay, so this package over here. Okay, so now we await it. We have the stripe. For now, we are just going to leave it as it is. And then we need to send the request to our backend. So here we're going to have another constant. And since we're using Nextjs, we can go on to just the structure data. And this is going to be equal to await. And we have Nextjs, so we need to go on and import the Nextjs package. Let's see. So we need to go on and import Nextjs. And coming back here, we are going to be sending a post request, so axios.post, and then we need the URL. So we have not actually set up the backend yet, but the URL would be something like /API and /stripe like this, and then it needs the value. The data this time is going to be our cart items. So this is going to be our array of games that we're sending to the backend. So these cart items is coming from our Redux store, and these are the items that we want to have for our checkout process. And here, let's not forget to destructure data just here. So one thing we can go on to have a check. So we can say if data, or if there is no data, we just go on and return over here data. Okay, so this is it. And lastly, we can go on to have the stripe, and there we have a method that is called redirect to checkout. So redirect to checkout, and we can pass a session ID object. So here we can pass a session ID, which is going to be equal to data.id like this. So this is it. Basically, we're not done here obviously, but this is just what we need to get started, and then we should go on and define this route in the back end and continue the checkout process. Okay, so welcome back. Let's continue the checkout process and let's continue. I'm just going to close these files. Let's come back to our app, and here we have our API. Remember, we're targeting /API/Stripe. So here we need to create another folder that we would call Stripe. And inside this folder, we need to define a route. So here we have a route.ts file, and inside here we're going to write the code. So it's a post request. So here we are sending or using the post request. So here we need to export an async function that we call post. Okay, and this async function we know is going to get the request, which is going to be of type request, and also the response object, which is going to be of type response, like this. So the first thing we want to do is to go on and let's just have our cat items. And these cat items, we can say we are going to await request.body, request.json. Okay, so we're going to await request.json, and we're going to do this to tell Typescript the type of data we're expecting. So we can say this is going to be of type game array. So remember, in our cat TSX, if we check the type, this is an array of games. So here we're just telling Typescript that we expect cat items to be an array of games. So before we continue further, let's be sure that we are actually getting the cat items. I'm just going to log this to the console and save this file, and then restart our application using npm run dev, so that we are sure that we are actually hitting this endpoint and we can get the cat items. We're obviously going to have an error because here we are sending some data. There is no response, but at least for now it's fine. We're just going to take things gradually. So let's come back to the browser, and I am just going to reload. All right, so once it loads up, I will open the terminal. Obviously the console.log would not be printed here because we are not all the code we write over here, all this code we write here, we should bear in mind that these are server-side backend code and they are not going to be exposed to the front end. So back here, we can click on our cart, and these are the items we have in our cart currently. And then let's click on checkout. We obviously have an error. That is very much fine, but let's go back to the IDE. And in here, let's see, yes, we have the two items that we have in our cart. So these are the items that we currently have in our cart. We have some errors here, which is totally fine as we are not sending back any response. Okay, so I'm just going to quit the terminal and let's continue. So the flow we are going to have is we are going to be so we are just going to be checking the quantity against what we have. So against what we have from Sanity. And after that, we are also going to compare the use our own prices. So we're going to use our own price. Okay, and it's very much important that we do this because if we are aware, these cat items is just coming from what we have in our Redux. And if we come over to features here in our cat slice, you see that this is just coming from local storage. So since it's coming from local storage, we shouldn't actually trust it because the user can easily modify. So we want to go on and check the quantity against what we have from Sanity, and we also want to calculate our own price. In order for us to do that, we can just have, we can outsource it to a function, and this function, we can call it updated items, and this is going to be equal to await, and we can call this function fetch and calculate item prices and quantity. It's quite, I know it's quite a long name, but basically we want to go on and fetch and also calculate the item prices and quantity. and we are going to pass our cart items to it. So we don't have this function, so we can obviously have a utility function, a utility file where we access this function, but for now I am just going to have it defined inside here. So it's going to be an async function, and this function is going to receive cart items, and we expect this cart item to be of type game array. That's an array of games, and inside this function we are going to be having our logic. So first, let's have our try catch block, and in this try block we are going to go on and fetch from Sanity.io. So what we're going to be doing here is fetch for items from Sanity based on IDs, okay, product IDs or games IDs. Okay, so how do we do this? We obviously need to have the IDs, so we can call this item IDs, and this is going to be equal to these cart items that we receive here as parameter. So we need to map, and we're just going to return any item. We're just going to return the item ID. So the item dot underscore ID. So at the end of the day, this is just going to give us an array. So this is going to look something like this, an array of some IDs like this. So that's what we just did over here. Now we have these IDs. We want to use these IDs to fetch data, so the items from the Sanity Studio. And how do we do this? Let's have a const that we call sanity items. And sanity items is going to be equal to await sanity client. We need to import our sanity client from our libs folder. And we have our sanity client. We can call .fetch. And in here, let's write our query, okay? Because fetch needs a query, and we define our query somewhere here. So we can say const query, and query is going to be equal to, so this is the query we are going to have. We have this star, and then we have this more like array like, where we can say we need to query the type, where the type is going to be equal to game. And because we need this to loop, so we're going to do something like id in, and then we need to have a variable. So id in, and then we have a $, items id, IDs. So this item IDs is going to be a parameter that we are going to pass to Sanity Studio. So from here, we can go on to pick the different types so that we need. So we need an underscore ID, we need a name, we need the price, we also need quantity, and we also need images. Okay, so these are the types that we are getting. So these types doesn't match with our game type. So here, for if we visit our model, we see that we have way more property than we are receiving here. So what we can do first, we are passing the query here, and let's not forget to have a comma, and then where we say params, and params is going to be an object, and we need to pass items ID here. Okay, so what is it? Item ID. Do we have a typo? So let's see item IDs. So we need to pass this here. And that means we need to fix what we have over here. Okay, so this needs to be item IDs because that's what we are passing here. So now we have this, we need to define the type for these sanity items. But as I was saying earlier, this is not going to be our type of games because we are expecting just way little value. So we need to pick from the type of games that we have. So how do we do this? Over here, still in this file, you can obviously outsource it. Basically, I think we should outsource it so we don't get this file congested. So here we have a models. I'm just going to call this game subset. Or we can just come to our games.ts here. So here, let's have a type. And in this type, we are going to call this game subset like this. And this game subset is going to be a pick type because in TypeScript, we have pick types. So here we're going to pick because we actually want to pick from our game. So we're going to pick from game, and then using quotes, we are going to pick the values that we need. And these values needs to match. These values needs to match the values that we are querying. So ID, name, price, quantity, images. So we're going to pick underscore ID, And then with a pipe, we choose another type, price, quantity, so it has to be in quotes. We are also going to pick images in quotes, and we are also going to pick name. So ID, price, quantity, images, name. So 5 of these, that's what we are picking. Okay, so this is our game type, but I think we should add another type because basically Stripe is going to need extra information where we can customize it. So we want to add another type to this pick type, and we're going to do that using and. And inside this and, we are going to add the type. So we're going to add on that object where we say max quantity. And max quantity is going to be of type number. So what's going on here? We are picking games from our game. So from our game interface, we are picking these types, and we are also adding this max quantity type. So let's go on and export this type. So we're going to export this type so that here we can say our sanity items is going to be of type our game subset. So game subset needs to be imported. So now we have our sanity items. Hopefully what we need to do, we're just going to log this to the console to be sure that we have our sanity items, and we're going to save this and restart our application. I'm going to save this here and restart our application. So once the application loads, we should see this. Okay, so our application has loaded. Let's come back to the browser, and I'm just going to reload this again. And once we have this reloaded, I'll come here and I'll hit this checkout button again. So we still see an error, it's fine, but let's come back to the IDE and check out our terminal. And I'm just going to expand this to be sure we have our query, and these are our queries. So we see we have the quantity, we have images, we have the ID, we have the name, we have the price. So these quantities are the quantities that is coming from our Sanity Studio. So now we are sure that we are fetching these items from Sanity Studio. Let's go on and quickly update the items because we need to add this maximum max quantity. So we are going to be needing this for Stripe payments later. So here we can have these updated items, which is going to be an array of game subset. So it's going to be this array. And here we're going to have our sanity items, and we're going to map. And in map, we get each item, and we are going to return an object. So this is, more like saying we want to return something, and we're returning an object. And the object, we are going to spread out each item. So the item that we receive, and next we are going to have a max quantity, and this max quantity is going to be item.quantity. Okay, so it's just important for us to differentiate the quantity that the user sends to us and also the quantity that we have in our Sanity Studio. Now, this is going to help us to check the quantity against what we have from our Sanity to be sure that the user also is not ordering for an item that we have, an item that is way larger than what we have in our backend. So we have updated this. Next, we are going to go on to check or to compare the quantities. So let's do this next. Welcome back. So let's go on and check the quantity from what we have against our Sanity Studio. So remember here we have the cart items. So these cart items is actually going to contain what the quantity that the user chose. Okay, we logged this to the console earlier. So just somewhere here, let's go on and have a function. You can obviously outsource this function again, and we're going to call this function, let's say, check quantities against sanity, or you can say against API or anything like that. Okay, so we obviously need arguments here. So we need the cart items, which is going to be of game array because this is actually the game that the user is sending over. And we also need our sanity items. And remember, we altered our sanity items to be of type our game subset array. So in here, we are going to have a for loop. So we're going to let I equals to 0. And then we are going to have our exit condition to be when I is equal to less than cat items dot length. And then we are going to increment I. So first, let's have our cat items. So we're going to have our cat items, and cat items is going to be equal to, I think we should rename, yep, cat item, just one item here. So it's going to be equal to our cat items at index I. So the first time this loop runs, this is going to be index 0. So we're going to be getting the first item that the user sent. So this gives us the cat item, and we want to do the same thing for our sanity item. So our sanity item also is going to be equal to our sanity items, and then we access the item at index I. So now we have this item, we should just go on and check. So we check if cat item dot quantity, if this is less than or equal to our sanity item dot quantity, then we are going to go on and return false. Okay, so if this is less than this, we're going to return false, like no issues, everything is fine. It actually depends on the way you go on to interpret this, but I just want a scenario where if this function returns true, that means there is an issue against the quantities. But for now, with this check, there are no issues because we actually want the cat item quantity to either be less than or equal to what we have in our Sanity Studio. So, but if for some reason we have a quantity that is greater than, and this function, this for loop doesn't exist, then we are going to come somewhere here and we are going to return true. Okay, so we can save this, and now we have this function, and this function can be used here, still inside this function that we have. So we are going to make use of this function here, and here what we're doing now is check the quantity. So that's what we're doing. So check the quantity. So we're going to have an if block, and then we'll paste our function. So if cat items, and here we have our updated items. So if this returns true, remember this is what we're checking. So if this returns true, that means there was an issue against the quantity. We are going to return a new next response, which needs to be imported from next/server. So we need to import it here. And we're going to send back a next response that says, maybe we say quantity has been updated. Please update your cat. Something like that. Please update your cat. Okay, and we can also go on to return a status. So here we can have an object where we say status of 500, like this. All right, so but if for some reason and everything is fine, we don't fall into this block, then we are good to go. Okay, so we are good to go somewhere here. And next we need to go on, and after checking the quantity, we need to go on and calculate the prices, because we are actually not going to be using the price that the user sends to us. We are going to be using our own prices. Okay, and how do we do this? We are going to come here and we can have a const. So up next we are calculating prices here. So calculate prices. So here we can have a const, and this const we can call it calculated item prices, and this is going to be equal to our updated items dot map. So let's actually quickly write out the type for these calculated item prices. It's also going to be of type game subset and an array of that. So here inside our map, we're going to have each item, and here this is now an object. We are not returning. We are actually going to have the return keyword over here, okay, where we return an object. So this is the function body. It's because we want to write some logic and we want to check the cat item So we want to find the item, and this is going to be equal to cat items dot find, and in find we are going to get each cat item, and we are going to return the cat item that it finds, where the underscore id is going to be equal to the item dot underscore id. Okay, so this is what is going on here. We are just getting each item, so the cat item that matches what we get from our Sanity Studio. So now we have the item, hopefully. So in our return, we are just going to return an object where the underscore id is going to be equal to the item.id. We also need to return the name, and the name is going to be equal to item.name. We also need to return images, which is going to be equal to item.images. We also need to return the quantity, and quantity is going to be, now we are going with the cat item. So because here we have the cat item that the user actually sent to us from local storage, so we have the cat item, and there we are going to check the quantity. We should have this check here because at the end of the day we can't, or there's every possibility that we don't find any cat item. So we can have this check here, and next we need to have the max quantity, and the max quantity is going to be equal to the item.quantity. So this item.quantity is the item that comes from our Sanity Studio. Okay, it's because remember we are where is it? We are mapping through our updated items, and updated items at the end is just coming from our Sanity Studio. Okay, so this, in this case, we could have 10 items, so these are the maximum quantity that we expect. And we also need the price, and the price is going to be equal to item.price over here. So now let's see, this can be game or undefined, this can be number or undefined. So let's just say as number here, so that is always of type number. Okay, so now we can save this. We have our calculated item prices. Before we go, let's log this to the console and test so that we are sure that everything is actually going fine. So here, somewhere after here, let's see. Actually, we are going to return the calculated item prices. So we're going to return it from this function. And here, in the error block, we can just return, let's say, so we can just copy this and return it here. Same thing that we had initially. So we can just return a new next response as a quantity has been updated with a status of 500. Okay, so this function at the end of the day, so this fetch and calculates price amount. At the end of the day, we have calculated the item prices, we return it. So this function is being used inside of this function. Now we have it. So this is just our post handler. So this is the function that handles our post request. Here we can just console.log updated items. Okay, I'm just going to have it like this, updated items. And here we should see the updated items with the price calculated, with everything updated. And now I'm going to save, come back to the browser, and I'm going to clear the terminal. I'm going to check out again. We obviously have an error. Come back to the IDE, and here I'm going to check the terminal. And here we have our updated items. You can see it's an array of objects. Here we have the game ID, the name, the images. So we have the quantity because we chose to. We have the max quantity of this item to be 3. And then we have the price of this item. And same thing here, we have the item to be 1. So let's quickly test it again. I'm going to come back to the browser and I'll just quickly reload. Let's try to add an item to cart. I'll just click on, let's say, I'll just click on this, and okay, so this item is actually, we don't have any quantity for that item. So I'm just going to click on, let's say this, just click on this. And here I'm just going to add, you see, I added 2 of these items. So this is the name of the item. I'll add this to cart. Come back to our cart and click on checkout. So we get the error again, totally fine. Let's come back to the IDE, and in the IDE you see, let's see, So this is the item. We added two of it. This is the max quantity, and this is the price 39. And you can see this is the item, this is the price, and this is the quantity that we chose. So now we are sure that we are getting the exact values and doing the right calculations. With this, we can now proceed with our checkout. Now that we are sure that we are receiving the updated items, so we are manipulating, we are doing our calculations, and we are doing all of that. So let's continue, and it's time for us to integrate the Stripe payment. And for us to do that, we need to first of all load in Stripe. So I'm going to import Stripe with uppercase, and Stripe is going to be coming from Stripe, okay? And now what we're going to do next, we are going to have a constant that we call Stripe, and this is going to be equal to new Stripe. Okay, and now we need to load the API key, and this is going to be coming from our process.env. And what did we call it? So let's see our process.env and this Stripe secret key. I'm just going to copy this and come back to our route, and that's the value we use over here. And as always, we'll call it a string, or if you don't want to call a string, you can just tell Typescript to relax with this exclamation mark here. Okay, and another argument we can pass is an object where we pass across the API version, and we say the API version is going to be equal to this. Do we still have the error? Okay, we still have the error. Okay, so because it's a boolean, it actually needs a string, so we can just say a string, and we are good to go. Now we have this Stripe, we are going to be making use of it. So here, I'm just going to get rid of these comments. We can now have our try-catch block. And in this try-catch block, what do we want to do? We're going to have a session. And this session is going to be equal to, we're going to await stripe.checkout. And then we call sessions, and then we have the create property. Okay, so we call this method, and we need to pass some objects of configurations. Now it can be confusing, and you might not know. You can just start seeing me type stuffs, and you might not know where I'm actually getting this from. So let's refer to the documentation. So over in the documentation, you see this website, stripe.com, docs, API, checkout, sessions, and create. These are the parameters. So we have line items, which are the items, so array of items that we intend to check out. It has the mode. You see that this is required, and it has all of these. So in case you want to customize it to your application needs, this is the URL where you can know more. So with that, let's continue with our own checkout. And back here, the line items, we are going to be using our updated items. So here we're going to pass our updated items so that we can map through it. And here we are going to map. And in map, we are going to get each item. And now we are going to return an object. Okay, so inside here, we need to go on and return an object. So this object, we can customize it. So we can pass the quantity. And the quantity is going to be equal to item.quantity. We don't get auto completion because these updated items, it can be a next response or a game subset. So I'm actually going to copy this and say this is going to be of type game subset. We have an error because this can be type next response, and we have all of these. So what we can do, we can just say as, and then we paste this, so as game subset, and the error is gone. So now we have, or we know what item is. And next, after the quantity, we can also pass adjustable quantity. And adjustable quantity, this is quite optional, so you don't need this. But adjustable quantity, you can go on and enable this. So enable disabling, you pass through. You can also pass the minimum and the maximum. So we can say maximum is going to be equal to item dot, and now you see why we added the max quantity. I'm just going to collapse this. And after maximum, we can add the minimum, and we can say the minimum is going to be 1. Okay, so the user can go on and adjust this. So after adjustable quantity, we can also add the price data. Okay, and this price data, we can customize things such as the currency. Let me say we support USD. And for the product data, so still inside the price data, we can have the product data, which is an object. We can pass the product name, and the product name is going to be equal to item.name. We can pass images, and images is going to be item dot, and now we have images. Images is an array, so we take the first property, and we have the first property. We have the URL property. So actually we're going to have an error because this needs to be an array. Okay, so with an array we fix that, and we show that this is going to be just the first image, the URL that we find. So after this, we can also add the unit amount, and the unit amount we can pass int. Okay, so pass int, and we pass int, we can get the item dot price, and here we can go on to multiply this by 100. Okay, and the way this works, I'm just going to cut this so that we can also convert it to string like this, because pass int actually needs it to be a string. So this is it. We can add more. So we need the payment method types. So we need the payment method types, and this is going to be an array of the different payment method that you accept in your application. In this case, we accept card payment, and we can also add the billing address collection, and we set this to auto. Okay, to auto like this, or we can just say required, because currently we don't have any form to collect the billing address. Okay, and we can also pass the mode and say the mode is equals to payment. It has to be a string, so it has to be a payment. And lastly, and to get rid of this error, finally we need the success URL, because that is required. And for this success URL, we need to, let's try to get the origin. And to get the origin, you can say const origin, and origin is going to be coming from our request dot headers. And dot headers, we can go on and get origin like this. So we have this origin, and we can use it over here dynamically. So here we can just have this backtick with our $, where we say origin, and then we have the callback to be a question mark, where we say success is equals to true. So we're going to redirect the user to this origin where we have success equals to true, basically our home page at the end of the day. So now we have this. What can we do next? Over here we are just going to return, and we are going to return a next response.json, and we are going to pass this session, and we are going to pass an object with a status of, let's say, 200. That means it was successful. And we are also going to pass a status text where we say, what do we say? So we say payment successful like this. All right, so we have our error block here. So one thing we're going to do, let's log it to the console. We're going to console.log error, and here we just have our error. And next we are going to return a new next response where we have the error, and here we have a status of 500. We have an error because we're just going to set it to type any, and the error is gone. So let's save this. I'm just going to bring this down. So I'm just going to return our server using npm run dev. Okay, so you can take some moment to go through what we did. Again, you can obviously refer to the documentation so you know the different values that we can pass to this session.create object. So now we've done this successfully. Let's come back to the browser. So back to the browser, I'm going to open our cart, and now we have all these items. I'll also open the terminal just in case we have any errors. We have these items, and now I'm going to click on checkout. Okay, so let's try this. Click on checkout. Let's wait and see. So we'll give it a second. Nothing happens. Now we see that we are redirected to the Stripe checkout. We have the amount here, and you see that we load the item. So we load the item that we chose. In this case, you see these games over here. We have the amount, and this is the unit price. Okay, so this, for some reason, we don't get the unit price for the quantity. I guess is because we actually chose one. So if we can update this to 2, and let's see the max quantity again, you see that the max quantity is set. So a user can't actually go on to order for much more than we have in our store. So I'm just going to, maybe set it at 3, update. Takes a while, and now we see the unit price. Okay, and we can obviously provide the billing address. It's going to be super useful since we are not taking any contact information. So let's go on and try this out. For email, I'm going to say test@test.com, and for card information, 424242424242. Okay, so and for the year, it has to be 4242. This is just a dummy test card. So for the month and the year, I would just go with 1024. For CVV, just go with 222. Name on card, I'm just going to go with Bright, any name. For address, I'm just going to say home. City, I would say city. The postal code, you can select your state, and then I'm just click on pay. So now we click on pay. Let's see what happens. It's currently processing, and we should get redirected automatically to that endpoint. So let's see, and yes, we are redirected back to our home page. We can go back to our Stripe API to confirm if the payment was actually successful. And back to our Stripe dashboard, I'm just going to collapse all these here. I'm actually going to leave this. So let's come back to our home page, and in our home page, let's just wait for it. Over on the home page, we go to payments, and here you see this is the payment that we just did over here. So this, I don't know, created for API docs, don't know when this was sent, but this is the payment here. And once we click on this, we get more information about the payment. So we get the customer name, and let's see, we get the items. So we have these items, and these are the customer details. These are the payment details, and we get all of these. So we have successfully integrated Stripe in our application. All right, welcome back. So once we are done with payments, what do we want to do next? It's important that we update the quantity in our Sanity Studio. In order for us to do this, I'm going to come over to our libs, and here where we have APIs, and we need to add an API, a query that is going to help us to update our Sanity Studio. So a game quantity in our Sanity Studio. So it's going to be a mutation request, and we're going to see how it works now. So what we do here, we can have another function that we call update game quantity, and this function is going to be an async function like this. Okay, this function is obviously going to be called with the game ID so that we know the ID of the particular game we would like to update. This is going to be a string, and we also need the new quantity, and this is also going to be a string like this. So over here, what are we going to do? We are going to have a mutation. Okay, so first we need to import Axios. So we can call this response is going to be equal to await Axios. So we should import Axios here. Okay, and this is going to be a post request. So Axios.post, and Axios.post needs the URL. So the URL is going to be, we're going to use backtick so that here we can go with https:// and then first we need to add our Sanity Studio ID. So this is going to be coming from process.env, and then let's go to our env. So So this. So we will be needing this, and we'll use this here. Okay, so this is the URL, and we also need .api, .sanity.io. And now we can go on to add the version. We can say version 2021 06 07. And after this, /data, and then /mutate, like this. And we also need to add our data set. So this would also be coming from our process.env and then dot. So copy this and we can use it over here. So this is the URL. I'm just going to zoom out so you see the complete URL. This is https your Sanity Studio project ID .api.sanity.io, the version /data /mutate, and then the data set. Okay, so once we have this, what we're going to do next, we actually not done, because after this we need to set some headers. So we add a comma here, and the data is going to be a mutation. So the data over here is going to be a mutation. And how do we do this? So over here, let's define a const we call mutation, and mutation is going to be equal to an object like this, and here we pass mutation over here as the data. Okay, so we have the URL, we have the data, and we would need to set some headers as well. So here we can add an object, a headers object, and the headers is going to be an object where we set the authorization, and the authorization is going to be backtick, and here we say bearer, and then we need a token. So this token has to have a write access. So we're going to see how to get this token from our Sanity Studio. So let's come here and let's call this Sanity token, and here underscore we can say we can just call Sanity token. Okay, and now I'm going to copy this token, where is it, and pass it over here. And obviously it needs to come from our process.env. All right, so let's go over to Sanity Studio and let's get this token. So you can come back to your Sanity dashboard, you click on the project, and here in the project, let's see, you click on settings, you click on API, and over here in API, we click on tokens. So we want to go on and add API token. Okay, so I'm going to click on add API token. We're going to give it a name. So I'm just going to give it Next.js e-commerce. And it's important over here, you see this token is going to have a read and write access. Okay, and viewer just has read only. So here we're going to click on this permission and click on save. Now we are going to have this token. You see that you're meant to copy this token, is going to be available once. So this is our only chance. We click on this token and let's come back to the project, and then we come to our env and we paste the value. So this is our token. I'm going to save this back to API. Everything should be fine, and let's work on this mutation. So mutation is going to be an object where we have a mutations key, and this mutations key is going to be an array of objects. Okay, and here we are going to be sending patch, and patch is also going to be an object where we have the ID, and this ID is going to be the game ID that we receive over here. And after this game ID, and then we need to say set needs an object where we say quantity, and the value should be the new quantity that we receive. So this is our mutation. This is our, so let's go and export this function. So this is our mutation function over here, and this is it. So we get our response, and here let's just go on and actually let's get our data, and with our data let's return our data over here like this. Okay, so I'm going to save this, and this is what we have going. Let me show you the documentation in case you would like to know how I got this mutation and how I was able to configure this request. Okay, so this is the documentation, sanity.io/docs, HTTP mutations. And here, if we look for patch, so we click on patch over here, we see a patch mutation, and you see what we just did over here. So we have the mutations, which is going to be an array. And here we set patch. It has to be ID, not underscore ID. And here we have set and the property. So let's see the usage. So this is how it works here. We have mutation, patch, ID. Then we're setting the value over here to John. In our case, it's just the quantity, and we set it to the new quantity. So this is the documentation. You can obviously follow the documentation to know more about how it works in case you want to do much more. In our case, we did patch. You might want to do delete, you might want to do create if not exist, create or replace, and all of these. So this is the documentation. Let's come back to our project. Okay, so this is the function. We have been able to write this function. Let's come back and let's see how we can use this function to update games. So let's work on this next. All right, so before we actually go on to test this, we need to tweak this function a little bit because we are not just going to be updating one game like this. We are going to be updating in batches. And the beautiful thing about mutations, as you see over here, mutation is actually an array, and that means we can take advantage of this. So rather than receive the game ID and also the new quantity, if we come over to our route, you would see over here that updated games. So these are the games we would also like to update in Sanity Studio. This is of type game subset. So we can receive the games, and this is going to be the game subset type, actually an array. And what we can do, so over here where we have our mutation, then can actually change this to mutations like this. So in here, we are going to have this object, and in this object, we have mutations. Now we need to map through this so we can have an array of objects that looks like this. So that means I'm going to cut, and that means we are going to be mapping through our games. Okay, so games.map, and here we're going to get each game. So I'm just going to wrap this like this. And before we return, I'm going to have this, which is a function body. And I'm going to come over here and return this array. Okay, so actually map returns an array, so we are not going to return an array over here. I'm going to take off this outside array like this, and now we are going to have this object. I'm just going to move this here. Okay, so we are going to be returning this object. We have an error. Okay, so we have an error. And in here, let's fix it now. So because we no longer have the game ID and the new quantity, so that means we can go on and destructure, let's say, underscore ID, dot like this. So we want to go on and destructure underscore ID. We also want to destructure the max quantity, and we also want to destructure quantity. Okay, so over here, this ID is going to be referencing underscore ID. And here we have the new quantity, which is going to be our max quantity minus quantity like this. All right, so now we have these mutations. Oh, I think we should just go with mutation. It obviously won't clash with this, but let's just do it as mutation, which is this mutation over here. So let's go on and save this. And now this mutation is going to be an object that has this array of objects where we have the patch, the ID, and also this setter over here. So we have been able to construct this function. Let's make use of it. So I'm going to copy this update game quantity, come over to our routes, and just after this session that we have here, before return, I'm going to have this const where we await and outpace this update quantity. So go on and import it here. Just remove this const, or we can say const results is going to be equal to await quantity, game quantity. So this we are going to pass our updated, is what do we call it again? Let's see, updated items. So to the function, we are going to pass our updated items. So we get our results and we're not doing anything with it actually. And I'll just go on and log the results to the console. So let's open up our Sanity Studio and we are going to cd. I'm going to cd out of the front end and into the CMS like this. And here we can start up our Sanity Studio using npm run dev. And now we're going to have our local preview. So I'm just going to open up this URL. Okay, so here we can visit our games and let's try to update one game. So let's see, let's just try, so we can see this game and we have a quantity of 3. We also have this game that has a quantity of 6. So let's go on and shop these game items. So come back to the application and I'm just going to make sure that our Next.js application is up and running. So everything seems to be fine. And I'm just going to reload the Next.js application. And in here, I'm going to take this off. So we have our cat. So we have this FIFA Assassins. Actually, I'm just going to empty up our cat. And let me quickly take this off from the headers. So over here, we have our components, we have our header, and here where we have the console.log, I'm just going to take this off. Okay, so that we can come back to the application. And now I'm just going to, let's say, Assassin's Creed. I'm just going to click on this game here. And here was the max quantity. So the max quantity is 6. And I'm just going to shop, let's say 4, add it to cart. And next I'm going to come back to, let's see, the Call of Duty. I'm going to click on this game. The max quantity is 5. And I'm just going to shop, let's say, 2 of it. Add this to our cart. And here, let's click on checkout. And once we click on checkout, the Stripe process is meant to be triggered. So we'll just give it a second. And we are redirected over to Stripe. And I'm just going to quickly fill out these informations. I'm just going to say test at test.com. For card information, just go with 42424242. Yes, I'll say 1125, CVV, anything works. Name on card, I'll just say testing. Just say John Doe. Billing address, I'll just leave like this and click on pay over here. Okay, so here, Nigeria, I'm just going to say, address. City, I would say city. So let's try this out and see. Click on pay. And now it's processing. So we give it a second. We've been successful, redirected back to our homepage. And let's see the console in our backend. Okay, so over here, let's see if we see anything in our console. So I'm just going to open this up. Okay, yes, here we see the transaction ID. We see the results, operation update, and here we see operation update. So now let's come back to our Sanity Studio and be sure that we actually updated it over there. And let's me confirm. So the game we did shop was over here, Assassin's Creed, we took 4 of it, and Call of Duty, we took 2. So let's come back to Sanity Studio. And over here, I'm just going to reload. And let's see Assassin's Creed. And here we see that we now have just 2 of it, okay? Because it was 6 and we shopped for 4. And which other game? The Call of Duty, we shopped 2 of it. And let's see. So this, And over here, we see the quantity has been updated. So you've seen now our application is much more robust. So we can go on to order an item and also, have an update where we go on to update our item. So I'm just going to remove this result. Now we have been able to do this. Up next, we want to create an order, because if we come back to our application, over here, we have this orders page, which I think for now is broken. So you see, it just leads us to a 404 page. So up next, let's work on this orders page to be sure that we are going to fetch an order that belongs to a user and also create an order. So up next, we need to create an order. So for us to create an order, I'm just going to close all of these. I would come over to, let's see. So I would close all of these. We would work in the CMS. So in the CMS, we are going to come over to schemas, and I'm just going to copy the game schema over here. And we're going to create an order.ts schema, and I'll paste this here so that we can call this orders. And the name is going to be order. The type is document. The title is going to be order like this. And for the fields, I'm just going to remove all of these over here. So I'm just going to delete all these fields that we have here so that we can write the fields from scratch. So one value we're going to have is the name, and the name is going to be, you can call it user email, and this user email is also going to have a title, and the value, sorry, it has to be inside this object. So we're also going to have a title, and the value is going to be user email. And we also need the type. So here we're going to add the type and say this is going to be of type string, like this. So another field we are going to have is the phone number. So we're going to have a name, and here we're going to say, phone number. And we are also going to have the title, and the title is going to be phone number, and the type is also going to be a string, like this. So we have the user email, we have the phone number, and actually for this phone number to work, we need to quickly update something, because Stripe for now is not collecting the user phone number. It's by default disabled for privacy issues, but we can enable it if we come over to, where is it, our API, and here we have our Stripe. We can quickly enable it here. So if we say phone number collection, and the value is going to be an object, where we set enable to true. So now Stripe will be asking the user for the phone number. It's disabled for privacy issues. So it's important that you check out the privacy issues, privacy, before you enable this in your real application. All right, so back here, we show that, we would have to get the phone number from the user. You can also have a name of, let's call it shipping address. And the title, and the title of this is going to be shipping address. And the type is going to be a string, like this. And what else do we need? So after this, we are going to have the items. So we can have another object where we give it a name of items, so that we know the items that the user actually ordered. And after this, we are going to give it a title of items, and we also going to give the type. This is going to be an array of games. So the type here is going to be an array, and it needs of. That's the way array type works. We need to reference. So this is going to be an array of what? And here we are going to pass an object where we set the type to be object, And for the fields, like this, we're going to provide an array, and here we are going to write out the field. And what we're going to do here, we're going to have another object, and for the field we are going to give it a name of game, and the title is also going to be game, like this in quotes, and this is going to be a reference type. So here we're going to say the type is going to be equal to reference. Okay, and this is going to be pointing towards, so it's going to be pointing to, we say, an array of objects where the type is going to be game. Okay, so the game type that we have. And after this first field, we are going to add another field here, which is going to be an object, and we set the name to be quantity. Okay, and the title is also going to be quantity, like this, and the type is going to be we can send it to string or number. I'm just going to set it to, let's say, string, or let's say number. Okay, and what else do we need? So after this we need the total price. So after this, just here we are going to continue with another object where we set the name to be, call it, you can call it total price. The title is also going to be, here we call it total price, and the type is going to be number, like this. And lastly, we are going to have another field where the name is going to be the order status, and we're going to have the title. The title is going to be order status. The type is going to be a string, but then we are going to have options. So we're going to have some options that the user can choose. That is, we, this case, when we are creating this order. So we're going to have options, and these options is going to be a list, and this list is going to be an array. So an array of objects where we have the title being pending. We're also going to have the value, and the value is going to be pending, like this. So here we have a comma, and we can, let's say we have more. I'll come back to that. And after this, so after these options, we are going to have an initial value, and this initial value we are going to go with pending. Okay, so after pending we can say processing. So we can have the value to be also processing, and after processing we have shipped. The value can be shipped, and after shipped we have delivered. The value would be delivered, and an order can also be cancelled. So here we can have cancelled. Okay, and the value would be cancelled as well. So this is our schema. Let's not forget to come over to our index.txt, and here where we have schema types, we're just going to add the order schema, and now we can save this. Let's open our terminal. Yeah, so this is our Sanity Studio terminal, and let's come back to our preview, so our Sanity Studio, and over here we have an order. Okay, so we have not created an order yet. We are going to do this in a second. So what we can do next, I'm just going to collapse all of these. We have our routes. We are going to come back here, and let me collapse this. So just this, I'm going to collapse this. So this is our session, so this is our checkout, and then we update the game quantity, and next we are going to come here and create an order in Sanity. So let's come back and work on this next. Okay, so let's go on and create an order. So how do we do this? So I'm just going to collapse our CMS. We would not be working there for now. And here we can come over to API, and here in API, not this API, in our libs api.ts, we need to create another mutation. Okay, and let's visit the documentation so that we have an idea of what we are to do. Over here in the documentation, so if you click on create, you can see the usage, and here we need to create a mutation as this, with this create name and then the value, in this case ID. You can provide the ID. In our case, we are not going to provide an ID because over here you see if this attribute is missing, then a new random unique ID is generated. So we're just going to let Sanity generate the ID. We're just going to pass the type and other values that we need. So let's go over to the IDE, and I'm just going to copy this and duplicate over here, so that here I'm going to say, or we're going to call it create order. And create order is going to take what this time around? It's actually going to take a game because we need the items. So, but here, let's see, the endpoint remains the same. Everything seems to be fine here. And the only thing that we would need to change is over here. Okay, so we are going to be sending over the ID, and here, remember, it is not set. Okay, and here is not patch, so here is going to be create, as we just saw over in the documentation. So here we have mutations, which is going to be an array of objects, and here we have create, and create is now going to take the properties that we are to set. So create, we're going to take off the ID, but one thing we should pass, very much important, we need to pass a type, and this type is going to be what now? So what type is this? This type is going to be order, because that was what we set in our Sanity Studio. And to create an order, let's quickly come over to the CMS and here in schema, and let's take a good look at the schema. So what do we need? We need the user email. So we need the user email, and we also need, I'm just going to place this side by side. So here, move this over here. We also need phone number, and we also need the shipping address, and then we need the items. Remember, these items is going to be of reference type, and in this case we are going to take our games that we receive over here, and we are going to map through the game so that we're going to get each game, or we can call it item, you know. And now we need to return an object. So this is our return body, and we're going to return an object where the underscore type is going to be, we can just call this order item, and here we are going to set the game. Okay, and this game is going to be, you know, take underscore type, where the type is going to be a reference like this. So we need this, and there we say reference, and apart from that, I can say where the underscore ref is going to be pointing to the game, and then the underscore ID like this. All right, so after this we also need the quantity. So you see we need the quantity here. So just after this game we are going to add this quantity, and quantity is going to be the game dot what. So remember, we have the mass quantity and we have the quantity over here. And lastly, we also need, just after these items here, we also need the total price, and lastly we also need the order status. The order status can just have a default value of pending like this. All right, so I'm just going to remove all of these, and this should be fine now. The user email, you know, we are not getting all of these, and we are also not getting all of these, which is fine. So let's work on this next. All right, so before we pass all these quantities, I just want to fix this type over here. So this should be reference. And also the way we actually creating our mutation is wrong, because we are mapping through our objects, and this is just going to, give us an array where we have, different orders, but we actually want to create one order. So this map, I'm going to cut this, and this mutation at the end of the day is just going to be an array of objects. So I'm going to take this off and take this off over here. Let's see. So I'm going to cut this. So this mutations object. So over here, sorry, mutation is going to be, I'm just going to edit. So mutation is going to be an object. And here we can have mutations. And mutations like this is now going to be an array. And this is going to be an array of objects. And in this object, we are going to have create. And create now takes the value. Okay. So create is going to take in the object like this. So I'm going to take this off here, so that take this off here as well. Just remove lead one closing bracket, and we need to remove another one. I think we also need to take this off. I'm not quite sure. Let's see. I'm just going to cut this object this time around. And over here in create, we obviously now need this. Okay. And in here, we are just going to return the object that we had before. All right. So this is our mutation. Sorry if it was confusing. At the end of the day, we want to have mutation to be an object that has a mutations key. And this mutations key is going to be an array. And this array is also going to have an object where we have create. Okay, so this is going to be a create mutation. And now we have the type. And for all these values, we can just come over here and take in another object where we call this order data. And for the type, we are going to need user email, which is going to be of type string. We are also going to need phone number. The phone number is going to be of type string. And what else do we need? Let's see. We need shipping address and total price. Okay, so over here we need shipping address, which is going to be a string. And lastly, we need total price. We also need order status, but I think we can just leave it hard coded here. And we need total price, which is going to be of type number. And this is going to enable us to reference these properties over here. So user email is going to be order data dot user email. Same for phone number, which is going to be order data dot phone number. And for shipping address, also order data dot shipping address. And for total price, you're going to have order data dot total price, like this. Okay, so are we missing out something here? Mutation should point to this over here, and it's actually not pointing to it because I think we need to take this off. Yes, and we are good. So this is our object here. It just, the IDE just formatted this at the end. This is going to be taken in, this create order is going to take in the games. We have the order data, and here we have our mutation. So let's come back and now let's make use of this create order in our route.ts. Welcome back. Let's go on and make use of this create order. So we're going to await create order. And this should be imported from our libs. So I'm just going to quickly format this here. So this create order, we are going to be using it over here. And now what do we need? We need the games. And for the games, we are just going to pass in our updated games over here. So pass in the updated games, and we also need to pass in our order data, which is going to be an object, and we need the phone number. Phone number is going to be coming in from our session, and there we can have .customer details, and there we have the phone. All right, so this can be undefined because the user might not provide the phone, but since we made this required in this session, so here we have this phone number collection, we actually enabled it. So here we are just going to come back to our route. Where is it? So here we are just going to just say it as string, because we know we have told the user to go on and provide this. Okay, so next we need the shipping address, which is also going to come in from session. And here we have session.customer details, and there we have .address, and we can take the city, country. I'm just going to go with city. We can also take the total price, which is also going to be. Now we're going to look into this in a second. And lastly, we need the user email, and the user email is going to be coming from our session. We have session.customer details, I think. Let's see, .email. Okay, so this is what we have. And for the total price can be coming in from our session, and there we have amount total like this. All right, so we haven't all these errors, but let's just go on and prefix this over here as string, and lastly over here as string. So total price needs to be a number actually, so we can just say as number here. All right, so then we're going to create an order, and if it's successful, we'll return this. And here, if we have an error, we just return the error with this status and also log it to the console. So let's save our API. Now let's also save our routes, and we are going to test this in a second. Let's just have a quick preview. We have our APIs, we have these games and other data, and now we have our mutation. Actually, you should double check here, because if there's going to be any error, it will most likely be coming from this mutation. So we should be very much careful, because here we have mutation is an array, we have an object, we have the type of mutation, which is create. We want to create an order, we are passing this data, and here we do every other thing. So everything looks fine to me. And let's go on and try this out in our application. So quickly, I am just going to reload the application and open the terminal in case we have any errors. So I'm just going to open this here, and let's try. So I'll come over to my cart. Let's actually clear the cart, and let's just add another item. So I'm going to click on this item, just try to shop one. Click on cart so that it gets added to our cart, and here I'm going to click on checkout. So let's give this a second for it to load the Stripe API, and now we have our Stripe API. This is our amount, this is the game. For contact information, you see now the phone number is here, but let's have test@test.com. And for the phone number, I'll just go with, any random phone number here. Let me see. Okay, and for the card information, 4242424242. For the year, I'll just say 1125. CVV, anything. You can just put your name. I'm just going to put over here my name. Billing address, we need this, so I'm going to just put address. City, I put city over here. And now let's try this out. I'll click on pay, and it's processing. Give it a second. It was successful, and now we are redirected to our application. And one thing I forgot to do actually, whenever we have a successful payment, we should obviously clear our cart, but we'll fix that in a second. Now, let's be sure that we created an order. So let's come over to Sanity. So over here in Sanity Studio, let's refresh our order to be sure that we actually created an order. We give this a second. Now we see this order here is untitled, but let's see. Okay, so we see the total price 50, which is accurate. I don't know. Let's see. Here is actually 50, but it's not properly formatted. It interpreted it as 5,000, but let's continue. Okay, we see the status is pending, and we see we are actually missing out some things. So such as the user email, phone number, shipping address. Okay, let's see. Okay, so we're missing the phone number. We're missing the user email, phone number, and shipping address. But first, we're actually creating an order. Let's come back and let's fix these errors, and also most importantly, the price. To be sure why we are getting this error, I'm just going to log our session object that gets back, that gets returned from Stripe. I'm just going to log it to the console. Okay, and let's try this one more time. I'm going to save, open up the terminal so that we can be sure why we are having the error. So let's try this again. So I'm just going to remove this and reload our application. Let's load a game. So we're just going to load any game here. Let's see. So we're just going to load this game, and here we're going to go for one, add it to cart. Now it gets added to our cart. Do we have an error? Okay, no. Now let's click on checkout. So this is going to process again, and let's be sure this time around, give it a second. So this is the game. So just write bright at bright.com, and for the phone number, just gonna add this dummy phone number. For the card, the same thing. And 1125 222 name on card, just add my name. For address, I'll say address 1. For city, I'll say city, and all these should be fine. So now let's click on pay. It processes it. We just give it a second, and payment is successful. And now let's check our Sanity Studio. And here we have another item. So I'm just going to click on this. We see the price and we see the status, but let's come over to the API. And in here, let's try to look for the properties that we are expecting. So I'm just going to bring this down. And here where we have the session, let's look for, where is it? Session.customer details should be somewhere around here. So customer details. So this is customer details, and it's actually null. And because customer details is null, and that is why, we don't get this back. And we get other details here. So we get the subtotal and we get the amount. And for some reason, Stripe doesn't return the, where is it? The customer details. So this is, now we have an idea of where the error is coming from. All right, so I did look around, and unfortunately Stripe doesn't just return these details that we need from this session. So unfortunately that's what happens, and that means over here we just cannot use these properties anymore. And in order for us to do that, we would have to manually check for these details in our Stripe dashboard. So if we come over here, we can see the payment And here we see the payment details, so we can see the total price. We can obviously see here, so the customer details, the name and the location. We see the total price and the items that were ordered. So this is the way that we can go on to do this manually. So let's come back to the IDE. And that means over here, we are going to be getting rid of all these properties. We will no longer be working with them, and we can come over to our APIs, and here where we need this other data, I'm just going to get rid of it, so that here we are going to get rid of it as well. And for the games, we need to add an underscore key property, and this underscore key property is going to be referencing the index of this map. So here we are going to get the index. We can actually call it IDX and we reference it over here. And for total price, we can obviously work around this, because if we come back to our route here where we have our updated items, we can go on to have another loop where we have the total price. But I think you can figure out having the total price here. It's just a way of maybe coming over here, a total price. You can start at 0, and for each item you add the total price, and you can use it to create an order over here. So I'm going to save this and obviously save our route, and that means we need to update our order schema. And our order schema over here where we have these details, so email, phone number, shipping address, I'm just going to get rid of it, as well as the total price over here. I'm going to save this, and let's give this one more try. So let's try to create an order. There's one important detail that we need, so I'm just going to undo all of these and get rid of the total price. We obviously need the user email. Okay, so we need the user email, and this is important because we ourselves, we want to go on and fetch these orders based on the user email at the end of the day, so that we can populate the order screen. Okay, and now we are having the user email, and in our API, for us to be able to create an order based on the user email, so here I'm just going to have user email, and this is going to be referencing a property that we'll be using over here. So we can just take in user email, which is going to be of type string. And now in our route, for us to get this user email, we can quickly come over to our not categories, so our components. In our cart, we're actually going to do two things. So here we are going to have our cart items here, and now we need to pass the user email. So user email, and this user email is going to be referencing, or we are going to be having access to our user email from our use session hook. So somewhere here, let's go on and have, as we had before, coming from our use session, and use session is going to be coming from next auth React. And for this, we can have the what do we have? So we need to obviously execute use session like this. Okay, so here we are going to have data, and this data we can call it session. Now we have the session. Let's quickly log this to the console. So here we have our session. This is our route. We obviously having this error because we need to provide the user email. That is totally fine. Let's come back to the browser. I'm just going to open the terminal, and here we have an object, and here we have session.user.email. Okay. So back to our cart, we can have our session, and here, where is it? So here where we handle our checkout, we can go with cart items, and then we have our user email, and this is going to be equal to session dot, then we have user, and then we have our user, our email like this. Okay, so where is it? So this is it, session.user.email. We can save this. And now remember, we did change the way we are sending our data. We're sending our data to our backend in an object now where we have cat items. So that means over here, our cat items, we are going to, destructure it. And that means here, I'm going to take this off. So here we have our cat items, and we obviously need our user email like this. And we have an error somewhere here, and we shouldn't forget to pass across the user email. All right, so one last thing we can do, remember what we just did here was to add this in an object, and so that we can pass the user email. And here, one last thing we can do, we can come over here and have our local storage dot, and then remove item. We want to remove item with the key of cat. Okay, so after any successful checkout, we are going to clear what we have in our local storage. And here, this is our route where we visit this create order. And this is our cat. So let's go on now and try this out. So this is our fields for Sanity Studio, where we'll have the user email type. So let's quickly give this a shot. I'm going to come back to the browser, and I shouldn't forget to clear off this console.log that we have in our cat. So I'm going to save this, come back to the browser, and just quickly give it a reload. Now we are here. Let's go on and try to check out. I'm just going to remove this item we have in our cart, come back to, let's say, to this game. And once it loads, I'm just going to add this game to our cart. Actually, let's add another game. So here, I'm just going to add this game so that we order 2 items this time around to be sure that everything works fine. And I'm just going to click on this game. For some reason it's not clicking. Just reload the page and try to load this game. And once it loads up, just try to add this to our cart. We have our cart. I'll click on checkout, so we are redirected to the Stripe API. And next I'm going to click on pay, so we let it to process, and if it's successful, we are now redirected back to our homepage. You see that our cart has now been, removed. And now let's go over to our Sanity Studio, and I'm just going to reload this. And here we see the user email. Now it's correctly populated. We see the order status. All right, so we can now go on to create an order, and these are the order items. For us to have a preview of the JSON representation of what our order looks like, we can just come over here. So we click on this and click on inspect. So over here, we can see the JSON, which has all these properties. And the items, you see it's a game that has this reference key, which is pointing to the particular game. So now we have this. Let's go on and fetch an order. Back to the IDE, we need to fetch an order. So we can get started by creating an API endpoint that we would use to be able to fetch an order. To do this, I'll come over to the libs, and in here where we have the API.ts, I'm going to create another function. So immediately I'm going to go on and export this async function. And what do we call it? I'll call it fetch order, like this. And this function obviously needs a parameter because we would like to fetch an order that is specific to a user email. So we're going to receive a user email, which is going to be of type string. So what do we do next? Let's form a query. So we can have a query object, and this query object, we are going to have this setup here where we search for the underscore type that is equal to order. And what next? We also need to trim this down to a specific user. So we'll say where the user email, and we can do this two ways. So we've done previously where we have the $, and here we directly inject the user email. Another way that we can do this is by using params. So we have this user email and we mark it with this key. So with this $key. And from this property, we need to pick out, the different values that we are going to need. So our order, as we have seen, has an ID. It also has items, and items we know is an array. So we can map it out like this, and from this array, let's go on and choose the different properties that we need from our item. So here we need a key. We also need quantity. And what else do we need? So we need a game. So the game itself. And this game, we want to go on, so like this, using this arrow sign to populate the values, okay? Because if we don't put this sign over here, we are just going to fetch the game with that object that just has the reference. But with this, we are telling sanity.io that yes, we want to go on and fetch the game details. So we're going to fetch the ID, the name. We also need the price. Maybe images. I don't think we would need it, but let's query for the images. And here we can also query for the slug, and we know slug is an object, and here we can reference the current property. Okay, and maybe we just take the game description as well. Okay, and lastly, just outside of this game, so actually outside of these items here, we are going to get the order status, and lastly we need created at like this. So this is our query. Let's make use of it here. We're going to have let's call it results, and results we can just say it's going to be of type any. So over here we can await our sanity client, and we have the fetch property, and this fetch is going to need an object. You see over here, need an object for the query, params, and config. So here we are going to pass the query, and for params is an object, so we can just quickly construct params over here. It's going to be an object, and here we need user email, so it has to be with this user email key. Okay, and we can just reference user email since we are receiving it as an input here. So we can take params, which is an object, and pass over here like this. All right, we have our result. We should not forget to return this result. Okay, so now we have this. This is our query. So let's go on and create the orders page next. All right, now let's continue and let's create the orders page. So here in our app over here, we have categories, games. I'm going to create another folder for orders, and inside these orders, I'll create a file that we call page.tsx like this. And I'll quickly bootstrap a React component, and I'll just call this orders. Okay, and remove the React imports. So what do we want to do? Now it's important to know that this is a server-side component. So this is not making use of the use client directive. So data fetching over here is going to be done on the server side. And that means anything we log to the console should appear here. Okay, so now let's have, what do we call it? You can call it order data. And this is going to be of type any. And next we need to go on and await our fetch order, which will be coming from our libs. And remember, the order needs a user email. And since we're using await, we should go on and mark this as an async function. We are going to come over to, or we're going to see how we can protect our pages. I'm just going to hard code the email because we know that we created an order with this email. But later on, we'll see how we can fetch this email dynamically. So we have our order data. Let's go on and log this to the console. So here I'm just going to log all that data, and so we have something beautiful. We'll be using our hero section component over here. So now let's log this to the console and see what we have for our order data. So that means we need to come over to the browser, come to our orders page. I'll also open up the terminal here in case of any errors. And yes, we have an error. I'll just reload. Let's see. Yes, we have an error. And what might the error be? Let's come over to the server and let's see. So the error is not really descriptive. And what we can do in that instance, most of the time it happens, we can just clear here and clear our next cache. Sometimes it can be from cache or something. And then we run npm run dev. And while that is loading up, let's quickly take a look at our APIs folder and just be sure we did everything correct over there. And obviously we didn't, because here I think this is a full stop. So this should be a comma over here, and this also should be a comma over here. So now let's update this. So this was a full stop and this was a comma. So we needed a comma here. So with this change, we can come back to our page, and hopefully this time around we see our console.log. So back here, I'm just gonna quickly reload, give it a second, and come on. Okay, this time around it loads up. Let's come over to the IDE, and we don't see anything. So let's see. Okay, yeah, so this is it. So this is our order data. So this is our order data, and we have these two orders for this user with this email. Sweet. So now we are sure we are fetching our order. We need to go on and display our order in this component. So let's do that next. Welcome back. Now we are sure we are actually fetching our order data. Let's go on and display it. So I'm going to have this div with this class name of relative. I'm also going to give it an overflow of x auto, and also going to give it a px of 6, and sm I'm going to go with, that's on smaller devices, going to go with a px of 12, and on medium devices we would go with a px of let's say 20, and on larger devices we are going to go with a px of 36 and a padding bottom of 40. So this div, and inside this div we are going to have a table that is going to span the full width, okay, and give it a smaller text and align the text to the left, so text left, and also give it a text grayish color of 400. All right, so this is our table, which is obviously going to have a table heading, which is going to have a text extra small. Also going to give it I'm not going to give it, so just go with text extra small, and let's see, give it uppercase, okay, and give it a background of gray, let's say 700, and also give it a text gray color of 400. All right, so this is our table head, and inside here we are going to have some rows. So we have this table row, actually one row, and we're going to have a table head that is going to have px of 6 and a py of 3. And this table head, we can just give it a scope. So here we say the scope is going to be equal to column, like this. And here we can safely, I'm just going to print this out 4 times. So here we display the products name. It could be more than one product, so we just do like this. So products, and here we have name. And for the second table role, we're going to display the unit price. And here we are all going to display the order status. And lastly, over here, we are going to display the total price. All right, let's save this and let's just have a preview of what we have already. I'm going to bring this down. So let's have a preview of what we have already. Back in the browser, yes, so this is in our table heading. This is what we have going on. Let me collapse this. And next we are going to have our table body. So just after the table head, we are going to have the table body. So the T body like this. So because this is the T body, we would need to map through it. So we're going to map through, we called it order data. So we're going to map through our order data. So we say order data dot map, and we get each order. You can just say it's going to be of type any. So this is our callback function. And here, how many do we have here? Okay, yeah. So this is our callback function. And inside this callback function, we would have a normal function body, and we are going to return a table role. Okay, and this table role, we can give it these class names. So we're going to say border bottom, and give it a bg gray of, let's say, 800, and also a border gray of 700. Okay, so we're having an error because obviously we need to provide a key, and here we can say the key is going to be equal to the order dot, not that, so order dot underscore ID. And that's because we know, we logged into the console, we know each order is going to have an ID, and then we give this class name. So inside here, what do we want to display for this row? Sorry. So what do we want to display for this row? We want to go on and display table heading. And this table heading, let's give it a scope. We're also going to give it a scope. This time is going to be row, and we need to give it some class names here. So we're going to go with px6, py4. We're going to give it font medium. We're also going to give it white space, no wrap, and text white like this. And inside this table heading, what are we going to display? We want to display the game name and maybe the quantity in brackets. So we're going to map again, because we know order.items is going to be a list of game, and we're going to map through the list of game. And here we're going to have each, we can call it game, we can call each item, and this item we are going to say, okay, it's going to be of type any. We know it's going to be a game type, but let's just go with type any here. And in here we are going to return a span, and this span, let's return a span over here. And this span, we are going to display some details. We have an error because obviously we also need to provide a key, and this key is going to be the ID of each item. All right, so what do we display inside the span? We want to display the item.game.name. Okay, so if we visit the console, we can see each item. Where is it? Did we lose it? Yep, so we can see each item is an array. So we are looping through this array. It's an array of objects because this object has a game property. Okay, so that's what we're doing here. We're referencing the game name, and we can just put in brackets, and inside this bracket we can reference the item dot quantity. Okay, so this is for the first table heading, and after this we are going to have another We're going to have just table data, which we're going to give px of 6 and a py of 4. And inside here, I'm just going to duplicate this for others. So this would be a little complicated. I'll come back to that. But here, we can just go with our order and then display the order status. And lastly, over here, we are just going to display, and here we need to display the total price. We haven't worked on that as well, but we would work on that now in a second. Okay, so here we need to display the total price. So let's start working on this. So over here, what do we want to do? We want to go on and display each item price. So basically what we did over here, I'm just going to copy this and do the same thing over here. So we have each items, we are mapping through it, we get the item, we display the key, and here we just want to display the price, and that's all, just the price. Okay, pretty straightforward. And now the total quantity. How do we go on to display the total quantity, or sorry, the total price? So in order for us to get the total price, we are mapping here. Okay, so we can go on and perform some mathematics calculation before we return. And one thing we want to do, let's have a const that we call total price. And this is going to be, we have the order items. So we have the order.items, and we can use the JavaScript reduce function, which is going to be called with an accumulator, just say of type any. And we have the item. We can also say this is going to be of type any. And that's because over here, sorry. So over here, like this, we are going to go on and perform some calculations before we return. So what do we want to calculate? We want to get access to the price first, because we're going to add the accumulator with the price. So we can say item price is going to be equal to, have the item dot quantity, and then we are going to multiply this by the item dot game dot price, like this. And lastly, we need to return. So we are going to return the accumulator plus the item price, like this. Now we have the total price. We are going to use it over here. So display the total price. Let's save this and let's come back to the browser to be sure everything still works fine. So I'll just quickly reload this page, give it a second, and let's see. We have 4 errors. Let's see, update not valid. Okay, and that's because we are not doing it correctly. So here we have our total price. So it's going to be order.item.reduce. Okay, and then we have this, and here we have our item price. This is item.quantity times item.game.price. And here, yes, so the issue in our reduce was that we are not starting from 0 over here. So we needed a starting value, and with that, everything should be fixed. Now I'm going to save this, come back to the application, everything, the error is gone, and I'll just reload. So great. And for the unit price, we see this. That means we didn't do this correctly. We actually did it correctly. So what we're gonna do to fix those over there, let's add a line break. So after each item game name and quantity, we can go on to just add a line break. And for the price, we will do the same thing. So after this, we can just add a line break. So let's save this and visit our application. Yes, so now we see this has this and this also for this. And now we see the total price, $62 and $50. So we have successfully rendered our orders page. Now let's go over to authentication, because we had coded this email, which is not good. And we want to go on and block access to this page if a user is not authenticated. So let's work on that next. How then can we protect this page? Because this page is a server-side page. So how do we use NextAuth in order for us to make sure that only authenticated users which have an active session can visit this page? And for us to do that, we need to import a get server session that will be coming from NextAuth. So we call it get server session that should be coming from NextAuth. And from this get server session, we are going to have the session object, and this is going to be an asynchronous function, hence we need to await it. So we await get server session. As you see, it's of type promise, which can return a session object or can return null. And what do we need to pass to this get server session? We need to pass our auth options. So remember when we were configuring Auth.js, we did come over to the auth. Where is it? So yes, so we have these auth options, and we did set up these auth options. Now all we need to do is to pass these auth options over here. So we're going to pass the auth options here, and this should be imported from our libs and auth. So with this, we should already have the session. So that should be it. If we come over here and we log this session object to the console, I'm just going to save this. Let's open up our terminal and wait for it to compile. It compiles finish. I'm just going to come over to the browser and reload this orders page. And once it reloads, come back to the IDE and let's look around if we see this session object. So here you see the session object, which has this user property. The name is obviously undefined, but here we have the email. And what do we want to do? Let's say we sign out. We don't have this session object, but for now, let's get the email. So over here, this is going to be coming from our session, and there we have a user property, and there we have the user email. Now this can be undefined, but we would get to that in a second. So what can we do? We can say if we don't have any session, then we want to redirect the user. Okay, so we are going to import redirect, and redirect is a method that needs to be coming from. So we bring redirect like this, and this will be coming from, and then we have next navigate, next navigation. Okay, so in next navigation, we have this redirect object, and here we are just going to redirect the user to our home page. Okay, so this should be it already. And now this, we are sure that we are always going to have our email. So what we can do, we can have a constant, and we say email is going to be equal to, and then I'm just going to cut all of these here, and so we use it over here, and here we are just going to paste the email. So now we can save this. Okay, so this should be it. Let's save this and let's come over to the browser, and I'm just going to reload this. We're on the home page, and now let's come over to the orders page. We obviously been redirected to the home page, and that is because we need to be checking over here if there is no session. So and over here the error is gone, because this can be null or a string. So just going to be sure, because we know that this time around we are definitely going to have an email. So let's save this, and we don't have any errors. And now we can come back to application, visit the orders page. So I don't know why we still get redirected. So I'm just going to reload, come over to the orders page. And here in the orders page, we can now list out the list of games. So let's go on and reload, and you see we safely load this page. So But if we log out, you would see that automatically we get redirected to the home page unless we authenticate ourselves. So we can quickly sign in with our email and password, and once we authenticate, we can now go on to visit the orders page. And here, and this is the orders page. So this is it. This is our orders page. We can see now we are fetching the order details for a specific user. We are displaying the details over here. Currently it's pending, but let's say we as the admin, we come over to our Sanity Studio, and over here where we have this game pending, we can change the order to processing. And if we go on and publish this and come back to the application, and let's just quickly reload this order, and now you see it updates to processing. And let's say we come further down and we change this to, let's say it's been shipped, we publish, and the user can just come over here, reload, and see that the order has been shipped. So this is our application. We're pretty much done with it. We have our categories, so let's try to visit a category. So these are our action games. Okay, everything seems to be fine. We can obviously visit a game, you know, we can add to cart and do all of that. So everything seems to be fine, and we have successfully built out our application. So at this point, we can now go on to deploy our shop. To deploy our application, I'm just going to quit the front end and also the CMS folder. So terminal. I'm just going to kill the kill both terminals. And here, in order for us to deploy our application, we would be making use of Vercel. So you can come over to Vercel and create an account or log in to authenticate yourself. But before we come over to Vercel, we need to push our code over here in GitHub. And how can we do this? We just click on new over here, and here we need to give this repository a name. So I will just go with Next.js shop like this, and we see that it's available. I'm going to make it public. I would not add a readme, and just click on create over here. Now we have this repository, and we need to push our code to it. And basically, you see, it already tells us the command. So over here, you see we need to run git init, git commit, and then this is our remote origin. So let's go on and first of all open the terminal. Now we have to be in the front end and not the CMS, and we need to initialize git using git init. Now we're going to see git has been initialized to our project, and these are all the files that we have for git to track. Okay, so now we've done that, what do we need to do next? We need to add all our code to the staging area, and we do that using git add dot. Now you see all our code has been added, and next we need to commit. So it most likely not gonna work for me because I've not configured my email and username, but that's fine. Let me just say final build, and I will execute. Yes, I need to configure my email and my username. So I'm just going to do that quickly and say git config user.email, and I'll provide my email address here. Okay, and I'll clear and git config user.name, and I'll provide my username. All right, now I've provided this. Let's commit again. So git commit -m, and I would say final build. Okay, and now everything has been committed and we need to add remote origin. So I'm just going to copy this over here and add it here like this. And next I'm going to push, saying git push origin master like this. And we have successfully pushed, let's see. Yes, we have successfully pushed our code to GitHub. We can just reload here. And once it reloads, we see our code. And for some weird reason, we have our .env file here. Okay, so we can come back to our application, and here we just rename this. Rather than .env, Next.js needs it to be .env .local like this. And now we can just reload. We see that it gets deleted. We can just quickly add a commit message here, and I'll just say remove .env. Click on commit. Yes, I'll stage it directly and publish. So now once we do this, I'm just going to come back here and reload this Next.js shop. And once we reload, we should not see our env. So this is one step. We have our project now in GitHub. Next, we need to deploy. And to deploy, I'm just going to click on start deploying, which is more like taking me to a new project. And here I need to set for the project. So we called it Next.js shop. And from the set result is not there. And you click on configure GitHub app. And now this is going to load. I'm just going to click on my username here and provide my password. And once I provide my password, we're just going to wait, and here we're just going to scroll down to, let's say, application. And here where we have application, we are just going to go with Vercel. You see here configure. Click on this configure, and let's see, you're going to give it access, and we are going to click on this drop down so that we can give it access to our Next.js shop like this. And here I can click on save, and now this is going to take us back to Vercel, and this is it. So we just click on import over here. We give the project name, so Next.js shop, and we need to add environment variables. Okay, so I'm just going to come here and load this env. We have this. I'm going to copy this and add it over here. And for the value, this is the value. So click on add. And for the next one, so I'm going to copy this and add it over here. And for the value, it's going to be production. So I'll add it here. So click here and click on add. So now we have all of these. All that is left is for us to go on and deploy our application. So now this is going to run some steps, and the first step is the build step, and we can see the step is running. So it's cloning our project, is running Vercel build, and next it installs the dependencies. So we're just going to be taking a look at the logs to be sure that everything is working fine. So currently it's creating an optimized build. So we just wait a second. Okay, so we have some warning, which is fine. Okay. And yes, so this is our deployed application. We can come over to the dashboard, and here we can click on this app to visit our Next.js application. So, any of the links should work. So I'll just click on this link. And now we see our Next.js application. But before we can share this off, we need to take this domain and we need to add it to our configuration. So let's do this final step next. Hello everyone. So we have successfully deployed our application. Now I'm just going to copy this link over here and we need to add it to a couple of places. All right, so first I'm going to come over to our Sanity Studio, and over here, you come over to the project, and over here where we have API, we can just add another course origin, and I'm going to add our application and click on allow credentials and click on save so that we don't face any course origin issues. So that should be it already. Let's come back to our application. I'm just going to reload, and here we have it. We can obviously test it out. Let's try to go to, let's say, sports. You see this game over here. We can just try to buy one of it. I'll add this to my cart. We have this here. You can click on checkout, and this is going to open up the Stripe API. Let's just wait for a second, and we are redirected over to Stripe. And here we just provide our email, our contact phone number, for the card information, for the year, CVV, name on card. And here I'm just going to click on pay. Okay. And it needs us to provide our billing address. And here I'll just provide city. And now we click on pay. It processes. After a while, it's successful. We are redirected back to our home page. You see over here, our cart has been cleared.